Just imagine.
Tak. Thank you. And this is somewhere.
This one is from
Okay.
at Cook Folder.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Claire. Right.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No. 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 Give me.
No, no.
It's the other way. No. Give me. Wait. Oh.
Maybe it's something noise. Capture the audio. Like that.
Right. For 2 seconds, can you go back to the screen? Let me introduce, and then I will say like this, and then you can live transmit.
Now, where is standing there?
Yeah, I'm going. Yes. No, listen. Right now, just put this one on. Yes. And whenever I say like this, then you can start live. Okay? Justin, the children need to be here for lunch. So you have to text them, say, get ready. They have to be here by 12:30 latest. So either you or Claudio. Get Claudio to pick them up. I need you here. Say to Claudio, he has to pick up the girls at 12:30. 12:30. Okay? No, if you are here, keep this. If you're not here, then... All right. Right ho.
The typical percentage in any population is about 3%. Yeah. Well, they don't. I got that.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies. Tak, da, da, da.
Don't care. Simply don't care. Yeah. Unless it's children, or unless they're somehow involved in prostitution, which is. But if it's not illegal, why do I care? Well, if that is the case, and it's about children, that's illegal.
Okay.
Well, they should.
Thierry. Давай.
Aside from that, I just don't care.
Please sit down. Oh, I will tell. Sit. Vadim, on Kuda. Vadim. Tak.
Yeah. This, you did some good things.
That was not about whatever the
Don't film him and his colleague. There's another Ukrainian man.
Here.
Yes, here. Don't film. No, I mean don't show him basically. Okay.
That two people don't show.
No. She's fine, but not this gentleman. Don't show him. And there's another one. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he set the new deadline.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome to Fitzwilliam College, Cambridge. This is my college, and I'm really very, very happy to host you here for this meeting. It's not a conference, it's a meeting. It's a meeting for discussing something very, very important as it is going right now. So it is about the impact of the Russia, Ukraine, and NATO situation, and it is to assess the situation, understand the security and defense related issues, and to actually find solutions if we are able to arrive at that stage. So the layout of the day is essentially that today we begin with the first session, which is actually understanding where we are today in terms of situational representation. So there are different blocks. We've got the US bloc on the right, on my right. We've got Finnish bloc right next to the US. We've got France and Europe. And then we've got UK and Ukraine. So the gentleman from Finland, his name is Professor Tuomas Malinen, and you will be representing Russia's interests as well. So we have an unofficial representation from various blocs which are actually involved in the current conflict, and we'll see where it goes. So the first section is essentially laying out the situation, how it is at the moment. So militarily, geopolitically, and all sorts of factors that are feeding into the current situation. And then we'll take a break, and after that we have the actual threat evaluation session. And that would be basically really quantifying what the threats are. So what are the threats for Ukraine? What are the threats for Britain? What are the threats for Europe, Finland, France? What are the threats for United States? And then the last session would be how we actually address those sessions, those threats. So without further ado, our first representation is Professor Tuomas Malinen. He will be speaking on Finland's perspective of today's position in Finland, and you will be helping us to grasp what are the intricate scenarios within Finland and Russia. So, and please do give your introduction here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, hello. Sorry, put this here. My name is Tuomas Malinen. I hold a title of Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Helsinki. I don't teach there at the moment, but I just hold a title. It's a Finnish peculiarity. I'm also a CEO of GNS Economics. It's a small forecasting firm. We are specialized in forecasting the economy, financial system, and nowadays also geopolitics. My own history concerning the topics I'm going to talk here is that, of course, I'm an economist by training. So my specialty was growth economics and financial crisis. But also I've gotten something of a lifelong education in geopolitics, because my mother, now retired, but she was a lecturer of history and the society, and she taught the 20th century. So for 30 years, she taught about First, Second, and the Cold War. And we have been speaking, discussing about geopolitics since I was like 13 years old. So it's kind of, I like born and bred in the geopolitical thinking. And also my family background is such that my family lost a large estate to Russia during our wars, and there was also casualties. And our current family estate is just 2 kilometers from the no man's land with Russia. So we be kind of my family has been on the forefront for quite a long time. And also my relatives have been working in Finnish embassies in Russia since the 1980s. And I've actually visited the Soviet Union when I was a kid 2 times. And I still have very vivid memories of the chaotic Soviet Moscow, which it left a lifelong kind of printing me in a sense that I don't ever want to see the communism to return anywhere. So that's basically my background. But I could talk for an hour on the situation of Finland. But as a short summary, first, that we have had a very prosperous relationship with Russia since 1809, when we became the Grand Duchy of Russia, when Russia took Finland from the Swedish Empire, effectively ending the Swedish Empire. And then they gave us our own currency, the marka, in 1860, which some say that the Tsar at the time, was it Nikolai II? Yeah, Alexander, sorry, yeah. And he was reported as saying that he was tricked into it, because giving a autonomous state your own currency, it will eventually lead to an independence, which came in 1917. And then we fought the 2 wars with the Russians, the Winter War and the Continuation War. With the latter, we fought alongside Nazi Germany, effectively taking part in the Operation Barbarossa. And the idea was to reclaim the lands Soviet Union or Russia had taken from us in the Winter War, but we failed. We actually lost a bit more. And after that, we faced some very difficult choices. But what Finland built with Soviet Union at the time was a very prosperous, bilateral trade relations. So we flourished alongside the Soviet Union. And the whole point of how we managed that, there were like 2 key elements. First one, that we had shown in the war that we cannot be taken, or that we can be taken, but it will come with an extreme cost. And the second, and I think this is even the most important part, was that we did not make ourselves a threat. Until very recently, when we joined the NATO in 2023. And a lot has changed since that. But the current situation in Finland is such that, well, you of course know that we didn't get to vote whether we want to be in NATO or not. It was decided somewhere else. And probably the most remarkable thing was that there was the support for NATO membership in our parliament was almost total. There was no meaningful opposition. And this is something I have never heard of happening in Finland. Even in our independence declaration, there were oppositions, a bigger opposition than with the NATO. And it's my current thinking that we are not, in a sense, free, that someone else affecting our parliament is essentially making the calls. And there was even a comment by my former friend, our now Minister of Foreign Affairs, Elina Valtonen. I think this was in April of 22, when she was asked in a television interview about referendum concerning NATO, and she just blurted out that it has already been decided. No one knows by whom, because they didn't even have a proper discussion in our parliament before that. So it was decided somewhere else. And right after the process that led to our NATO membership, which was actually agreed on NATO, I think it was the 9th of April, which is the same date when the original North Atlantic Treaty was signed in 1949. I consider this to be something of a sign. Maybe that now NATO is complete to pursue its original or true goal or whatever. But since then, basically two things have happened. First is that we had a very tight economic relations with Russia, even after the fall of the Soviet Union. Even our electricity grids were intertwined. So during the past 2 winters, we have had like 2 or 3 close calls in the sense that our electricity system has almost failed, and due to the very harsh winter in 23, we had a moment where we were running out of peat, which is one of the main inputs in our power systems, we were running out. So some say that we were just 2 weeks away before our major cities in Central Europe, not Central Europe, but Central Finland would have gone cold. But then the weather gods came to our rescue, and the very harsh winter condition eased, and we managed through that. And previously, if we have had such occurrences, we have imported both electricity and peat from Russia, and we couldn't do that now. So it has been a kind of a dance on the edge of abyss, and it's all because we have cut our ties with Russia. And this is something like Russia has fought several wars when we have been independent, and never in our past have our leaders selected a route to cut the ties. Even as we speak, our eastern border, our east border with Russia, with 1,340 kilometers, is closed. The economy of eastern Finland has suffered heavily, and just 2 weeks ago, there were first demonstrations in the east of Finland that opened the border. I have a friend who, she has lived in Imatra, which is I think in British standard, it's just a town and the near vicinity of our eastern border. And she told me a year ago that the value of her house has plummeted by 60%. 60. It's an utter collapse. And very few understand in Finland why this is being done, why the border is closed. We even passed a law that allows us to close the border immediately if we see a hybrid threat, meaning that Russia would be pushing refugees to our border. We can close it immediately and not take any refugees. But even with this law, they still keep the border closed. And some analysts to whom I have been spoken to are telling that the only reason we continue to do this is because we are preparing for a war against Russia. And I hear these whispers even within our military that there are preparations for this. And the only reason why that would be happening is because of NATO is planning to attack Russia at some point. This is the only conclusion I can make after pondering these things for 3.5 years. They might sound preposterous, but that I'm an unyielding empiricist. I cannot think of any other reason anymore why this is happening. And lastly, what has been the biggest change is the rhetoric of our leaders. We used to be very neutral what they say, or they used to be very neutral what they spoke, or how they spoke on the Russian leadership. But now it has turned hostile. And that worries me, because that's a signal of something very bad approaching us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Any questions on that?
Please, questions. Yeah.
Какое реально мнение граждан Финляндии относительно вопроса вступления в НАТО? Какое реальное их положение?
But in reality, which is the position of people in Finland about entering in NATO? What do people really think about it?
Well, we did not, I forgot to mention, we did not get to vote. And at the moment,
То есть мы не получили войны.
if there would be a vote, I would say it would be rather close to 50-50.
Если бы голосовали, то было бы
It
50 на
probably, if
50.
we would have voted in 2022, we probably would have entered NATO anyway. Because
В
the
22-м все равно бы
propaganda
зашли
is
в НАТО,
rather
так
heavy
бы как бы люди
in our
голосовали.
country also, and people were rather scared about what is
Очень боялись
what's
войны
happening
люди,
in Ukraine.
поэтому они, наверное, голосовали бы за НАТО.
But one thing that if we would have been off, we would have had a discussion on the DCA, Defense Cooperation Agreement with the US. And I don't think they could have passed that. So
Все равно у них есть договор с Америкой.
С вашей точки зрения, Россия имела намерение нападать на Финляндию?
How do you think Russia had the intention to fight against Finland?
had the intention? No, I don't think they had the intention.
Наверное, все-таки нет.
Since at least the 1960s.
То есть есть какие-то реальные аргументы, которые могли бы подтвердить это?
No argument, no proofs of that. Do you have any proofs of that? Yeah.
No, well, the only proof I can offer that they basically emptied all their Western bases or military bases next to our eastern border. They emptied them even in 90. They started emptying them in 1980, continued in 1990, and it was
С
completed in
80-х
2000.
годов там уже не было
And
войск
just within a year, they have started to
Запада.
rebuild them.
То есть, правильно я понимаю, Финляндия никак не угрожала России, и у России не было никаких намерений нападать на Финляндию.
So as I understand, Finland wasn't a threat to Russia, and Russia wasn't really intending to fight against Finland.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Да.
And we have a very large, like, Russian minority in Finland, which, you know,
Мало
let's say
русских
that
в Финляндии.
the relations between the Russian populace and Finnish populace were very good all through the 1980s, 1990s and 2000s.
С
until very
90-х
recently.
лет, с 90-х годов хорошие отношения финнов с
Хорошо, и
Россией.
насколько я понимаю, жизнь Финляндии стала значительно хуже после вступления в НАТО, собственно, и разорвания отношений с Россией.
As I understand, of course, life in Finland started to worsen after breaking the relationship with Russia. Is it so?
Yeah, we had a great financial crisis in the early 1990s,
Финансовый
which
кризис
is partly
большой.
because of the fall of the Soviet trade.
Я
что уже
был, да,
нет
я был
коммерции.
очень удивлен, когда вы сказали, что в Финляндии люди замерзали в домах.
He was surprised that winter was harsh for people in winter in Finland.
Well, it's
Сейчас такое происходит на линии фронта, и то очень редко в Украине.
Now people are freezing on the battlefield, and really seldom it happens in Ukraine.
Ладно, спасибо за вашу позицию, за то, что просветили меня лично в этом вопросе.
Thank you very much for making me know these facts that he didn't really know them before.
Thank you. I would like to say something, and again, this is just an observation, okay? So what we saw from your thing is that the civilians or the common population is perceiving an ongoing crisis, which is actually formulating right now. Do you think there might be, they're not able to see a threat which probably the decision makers are able to see?
It's of course
Может быть,
possible,
люди не видят
but at this
опасности,
point,
которые кто-то
I
решил.
consider it unlikely
Okay.
that
Ну,
there is such a
нет,
threat,
говорят,
but
нет
it's
никакой
building.
опасности для нас
But the
со
point
стороны
you
России.
understand, everything changed after NATO. Everything changed after.
So do the Finns feel safer or more vulnerable now that they're in NATO?
First, we felt safer, now more vulnerable.
Да, теперь
There
в
is
НАТО
this
они
thing-
чувствуют себя
One
более
thing I
такие
have
зависимыми,
to add is
ущемленными,
that
да, да.
we have been under very heavy war propaganda since February 22.
Понятно, да.
And people are now openly discussing that we may get dragged into a war.
И теперь
And
люди
never in my
понимают, что они
life
могут
I have
вовлечены
ever
быть в войну.
Большую войну, в Третью мировую войну.
Да.
in Finland. So, and this is not, this is very worrying development.
Это вот действительно людей
And
очень
when the
беспокоит.
war propaganda is being perpetrated through your mainstream media,
Да, и
Our three main newspapers and 4 main channels. It's gonna, I think, according to our newspapers, Vladimir Putin should have died 137 times.
и они теперь раздувают эту ситуацию все больше в новостях и пропаганда, что все-таки им придется войти в
But
войну.
yes, just my point is that sometimes, you know, in the military realm or the defense realm, there are things that are not made public, and the public doesn't perceive what is known to a very few amount of people within that realm. What I see is that more transparency between these layers, the two layers essentially. So here you've got, sorry, just can you help me?
Но она говорит, что сейчас уже более прозрачно, уже более понятно между НАТО, всех участников НАТО, Англии и...
What I'm seeing here is that you've got civilians here. You've got civilians here who have some perception of something. And then we have the decision makers, essentially, right? So that is the layered structure we are seeing. Each of them have, so, you know, it's like being a child, you know, you're going to, you actually understand what's around you, yes? Both of them, you know, have their own environment, essentially. Is it possible, I'm not saying this is what it is, but is it possible that there is a perception here based on some factual data which is not percolating through to the civilians, and hence the policies have been made because they know that they're protecting the civilian rights and so on and so forth. I'm just putting it out there.
It is possible, yes.
Now, this is the point of today. Today is not repeating. Today is basically trying to understand what it is, yeah? So do you think in your mind, you know, and I'm just asking you as a, yeah, that greater transparency based on more available data would assist an understanding, that the civilian understanding?
Yes, we had that before. Now everything is clouded in secrecy again.
So you see, again, so maybe this is something, is that the right spelling?
That's right.
So, you know, that might be one of the trigger points that perhaps we can go back home.
yes, but
And-
have you seen
and
in
think
Finland the mainstream media seeking in some respects to rewrite history?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. They don't, there's actually a lively debate going on, maybe even as we speak, that whether we were part of Operation Barbarossa or not, but we were. We started when the Hitler attack was the 22nd of June, and we attacked on the next day, 22nd. Yeah,
So it's a coincidence.
No.
Any other notes, points, questions? No, okay. So I pass the floor to Mr. Arte. Dimitri. Can I put down here? So.
Ну, разрешите еще раз всех поприветствовать.
I want to say hello again to you.
Конечно же, я не смогу рассказать большого объема информации,
Probably I wouldn't be able to tell you much information,
но я постараюсь донести вам то, что болит меня больше всего.
but I will tell you the most painful things to me.
Это, да, это моя страна,
My country, this
мои
is my
люди
country, people of my country.
и та боль, которую мы сейчас переживаем. Я коротко представлюсь, кто я.
And the pain that all of us have in this country.
Я народный депутат Украины.
I am a member, the deputy member of parliament of Ukraine.
Я не состою в партии, я независимый народный депутат,
I'm an independent deputy,
но я состою в группе депутатов, которые хотят отвечать за восстановление Украины после войны.
but I am in a group of deputies who wants to rebuild Ukraine.
Также я состою в правоохранительном комитете,
Правоохранительные in the law yeah, group.
да. Я занимаюсь тем, что сотрудничаю, контролирую работу правоохранительных органов в Украине.
I am controlling the law group, no, defensive group, yeah?
Directing, perhaps. Можно повторить?
Да.
Member of the Law Enforcement Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament.
Okay.
Моя основная работа и задача – это правозащитная деятельность, защита прав граждан,
My main job is to protect people and to defend them.
Defend the law.
защита прав граждан, да, борьба с организованной преступностью, борьба с коррупцией,
Fight against corruption and
organization.
criminal law.
Crime.
Ну, теперь вернемся начнем разговор о президенте Зеленском.
Of course, the first question, the President Zelensky.
Я был членом его команды.
I was a member of his command.
Я поддержал его
I was supporting him
на выборах как президента мира.
on the elections as a president of peace.
И, конечно, как человека, который декларировал борьбу с коррупцией.
And of course, like a person who was declaring that he would fight corruption,
со всем тем старым, которое было в Украине.
that he would fight to all of the old things in Ukraine.
Вы все знаете, что Зеленский пришел к власти с очень большим рейтингом.
He came to power with a very high rating,
Но уже в феврале 22 года,
but in February 22,
до начала
before
войны,
the war,
у Зеленского был рейтинг в районе 7% поддержки.
he had a rating about 7% of being supported.
И только война дала возможность ему остаться у власти.
Only the war made him to remain at the power.
Сейчас я вам буду говорить о той Украине, о которой только сейчас начали говорить международные СМИ.
I will tell you about that Ukraine, which is only now started to be spoken about in news, in press.
Когда я об этом говорил еще год назад,
When I was talking about this 1 year ago,
на меня смотрели и думали, что я сумасшедший.
I was looked at as if crazy.
Но сегодня такие издания, как Guardian, Financial Times,
But today, these Garden and Financial Times, publications,
Like Garden, Financial Times.
thank you, пишут о том, что Зеленский преступник,
they write and they recognize that Zelensky is преступник, criminal.
Когда в Украине началась война,
When the war started in Ukraine,
я первый из политиков, который попал под репрессии.
I was the first to get under repressions, first politician.
Зеленский пытался меня убить за мою политическую деятельность.
For my politician activity, Zelensky wanted to kill him, to kill me.
Нужно еще сказать, что в начале войны я, конечно же, как и все граждане нашей страны,
At the beginning of the war, like all of the citizens of my country,
создал военную группу.
I created a military group.
Передайте, пожалуйста. It's me. It's my assistant. Это было с 24 февраля 2022 года.
This was from 24th February 2022.
Мы все стали на защиту нашей страны и нашего города.
All of us came to protect our country, just to defend our country.
Потому что мы не знали, что происходит на самом деле.
We didn't know what was happening in reality.
Мы помогали людям, в основном гуманитарной помощью.
We were helping ordinary people,
Едой, коммуникациями,
communications,
транспортными возможностями.
transports.
Много людей расстреляли, которые уже попадали в зону боевых действий.
People who were in the fighting military territory, we were just giving them shelter.
В этот период из Украины выехало уже несколько миллионов людей только за первый месяц.
On that period, only for the couple of months, it was already millions of people who left Ukraine.
Ну и, конечно, я продолжал заниматься своей полноценной политической деятельностью.
And of course, I was continuing to practice my politician activity.
До войны я организовывал митинги, протесты против Зеленского.
Before the war, I was organizing meetings and protests against Zelensky.
За это он приказал меня убить 4 марта 2022 года.
That's why on 4th of March, Zelensky ordered already to make me killed.
Попытка оказалась неудачной.
That attempt was failed.
И меня украли.
I was kidnapped.
Я хочу напомнить, что у меня специальный статус. Я народный депутат Украины.
I have a special status as a deputy of Ukraine.
Special статус. Меня просто украли среди белого дня.
I was kidnapped in the middle of the day
Люди Зеленского.
by people of Zelensky.
И поместили в подвалы СБУ.
And I was led in the basement of SBU.
Это я после пыток в подвалах СБУ.
This is my
Pictures.
it's me being in that basement of SBU.
Нет, они немножко разные. This me.
I would just like to say that, just to help with the translation, is that him being in the SBU building is fixed by legal documents because there is a criminal case registered in Ukraine where they say that he was questioned in the middle of the night when these events occurred. So we have it on police records. And he was questioned in the middle of the night at that day where he had no pictures and injuries from. So this is, so for anyone who needs, you should understand that there's this evidence that is fixed according to the police report.
В это время было убито много людей, много политических оппонентов Зеленского.
At this time, there were many people already killed, many of Zelensky's opponents.
Из самых известных был убит член переговорной группы.
One of the most known member of negotiating group,
Господин Киреев.
the Mr.
Киреев. Его убили 3 марта. И меня пытались убить также 3 марта.
He was killed on the 3rd of March, and I was tried to be killed as well on that day.
Также в это время украли и других народных депутатов.
At that time were many deputies arrested
И пытали в подвалах.
and put to tortures in the basements of SBU.
Ну, в общем-то, мы оставались в стране и продолжали бороться за свою страну, за
But
права
we
своих
were
граждан.
in our country and we continued to fight for our country.
Но Зеленский не переставал бороться с оппозицией.
But Zelensky never stopped to fight against opposition.
И вот уже в 2024 году
In 2024,
он начал продвигать закон по запрету Украинской Православной Церкви.
he started the law to stop the Orthodox Church.
Yes. К этой церкви в Украине принадлежит более 6 миллионов людей.
It is 6 million people who are the believers, who are members of Orthodox Church.
Но Зеленский принял закон, который запрещает эту церковь.
But Zelensky adopted the law which is against this church.
Параллельно проходят преследования священников.
At the same time, they they continue to persecuting the priests of the church.
Многие священники сидят в тюрьмах.
Many priests are in jails.
Например, сейчас владыка Арсений
As it is now, one of the leaders of the church, Arseny,
находится в тюрьме уже более года.
he is in the jail more than a year.
Понятное дело, не совершив никакого преступления.
He didn't do any crime.
И буквально час назад
And an hour ago,
в эту тюрьму, где он сидит,
In the
прилетела
jail.
ракета.
in the jail he is kept, on the jail he is kept, missile fell.
То есть Зеленский расположил тюрьму на линии фронта.
Zelensky installed the jail on the military territory
И поместил туда политических заключенных.
and closed the politician prisoners.
Вообще, я давно не слышал, чтобы в какой-то стране было такое понятие, как политические заключенные.
It is long time that I didn't hear in any country politician prisoners.
Сегодня в Украине по меньшей мере находится более 7 тысяч политических заключенных.
Today in Ukraine, there are more than 7,000 political prisoners.
Я в Украине сижу в тюрьме.
In Ukraine, I am a prisoner.
Мне удалось вовремя уехать из Украины, вынужденно.
I managed to escape from Ukraine in time.
Зеленский приказал убить меня во второй раз.
Zelensky ordered me to be killed already for the second time.
Я выехал из Украины,
I left Ukraine,
но нужно отметить, что в Украине границы закрыты.
and I want to mention that in Ukraine the borders are closed.
Это нарушает всевозможные права человека.
This really stops any rights of the people.
И я, как народный депутат Украины,
And me, as a deputy of Ukraine,
бежал через границу.
I was escaping through the border.
После этого в аэропорту Кишинева
In the airport, after that, in the airport of Chisinau, Moldova,
Зеленский прислал за мной СБУ.
Zelensky sent SBU for me to be caught.
Они просто хотели украсть меня в аэропорту в Кишиневе,
They simply wanted to kidnap me in
посадить
the
в
airport,
багажник и увезти в Украину.
just to put in the luggage and to take back to Ukraine.
1,5 часа держали самолет, и я один был в зале ожидания.
1 hour and a half. The plane was kept while I was kept as well in the airport.
While he was detained.
Detained in the airport.
Об этом потом даже говорил министр внутренних дел Молдавии.
Even the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Moldova declared about this.
Зеленский собрал специальное совещание всех силовых органов.
Zelensky made a meeting of all of the силовых security services, yeah.
И заявил, что мне удалось выехать из страны, и это является преступлением.
And he declared that this is a crime that he left the country.
Выехал я по причине того, что 20 августа
But I left because on the 20th of August
было голосование за законопроект, запрещающий церковь.
there was the voting project which was banning the church.
Я выступал против этого законопроекта.
I was against this law.
Я
project.
один из тех парламентариев, которые защищаю права верующих в Украине.
I was one of the members of parliament who was defending the rights and interests of the Orthodox believers.
Украина в большей части это православная верующая страна. То есть я защищаю права большинства наших граждан.
Ukraine in the biggest majority is an Orthodox believers country, so I was protecting and
Я получил сигнал, что меня или снова Зеленский попытается убить, или посадит в тюрьму. И я выехал из страны.
I got that signal, or I was announced that Zelensky would try to arrest me, so I just left.
Началась охота на мою семью, на мою супругу, на двух моих маленьких детей и на мою мать.
They started the hunting against my family, my wife, my 2 little children, my mother.
Они срочно выехали из страны
They left immediately from the country
в Румынию,
in Romania.
и в Румынии их пытались похитить.
And in Romania, they were tried to be kidnapped.
Мою жену, двух маленьких детей и мою мать.
My wife, my 2 little children, and my mother.
Их хотели схватить, чтобы я вернулся в Украину.
If they were arrested, they would have made me turn back to Ukraine.
Конечно, мне звонили из офиса Зеленского и требовали вернуться.
I was kept to be called from Zelensky's office, ordering me to turn back to Ukraine.
Конечно, было много разных угроз в мою сторону.
Many threats against me and my family.
Я приехал в Лондон.
I arrived to London.
Они открыли на меня несколько уголовных дел в Украине.
And I came to know that they opened some criminal cases in Ukraine.
Абсолютно выдуманных.
Absolutely invented.
Обвиняют меня в хулиганстве.
I was
accused of hooliganism.
Yes. Через 2 недели моего пребывания в Лондоне
after 2 weeks of my being in London,
меня арестовали.
I was arrested.
И Зеленский требует моей экстрадиции.
And Zelensky is asking my extradition.
Я человек, который не совершил никакого преступления.
I didn't do any crime.
Должен просить защиту здесь.
And I'm asking to be defended here in England.
При этом я нахожусь с браслетом на ноге.
And that's why I am, and in all of this, I am with a bracelet on my leg.
Чтобы я не убежал.
Of course, so that I don't escape.
Вот такое устройство.
So what is the crime you're being accused of?
И за что же вы были за что вы обвиняетесь?
Зеленский потребовал лично, чтобы меня выдали из Британии без всяких юридических аргументов.
Zelensky personally required that England extradites me to Ukraine
Он сказал,
without any
Yeah,
accusations.
I cannot translate anything for the geopolitical use of Richard, but I can translate for the criminal cases. He's accused of 2 crimes being committed in Ukraine. Both of them occurred years ago. He was only charged after voting against this law and after leaving the country. These years-old allegations, one of them was he was not allowed in a meeting. As a member of parliament, he should have been allowed, he wasn't allowed, and he tried to force himself in as guards were pushing him to not come in, and they said that was assault. So it was a minor assault, I think is the way it was phrased, minor bodily harm. And the second was against a attack on a service member, and that attack allegedly occurred whilst he was in police custody, being questioned in the middle of the night. When he got the pictures showing that he was tortured.
Yes. Ну и, в общем-то, сейчас нахожусь в тяжелых судебных процессах.
Now the trial is being on, anyway.
Да. И все это происходит просто потому, что я выступал за национальные интересы своей страны.
And this is only because I was demonstrating, defending the national interest. Yeah.
За церковь,
For the church,
за мир,
for peace,
за свободное выражение своих мыслей.
for free expression of our thoughts.
Сегодня мои коллеги, народные депутаты,
Today, my colleagues, the deputies,
сидят в тюрьме
are in jail
по абсолютно выдуманным причинам.
for invented causes.
Даже европейские суды их оправдали,
Even European court considered them not guilty,
но они продолжают сидеть.
but nevertheless they are still in jail.
И, как ранее упомянул, политических заключенных такого в мире уже нигде нет.
As I said, political prisoners, we don't no more in the world, but still in Ukraine.
Более 7 тысяч человек.
More than 7,000 people.
Сейчас, когда проходят обмены, должны проходить обмены военных между Украиной и Россией,
Now when there should be like not exchange, prisoner exchange.
Россия дает нам военных наших,
Russia will turn back to us the military ones,
а у нас нету военных русских живых.
but we don't have any military Russians alive.
И мы передаем им политических заключенных, граждан Украины.
And we will give to them, will exchange for that the political prisoners.
Вы понимаете
Ukraine.
абсурдность ситуации?
The situation is really absurd.
Because it was not clear, so let me just say. So, is this correct that, from what I understand, that that Ukraine is not returning the prisoners of war who are Russians alive, whereas Russians are returning the prisoners of wars, you know, in whatever condition they are.
Да, правильно ли я понимаю, что Украина не возвращает живых военных русских, в то время как русские возвращают Украине живых военных украинцев?
Да, вы все правильно понимаете, но ситуация намного хуже.
But you understand well, but situation is even much worse.
Я здесь остановлюсь на 2 минуты в этом вопросе.
Just for 2 minutes on this question.
В России украинских пленных может быть 10-12 тысяч человек.
In Russia, there are maybe 10 or 12,000 military
Солдат,
Ukrainians,
солдат, yes.
soldiers,
В плену.
in jail.
Также где-то около осталось 5000 тел наших солдат.
And as well as about 5,000 corpse or dead soldiers.
Россия передала Украине уже 7000 тел солдат.
Russia already returned to Ukraine 7,000 of dead soldiers.
Украине России передавать нечего.
But Ukraine doesn't have anything to turn back to Russia.
Но самое страшное то, что я скажу вам сейчас.
But the most awful is what I will tell now.
Тела, которые передает Россия Украине, наших солдат,
The corpse, the dead corpse of Ukrainian soldiers
они не передаются родным.
are not given back to their relatives.
Их уничтожают.
They are not destroyed, but liquidated really immediately.
То есть эти тела должна получать семья.
Usually, of course, as a rule, it is their family who have to get this dead body.
Но Зеленский просто закапывает их под забором.
But Zelensky buries them somewhere.
На это есть несколько причин.
For this, there are a couple of causes.
Каждый человек, который погиб на фронте,
Each person who died on the military campus,
его семья должна получать компенсацию, деньги.
his family should get the compensation.
Эти деньги ворует Зеленский.
This money, of course, are robbed by Zelensky.
I want to add a detail. It's $370,000 per person.
Это 370 тысяч на человека.
If we bring this to the number of casualties, it represents 4 times the GDP of Ukraine.
Если бы это каждому привезли домой, эти деньги, это было бы в 4 раза больше, чем... Что это такое GDP?
Ну, это были бы огромные деньги. Умножьте просто элементарно 5000 человек на $375,000.
Yeah, if we multiply 5,000 per 370,000,
Ну,
it's a
смело
huge
можете
amount.
10 тысяч, потому что передали уже 7 и будут еще.
Probably we can say 10,000 because 7,000 was already sent to Ukraine, so there will be some more.
Я хочу, чтобы вы понимали, это тела, которые россияне забрали из поля боя.
I just want to tell that these are the dead bodies which Russians took from the military campus.
То есть это христианская миссия России.
This is considered like Christian mission of Russia.
В Украине таких нет.
In Ukraine, there is no anything like this.
Ну и возвращаясь к причине, почему он это делает,
And turning back to the causes, why does he do this?
в Украине все люди, которые погибли на фронте,
All people in Ukraine, all those who died in the battle,
они числятся пропавшими без вести.
they are signed and considered like lost.
То есть находятся в подвешенном состоянии. Да.
So nobody knows. It is something that is hanging, but not clear.
И каждая семья в Украине
And every family in Ukraine
надеется, что их родной, сын, брат, отец
hope that their father or son or brother is somewhere
живы,
alive,
а их уже нет на
but
самом
in
деле.
fact they are not already alive.
И Зеленский даже не дает похоронить их по-человечески.
And Zelensky doesn't really give this chance for them to be buried as human beings.
Ладно, об этом можно очень много говорить.
It is really a lot to speak about this.
Я хотел бы спросить, знаете ли вы реальное, приблизительно реальное количество погибших в Украине?
I just want to ask you if you have an idea how many people died in Ukraine so far.
1.5 million.
1,5 миллиона.
Ну,
600 тысяч,
Зеленский
700.
говорит о том, что на фронте погибло 60 тысяч людей.
Zelensky says that there are 60,000 people dead.
Да. Реально на фронте погибло по меньшей мере
But in reality,
500 тысяч человек
500,000
и более миллиона
and more than 1 million
пострадали.
Wounded. Да?
Но эти цифры
But these dates
очень занижены.
are very much low estimated. Yeah.
Это первое. За время войны, за 3 года,
During the war, in time of 3 years,
из Украины выехало
from Ukraine escaped
более 12 миллионов человек только на запад.
more than 12,000 people only towards west.
Это не считая Белоруссии и России, там еще несколько миллионов.
This is not counting those who left for Belarus or Russia. There should be some millions as well.
So you have 12 million, not 12,000.
Well, actually, I have information which is very important.
12 миллионов, 12 тысяч уехало.
12 миллионов.
12 millions, excuse me.
We have been delegating a study to a statistician in France who has been studying the demographic of Ukraine and all the figures, declaration they made. And we have been discovering.
Франция сделала статистику всего, что они декларируют в
We
Украине.
have been discovering that the population of Ukraine now is less than 20 million. Over 46. It means that what we have been discovering is 12 million of them are living in Russia.
So, as it
Я
is
понимаю.
today,
20
так как сегодня 20
миллионов.
million живут в Украине. На данный момент они находятся в Украине.
Ну вот представьте, в 91 году
In 1991,
нас было 52 миллиона.
we were 52 millions. Yeah.
Сейчас в Украине
But now in Ukraine,
находится около 20 миллионов людей.
there are about 20 million people.
В селе
In villages,
мужчин нет.
no men.
В городе
In
работать
towns,
на разных работах
on different jobs, on different works, there are
мужчин нет.
no men.
Сегодня в Украине каждый день идет охота на мужчин.
Today, as it is today, it is permanently hunting men in Ukraine.
Людей сотнями воруют на улице.
They just kidnap hundreds of men in the street.
You want to show your Telegram?
No problem, my Telegram. But Зеленский запретил все мои социальные сети.
Zelensky forbidden all of my media.
You can do it if you would like.
Это стандартно заканчивается уже. Будет еще видео.
There are another
короткое.
video. There is another video.
Мой Telegram, да? Прекрасно. Выше поднимайте.
Up,
Выше, да. Еще выше.
even more, up.
Еще. Здесь протест now Ukrainian. Выше, еще поднимаем. Еще. Еще можно. Ну, например,
For example,
This man
this
просто шел по
man
улице.
was simply walking on the street.
Люди Зеленского — это полиция и СБУ.
Policemen and SBU, Zelensky's people,
Просто хватают человека
simply take men
и везут его в подвалы.
and they take them in the basements of SBU.
И требуют от него воевать.
They require from him to go to fight.
Он может не идти на фронт.
He can even not go to fight.
Это стоит $10 тысяч.
This will cost him $10,000.
Зеленский каждый год
Every year,
с
Zelensky
таких структур получает 2-3 миллиарда долларов.
Every year, $2-3 million he receives by these structures. So if somebody doesn't want to go
Миллиардов,
to fight, he will
миллиардов.
have to pay 10,000. It arrives to $2-3 million.
Миллиардов.
Milliards.
No millions.
Billions.
Millions, but nothing.
Billions.
Каждый день они воруют и убивают мирных людей.
Every day they kidnap and kill peaceful people, ordinary people.
Ну, это противостояние людей, которые защищают друг друга.
These are people who just try to defend each other.
So basically what he's saying is when there are people, they're being taken off the street, then actually now the resistance within Ukraine, I think this one is from Odessa, the people help, now it's actually been very visible.
Да, она говорит о том, что все-таки люди защищаются.
Я
в Одессе.
могу вас уверить, эта информация полностью соответствует действительности,
This information is true. I can confirm
что людей мирных в Украине воруют и убивают сотнями мирных.
that people, ordinary people, are being caught and killed, hundreds and thousands of people every day.
Если в Украине ты хочешь жить,
If you want to live in Ukraine,
плати.
you have to pay.
Ты должен платить за жизнь Зеленскому.
You have to pay for your life towards Zelensky.
Здесь можно много еще чего говорить. Я подытожу свою беседу.
This is a lot to say about this, but I will make it shorter.
О том, что все это делается под покровом
All this is made under protection
демократии,
of democracy,
НАТО,
NATO,
Европейского Союза
European Union,
и, собственно, глупости самого Зеленского.
and stupidity of Zelensky himself.
И буквально одна еще информация по линии фронта.
And one more information on military campus.
За 3 года
During the 3 years,
более 500 тысяч человек
more than 500,000 people
убежали с фронта.
escaped from the military.
Fled from the front.
They fled from the front. Okay. Более 500 тысяч, да?
Более 500 тысяч.
More than 500,000.
Это огромные цифры, и это говорит о том, что ситуация критическая.
This is a huge amount of people, and this says that situation is really critical.
Да, это очень коротко ситуация сегодня в моей стране.
This is shortly the situation in my country.
Mr. Arkan, could you please tell us a bit more on the military situation on the front as to, what is the manpower situation, how it is perceived by the ordinary soldiers?
What's the morale situation of the Ukrainian military and
Ну, коротко, что на фронте, какая ситуация и какая, вот добавил мужчина, какая моральная вообще ситуация вот у солдат.
Ну, представьте себе на минутку,
Just imagine
что власть ворует каждый день все, что приходит в Украину, всю помощь, все бюджетные деньги.
that the leaders of Ukraine just take everything that comes for people, just food or any medical help, they just take it.
Зеленский и его ближайшее окружение становятся невероятно богатыми, сказочно.
Zelensky and his and people who are around him get unbelievably rich
А люди вокруг просто умирают.
when ordinary people around are just dying.
Ну и, конечно, то, о чем я сказал, это количество людей, которые уходят с фронта. Оно невероятно большое.
And adding to that, people just fled from the front.
Если говорить технически о линии фронта,
If speaking technically about the line of front,
то, конечно, она системно двигается в сторону Киева.
then truly it comes towards Kiev, closer and closer.
Это процесс, который происходит уже системно.
This is a process that is coming systematically,
Село за селом, село за селом.
village after village,
И просто гибнет все больше и больше людей.
and more people are dying.
So basically what I was trying to get at is the Western ammunition is flowing in great numbers into Ukraine. Is it actually having an impact or not?
I didn't hear the first part of the sentence. While the Western help, excuse me,
No. Western ammunition is going to the front. I mean, basically, West is providing.
западные вот амуниции идут на фронт.
Yes, but is it really translating? And if it isn't translating to any progress on the Ukrainian side, then what do you see is wrong?
Я не очень
Попадает ли военная помощь на фронт? Вооружение попадает ли реально на фронт, да? Значит, из того вооружения, которое получает из Запада Украина,
all that ammunition that is got from the West,
фронт получает 30%.
maybe 30% arrive to front.
Все остальное просто воруют
All the rest is robbed.
и продают в разные страны на черном рынке.
They sell all this on black market in different countries.
Также происходит и с деньгами.
So the same thing happens with money as well.
Сегодня в Украине только то, что известно, в 2024 году
Today in Ukraine, only what we know in 2024
на обороне
on the defense,
потерялось
they,
10 миллиардов долларов.
they lost $10 million, $10 billion.
Actually, regarding, in fact, the smuggling of the weapons all over the world, in 2023, I was speaking with General Paul Valéry, and I was explaining him where he can find the Javelin missile anti-tank, because all the cartel in Mexico, they were buying those weapons from Ukraine.
Ну вот он говорил об этом раньше. В Мексике покупается все это
I'd
оружие.
like to thank you for your testimony, and I wish that our American colleague understand exactly what is happening in Ukraine, despite the fact that yesterday they were denying everything I've been saying.
Ну и он хотел бы, чтобы американская сторона признала это все-таки.
Actually, I would like to enhance your testimony by a personal story. I had a very
Thierry,
good
I'm
friend.
sorry, we are pressed with time right now, and we've just got to. Yeah. But we do need questions. If you've got
No, but
questions,
I
because
want
this
to
is
comment to what
this
he
is
said.
this is an absolutely amazing opportunity to understand,
Yeah.
why is the help that we are providing to Ukraine, it's not translating, and this is a serious question because Ukraine was, it's been the object of this special military operation now for so many years.
Это вот доказательство
Sorry.
того, что много из помощи, которые были посланы Украине, не доходят. И вот это
Ну,
доказательство.
почти все. Почти все.
Mostly everything that was sent to Ukraine doesn't arrive.
Сегодня в Украине чиновники самые богатые люди в мире.
Today, all the leaders of Ukraine are the richest in the world.
Они владеют недвижимостью в Дубае, в Лондоне, в Вашингтоне, в
They
других
have
местах.
immobiliars all over the world.
Если вы думаете, что это одна маленькая квартира, вы ошибаетесь.
If you think it is a little flat, you're wrong.
Это самые дорогие гостиницы и самые дорогие усадьбы, которые могут быть в этих регионах.
This is the most expensive villas and hotels that could be in the world.
What is the Ukrainian people's appetite to continue fighting? What's the feeling of the Ukrainian people after?
Ну а что говорят людям простым продолжать воевать за что? И что они чувствуют вообще, эти люди?
Но нужно понимать, что в Украине с 24 февраля 2022 года
In Ukraine from 22 February,
установлена полная диктатура.
it is a real dictatorship.
Поймите, вы видели мою фотографию?
You saw my picture.
Я народный депутат Украины.
I am the deputy in Ukraine.
За меня проголосовало десятки тысяч людей.
More than tens of thousands of people voted me.
Общий охват моих социальных сетей в месяц
My social media for a month,
50 миллионов человек в месяц.
50,000 people. Millions. 50 millions people.
И со мной сделали вот так.
And they did this to me, nevertheless.
Public engagement, like shares, clicks, likes.
No understand?
Yes, very, very, very.
Yeah,
We
but
will mind.
But the question is, what is the mood? What's the morale of the
Вот
Ukrainian?
it's my
Russian for him.
Instagram.
Что настроение?
25,9 миллионов за месяц, months. It's one platform, and plus YouTube, plus TikTok, plus Telegram, and many people. И это отвечая на ваш вопрос. А что простые люди? Простых людей убивают на улице.
But ordinary people are being killed in the streets.
Просто за то, что они могут сказать слово на русском языке.
Only if they speak a word in Russian,
Или пойти в церковь.
or if they go to the church,
Или сказать плохо про Зеленского.
or even if they say something bad about Zelensky.
Но
But
точка кипения нарастает до максимума.
the boiling point is arriving to the maximum.
И противостояние, конечно же, нарастает.
And of course, people more and more turn to be against all this.
Время Зеленского уже закончилось.
Zelensky's time is mostly over,
Но перед нами встает вопрос следующий.
but we have different question now. The next one:
Как сделать так, чтобы Украина была не антироссией,
how to do in such a way that Ukraine is not against Russia,
а независимым, свободным государством, которое будет сотрудничать со всеми, в том числе с Россией и Белоруссией.
but independent and sovereign country that will continue to collaborate with Russia and Belarus.
Надо понять одну простую вещь.
We have to understand one thing.
Нас не вырежут из карты и не перенесут в другое место.
Our country won't be cut from the map and moved to another place on the map.
Cooperate, not collaborate.
Вчера был праздник День крещения Руси.
Yesterday there was the day of
Holiday.
christening
Medieval
Russia,
It
or
was medieval Christianization of Russia.
okay, Christianization of Russia,
который указывает на то, что Украина, Россия, Беларусь – это
that shows that Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus
не могут враждовать.
cannot be enemies one to another.
Их единство неизбежно.
Their unity is has to be or неизбежно. Must be is a must be.
Yeah, questions, please.
Well, I'll say it can I say it in Russian? Если вы говорите правду, почему Россия invaded,
Напала
напала Украину 3 года тому назад? If you're telling the truth, why is it that Russia invaded Ukraine 3 years ago?
Ну,
Ну, первое.
да.
А?
Вы были против вторжения?
Go ahead. No, the specific.
То есть, если это так, тогда почему Россия напала?
Да.
На
Ну,
Украину.
первое, что нужно сказать, что война началась, военные действия начались не 3 года назад.
The military, the SVO started not 3 years ago.
Вы очень ошибаетесь.
It is wrong to think that it started 3 years ago.
Люди начали гибнуть в 2014 году.
People started to be killed in 2014.
Десятки тысяч людей погибли в период с 2014 года по 2022 год.
Tens of thousands of people started to be killed from 2014 to 2022.
Абсолютно неправильно будет выступать и говорить за этот вопрос только с точки зрения этого периода.
It is not correct to speak about this only in this period of time.
Но если говорить о 2014, за 2014 год,
But if we speak about 2014,
за переворот, который был в Киеве,
about the Переворот.
Переворот is the overturning of the government.
overturning of the government in Ukraine
насильственная смена власти,
and the forced change of the power in the country,
за то, что люди на востоке Украины, в Луганске и в Донецке
for that fact that people in Lugansk and Donetsk
хотели самоопределения,
wanted autonomy.
не хотели, не соглашались с той политикой, которая велась центральной Украиной.
They didn't want to agree with the policy that was in Ukraine.
И из-за этого против них вели армию.
That's why against them there was brought the army.
Вот. И тут можно много говорить, приводить фактов, обстоятельств, правды и неправды.
Here could be many facts brought of the true things or not true.
Какие ракеты куда летели.
Which missiles and were flying to.
Также, конечно, мы с вами можем занять примерно час,
As well as we can speak about this more than 1 hour.
разговаривая на тему расширения НАТО на восток,
About if we speak about expanding NATO from west to the west, to the east,
выход России из части Германии,
the coming out of Russia from Germany,
также условий, которые были оговорены о нерасширении НАТО на восток.
as well as the conditions that were told about expanding NATO
Но,
towards east.
например, США
For example, the USA
никогда бы не согласилась,
would never accept
чтобы войска России стояли в Канаде.
that Russians forces stay in Canada.
Я, как политик из Украины,
Me, as a politician from Ukraine,
могу вам с полной уверенностью сказать,
I can say with absolutely sure
что власть Порошенко и власть Зеленского
that Poroshenko's and Zelensky's power
делали все,
were doing everything
чтобы Россия ввела войска на территорию Украины.
to make Russia assault Ukraine.
Путин был против того, чтобы в состав принимать Луганскую и Донецкую область.
Putin was against taking Lugansk and Donetsk in the territory as a territory of Russia.
Он до последнего хотел говорить.
To the last moment, he wanted to talk about this.
Как-то так.
This was the fact.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
Can you tell me why you didn't mention the Russian seizure of Crimea in 2014? How come that doesn't seem to have happened?
Почему вы ничего не сказали о том, что Россия забрала Крым в 2014?
А почему вы не можете подумать о том, что есть предварительная история этого?
If we speak about history,
Что Крым, возможно, не принадлежал Украине.
that Крым wasn't Ukrainian,
Возможно, люди в Крыму не хотели жить в составе Украины.
and possibly, so first, possibly it wasn't Ukraine. The second, possibly people didn't want to come to be in Ukraine. People from Crimea didn't want to consider themselves Ukrainian territory.
Есть много других вопросов, и если судить только с точки зрения поверхностного осмотрения,
There are many questions, and if we look at them from, как сказать, поверхностно, in generally,
правды здесь мы не найдем.
we wouldn't be able to find the truth.
Well, Stefan, I'm a little surprised because you have a PhD in Russian history.
Yes.
All those details, you should know it if you have been studying.
Очень удивлен, вы также защищались в истории, у вас докторская в истории, да?
I will send you, in fact, the article of law
Значит, он им говорит.
explaining that the reattachment of Crimea to the SSR entity of Ukraine was illegal on the Russian legal point of view. I will send you all the article.
То есть он имеет в виду, что Крым было незаконно забрать в Украину.
Actually, this is in my book. You can read it.
У него в книге написано, можете прочитать. Он сказал, он ответил вот мужчине, что у вас история в истории дегри, то есть вы доктор исторических наук, почему вы спрашиваете?
У меня есть одна
Да.
очень важный вопрос. What do you think that, currently, as it stands, Ukrainian territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, and so on and so forth are under Russian occupation?
Да, сегодня Донецк и Луганск под Россией.
What is your plan, and what would you want to do for your country to have those territories back, or find some sort of a
Какие планы у Украины? Получить эти территории обратно на территорию Украины? Или что делать дальше?
В 2020 году
In 2020,
я предложил Зеленскому
I suggested to Zelensky
вести диалог с Луганском и Донецком.
to have the dialogue with Lugansk and Donetsk.
Я сказал, что мы должны начинать вести диалог, так как Петр Порошенко этого не делал.
I said that we should have dialogue with them, as Poroshenko never had this.
Мне пригрозили смертью за это.
I was threatened with death for this proposition.
За то, что я хотел закончить войну тогда.
Because at that time I wanted to finish the war.
Вернуть наши территории
To turn back these territories,
можно исключительно мирным путем,
we can only in a peaceful way.
когда между Украиной, украинской властью
When between Ukraine and Ukrainian power,
властью Москвы и Минска
when between Russia's power and Minsk, Belarus,
не будет кардинальных разногласий.
when they would be totally agreeing. And
Тогда и вопрос границ стоять не будет.
at that time, the question about borders wouldn't stay.
Пока этого не сделано,
As
пока
long as we don't have this agreement, total agreement between
власть
us,
в Украине диктует вражду к России,
the power of Ukraine is dictating the hate towards Russia.
эти территории будут за забором.
These territories would be behind the fence.
Сегодня это 4 территории плюс Крым.
Today it is 4 territories, 4 regions, and Crimea.
Если срочно не сменить ситуацию в Украине,
If changing the situation immediately in Ukraine,
это будет 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 областей.
so if the situation is not changing immediately in Ukraine, so there will be 5 regions, 6, 7.
Поэтому, отвечая на ваш вопрос,
So replying on your question,
у нас есть только один вариант.
we have just one
Это политика коммуникации и дружбы с Россией. Другого варианта нет.
politics, communication, and friendship with Russia.
Мы не можем получить никаких других гарантий безопасности,
We cannot get any guarantee of security,
кроме прямой, понятной взаимодействия с Россией.
but with only direct agreement with Russia.
Мы, Украина, сейчас выступаем палкой для битья.
Today, we, as a country, Ukraine, we are like batting around, yeah.
А должны быть мостом
But we should be a bridge
между Востоком и Западом.
between East and West.
Actually, I have a question for you. Do
Вопрос.
you know Dima Stankiewicz, the former secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Klimkin?
Знаете ли вы Крымкина, министра иностранных дел?
Министр иностранных дел.
Крымкин? Крым?
Pavlo Klimkin was the Minister of Foreign Affairs post-Maidan.
После
не знаю,
Майдана.
And his secretary was Dima Stankiewicz, a good friend of mine, actually.
Дима Станкович был его секретарем. Это сразу после Майдана. Знаете это?
In 2016, I was suggesting Dima to
Terry, it's time for tea right now. We can talk this informally over tea. Okay?
well, it's important for him actually because
Yes.
the model that Ukraine should adopt is the model that Switzerland have been adopting, which is
Ну, он хочет сказать, что швейцарская там модель была бы хорошая для Украины.
commercial hub, a free zone exchange between the West and the East, as he said.
Yeah, we will come to that at the third session, session C. Okay? We will come to that. But yes, right now we must break up for tea because it's already 11:30, and I have to thank you very much.
Да, еще, Сенки, один вопрос. То, о чем тоже говорил мой коллега, наш участник конференции. Никто не спрашивал у Украины, хочет ли она в ЕС, хочет ли она в НАТО. У нас в Конституции записано, что мы внеблоковое государство. Ну, о чем мы тогда
we
говорим?
were never asked to enter NATO, or because we are, as a constitution, we are.
Constitution explicitly says that Ukraine is not, will not be a member of NATO.
Ну, вот он дополняет, что Конституция говорит, что никогда Украина не должна быть частью НАТО.
Ну, а нам постоянно говорят и навязывают то, что мы должны быть в НАТО, Евросоюзе, и этим самым провоцируя Российскую Федерацию на всех этапах.
But we are forced to get into NATO.
Окей.
We take a little break. Thank you so much.
Thank
because
you.
It's an exceptional opportunity, you know, to hear from somebody who is actually rooted in and you know, in the real situation in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ой, я замучила вас.
I think we should all break and then come back. I know this is a doctor, but it's the
economies, foreign investment.
Are we ready?
I'm just curious.
No, I'm not. It's Peter first.
No, you.
No, it's
No,
Mr.
I'm next.
Peter.
Oh, it's Peter?
Mr. Peter.
Yeah.
So we're back. And Mr. Peter, first, I think you will be speaking on behalf of the United States.
Yes.
And please do introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Peter Husey, and I'm Senior Fellow at the National Institute of Deterrence Studies. And I'm also President of Geostrategic Analysis, a company I founded in 1981. And my particular interests are nuclear deterrence, including the aspects of space and missile defense, but 4 countries, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, are those that I spend most of my time looking at their nuclear threat. And is the United States nuclear deterrent sufficient, capable to deter the use of nuclear weapons by anybody at any time? It's not just a question of certain people. You don't want to, my view is once nuclear weapons of any kind are used, it's rolling the dice. I don't agree with Annie Jacobson, who thinks that any use of nuclear weapons would result in Armageddon, and therefore she claims don't have nuclear deterrence at all. Take it off the table and go towards abolition. The question of abolition is, what do you do in the meantime? Because try getting Pakistan and India to abolish their nuclear weapons. I mean, just to start there, even if China said we'll take care of Pakistan and the US said, okay, we'll take care of India in the event of, let's say, conventional. So I'm going to talk about 4 things. What has been the impact of the Ukraine conflict on our nuclear and extended deterrent? You've seen a lot of discussion in France by Macron and others about substituting a European-centric nuclear deterrent versus America's. And to the extent that our deterrent has been diminished, which I'll walk through the way it has, can you restore that deterrent in a timely manner to resolve the conflict in Ukraine, however the parties decide to resolve it? And that brings us to the third point, is whatever deal you're going to make on Ukraine, whatever it is, you have to enforce it. Everybody has to say, yes, we'll agree to the terms of the deal. And that means Russia, that means Finland, that means Ukraine, means the Baltics, means the United States and NATO at large. And unless you have a very strong deterrent capability on both sides, on all sides, you're going to have a hard time enforcing a deal, or you're going to be worried every day that someone may break it. And then the question, if someone breaks it and they make an incursion into the Baltics or something, you're going to say, oh man, what then happened? So the fourth issue is the immediate or near-term ability to restore sovereignty lies firmly in you have to demonstrate you're serious about those deterrence measures that you claim verbally. We will stop you from doing X, because when you don't stop someone from doing X and you wink at it, you've harmed your deterrent. Let's walk through, understand how this has happened. And I'm giving you a perspective from American, primarily conservative, pro-defense people who are trying to restore our American deterrent in the defense budget and the reconciliation budget that has now been approved by Congress and signed into law. And here it is strange. When we went into and took Saddam out of Kuwait, and when we took down the Taliban, and if you've read the book Horse Warriors, we did it by December 2001. And then we decided, oh shit, we got to do nation building and then we did the same thing, took down Saddam's army in record time, a matter of months. And then we decided to nation build for the next 20 years. And so it canceled out all the deterrent credibility we got from Iraq, both Desert Storm and taking down Saddam, and took away the credibility we got in taking down the Taliban, because we ended up in what critics call endless wars. And that really did jeopardized deterrence. It did it in a number of ways. It reduced congressional support for a strong defense. And it reduced congressional support and administration support in getting involved where we should get involved in the world. I don't mean getting involved just for the hell of it because something goes wrong in Romania and you decide, oh, we can't be, everybody said, well, we can't be the world's policeman. That's true. We have to decide where it is that's important. But if you decide that something's important and then you don't, like we did in 2014, when Obama said, Ukraine is not important to us. And then he issued regulations putting an embargo on Ukraine, not on Russia, not on both of them, but just Ukraine. And in many people's mind, particularly in Europe, but in Congress as well, if that's where you're going with this, Mr. President, you have really undermined what we said in 1994 in the agreement on Ukraine, which is we would defend Ukraine's sovereignty. We're not going to put them in NATO yet. We're going to leave that up to the future. But we kind of walked away from that too after 1994, saying that we really thought this was very important. So ironically, we enhanced deterrence by kicking Saddam out of Kuwait, and the Chinese and the Russians studied that meticulously. But one of the things we decided on all three elements was wars are going to be very quick, like Desert Storm. So we told the industrial base in America, you don't need to have big stockpiles of weapons or be able to produce a lot of weapons, number one. And the Pentagon decided not to plan for wars that were going to last more than literally a couple months. And that's why in this war with Ukraine, we're shipping stuff and we're trying to produce at the same time. Our industrial base can't keep up with the demand. And that's why you have, apart from the politics, you have intermittent production gaps. But at the same time, the law says if your stockpile in the Pentagon goes below a certain level, you have to stop shipments of it. It's by law, because it doesn't allow you to implement your deterrent policy if the war breaks out somewhere in the world where you're required to, either by treaty or by congressional action, like in Korea or someplace, have to do something. So we lost a lot of deterrence. And then in 2021, we had the terrible withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we left tens of billions of dollars, not only of a military base, but of weapons, which the Taliban then took the weapons and sold them all over the world.
$84 billion.
Pardon?
$84 billion.
No, that was the total cost of the base, plus the money we left, but the actual nominal weapons was, it's hard, somewhere between 32 and 36 billion, something like that, of actual weapons. Some of them were Humvees, some were missiles, anti-aircraft stuff, a whole variety of things. The problem is that's a huge amount of weaponry. When you look at what your sales of Russia, United States combined, how much we sell to the world militarily, this was equal to it. So it basically doubled the amount of weapons available floating around, and who knows who the Taliban sold them to, we don't know. So if you go back before 2014, in 2008, when the Russians went into Moldova, we didn't do anything. We said, no, don't do that, and we were ignored. In 2014, we put an embargo on Ukraine, not on Russia. And then to make it even worse, we did the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Program of Action, which wasn't joint, was not a program, had nothing to do with action. We basically, as an Air Force general put it, we gave Iran a pathway to get nuclear weapons when when the deal expired, which it does. In fact, most of it expires within the next few months, unless we could do a snapback, but I think we have to do it before October. So I wrote an op-ed on this called The Big Wink. And with Iran, starting in '79, all the way along, we winked. We'd never ponied up to the table until what Mr. Trump did and what Israel did recently is it restored deterrence to some degree. But, and as David Albright, has pointed out, The NPT needs to be enforced sometimes with military action. I wish it wasn't the case, but thank God we only have North Korea having busted out of the NPT. But the worry is that if Iran gets out of the NPT, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, the whole cascade of nuclear programs may come to fulfillment in the Middle East, particularly in the Arab world. It's amazing, as someone who lived in Korea and Japan as a student in college, the push in Korea is much stronger than it is in Japan, but there's real worry about, can we rely on the Americans to come to our defense and risk the use of nuclear weapons against North Korea? Or do we, South Korea, get our own? Or there is an alternative, bring American nuclear weapons back to the peninsula, which we had previously. But remember, in 1991, George Bush, God love him, decided to do something called the Presidential Nuclear Initiative, where he took down worldwide all our theater nuclear weapons except for 100 gravity bombs left in Europe. And gravity bombs, by definition, you have to put them in a fighter plane. The fighter plane has to go where it's meant to go, and the target has to go through air defenses, has to go through other fighter planes, and then get over the target and drop it, as opposed to a cruise missile, which I could launch from a submarine or I could launch from a cruiser. The problem is we have no nuclear-armed cruise missiles in our inventory. They used to be called Tomahawks, and they were both conventional and nuclear. Now we're proposing to build new Tomahawks. We'll call them the Sea Launched Cruise Missile Nuclear. The problem is that you ask industry, how long would it take you to do this? They say alternately between 3 and 5 and 7 years. And the question then is, the bad guy's calendar, as Dory Gold from Israel once said, the bad guy's calendar is not the same as your calendar. Whoever you want to define as the bad guys. They have their own calendar, and they don't tell us what they're planning. If you look at from Pearl Harbor to 9/11, it's always interesting to me that people say, well, the attack you didn't know it was imminent, so you couldn't take on Iran, or you couldn't take down the Taliban, or you couldn't take down Saddam. The question is, if you look at all the attacks we suffered, and other countries have too, none of them were stopped because we found out they were imminent. The bad guys don't tell you they're imminent. They don't tell you your plans. Oh, we're going to do 9/11 day after tomorrow. Now, did we miss some of the tea leaves? I'm always fascinated by Pearl Harbor. As one of my Japanese professors told us, he said, you thought Pearl Harbor was safe because it's a very shallow harbor, which it is. And at the time, if you dropped a torpedo from a fighter plane, from a jet, it would go into the bottom of the Pearl Harbor because it can't become buoyant quick enough. Well, guess what those tricky Japanese did? They started dropping them in Tokyo Bay and working on, which is also very shallow, and they got them so they become buoyant very quickly. Bingo, they solved the problem. So Pearl Harbor, instead of being a sanctuary for our Navy, that's why they were sent there. We have these conspirators who think Roosevelt sent them all there so they get all blown up so we would the table, which is what Mr. Biden did. And I understand why. They said we worry about escalation. And by saying that, they give the initiative to Mr. Putin or whoever wants to use weaponry by saying they get to decide to escalate. Because we're worried about getting tough and saying, well, we're going to turn. I mean, there's a saying that, yes, sir, you can use nuclear weapons against us, but it's the last thing you'll ever do. That's a very strong statement about nuclear deterrence. Now, a lot of people think that's not credible. And on the other hand, you have people who think, yeah, Putin's making all these, you've heard Medvedev. I mean, he's even crazier than some, but he's the mouthpiece, and he says things about you're risking World War III day after tomorrow. And a lot of people say, members of Congress in particular that I've talked to, both conservative and liberal, doesn't matter. They say, oh, he's bluffing. Russia will not risk nuclear war over Ukraine. However, how reckless is Mr. Putin in terms of how serious is he using a nuclear device in take out Aviano or airfield there, or an airfield in a country, in a non-nuclear country? I don't think he'd risk it France or Britain, but that is something that Putin is not telling us. He's not saying, oh, I'm really serious about using this stuff. The threats are there. Every couple days he will issue it. And the question is, if you want a settlement in Ukraine, of any, I don't care, whatever you decide to do, unless you're willing to establish a firm basis of nuclear deterrence and conventional deterrence, that deal won't hold. Whatever the deal is, whatever the, pardon?
Does the fact that Russia have got Orezhnik hypersonic missiles
are hypersonic, sea-launched cruise missiles, ballistic missiles are hypersonic. Even cruise missiles on this bombers are hypersonic. Hypersonic just means 600 miles, which is the speed of sound, plus what?
Well,
You can do 15 times that. Now,
8,000 miles an hour?
if you're going to talk about a cruise missile launched from, let's say, Kaliningrad, and it's hypersonic, which is double, at least double that speed, it can get to Warsaw in about, this is not classified, it's my own estimate, about 4.5 minutes. Well, can you figure out where it is that it been launched? Can you then do a flight pattern, where's it going? And then tell your THAAD or your Patriot or whomever, whatever missile defense you have, there you can go get it. And if you can't do that, where the hell is it gonna land? Can you do that in 3.5, 4 minutes? No, that's a threat that is big time. Now, we don't have any controls over cruise missiles that aren't.
I think that
Aboard a bomber.
you are not understanding what.
Sir, I'm speaking and we'll get to Q&A. Don't insult me. I've been doing this for 45 years.
As he was in
This is my business. And I'll be happy to answer your questions, but okay, let me finish. So you've got to get serious about this, because otherwise you let your adversary pick and choose when to initiate the use of an escalatory attack. The whole point of deterrence is to keep whatever conflict is involved, military, below a certain level, and hopefully keep a crisis from going to a military conflict. Nuclear weapons are not just to stop the use of nuclear weapons. They are designed to stop the use of any weapons, particularly conventional. Our whole nuclear deterrent in Europe was to prevent a Russian invasion of conventional invasion through Germany, through the Fulda Gap, not just the use of nuclear weapons. So in order to do this, what are our options? They're not a lot. We can do a Navy cruise missile. We can put cruise missiles aboard airplanes. We can economically do sanctions and enforce them, because that is another way of establishing deterrence. It isn't just military. It's one of the things President Reagan did early on in the Cold War, his administration was, we determined, it was very easy, is banks were loaning the Warsaw Pact billions of dollars that they weren't paying back in loans. And so we would go to them and say, okay, we'll take the interest you owe plus the principal, give you more principal, and wrap it all up in a note and say the banks would give it to Poland or Romania or Czechoslovakia. And the Russians didn't owe us a nickel. They never paid anything. Roger Robinson, who was on the National Security Council, who'd worked for Chase Manhattan Bank, and Mr. Rockefeller was his boss, he went to Rockefeller and said, would you take all these loans and make Russia to be the note payer, not the Warsaw Pact? And he said, sure. And all the banks redid all the loans and said, Moscow, you're on the hook. And all of a sudden, we added about $18 billion of principal plus interest to the Russian exchequer, and that got their attention. That was one of, if you read, there's an essay called How Reagan Won the Cold War, and it's by Mr. Norquist, whose son is Grover, who's head of American for Taxpayers Reform. This is written in 2001. It was written for the National Intelligencer. It was written from a management point of view of, and there's a chart in it. It says the Russian foreign exchange in 1981 was $18 billion plus, mainly from arms sales. By the end of the Reagan administration, the cost of maintaining their empire was $96 billion. That's why they lost the Cold War. That's why the USSR had to fold, is they just simply couldn't afford, when you add in Nicaragua and Cuba and Angola and Afghanistan, plus the loans to the Eastern Bloc, plus the fact that contradiction within the Soviet system simply wasn't alacrity enough to meet the need for military, particularly small scale stuff, miniaturization, space, and so forth. And Andropov had seen this way back in the 70s, and why he eventually said, Gorbachev, you got to wait your time, but you're my guy, because you're going to do a smiley face to the world, and we're going to get all this Western money and technology, because otherwise the revolution in military affairs will bury us. And he was right, because if we cut off that, remember when Mulroney, who was the Prime Minister of Canada, came to us and said, Toshiba is selling the Russians high-tech computer stuff, and we need to arrest them and shut it down. And Reagan, God love him, said, no, no, no. We'll have Toshiba keep selling them the stuff, but they'll put software in the technology that goes bust. And when you remember the gas pipeline in Europe, in Russia, that blew up, and we thought it was a nuclear weapon, it was so big. That was the bad chips they put in pipeline technology that was sold to the Russians. So the Russians found a lot of their military equipment was on random, almost a random basis, not working, and they couldn't figure out. So when you do a military equipment production and you get a problem, it shows up in every single weapon system of that kind. And then you can go back and fix it. But when this part breaks, and then 6 months later, this part breaks, and then it looks random, you have to shut the whole production line and go back and start from day one, which is what we did with Toshiba. And we let them know. We talked to them. We said, okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to sell the Russians the same stuff you're selling, but you're going to put malware in it so that it blows up every once in a while. So what Reagan did, in my mind, was an extraordinary feat of, without having to go to war with Russia militarily. It doesn't mean we didn't deter them. It doesn't mean we didn't strengthen NATO. Didn't mean we didn't put in the Pershings and Glickums in Europe. We did. And we gave arms to our friends in El Salvador so they could win that war. But that's what credible deterrence is. And the question is, in my mind, irrespective of what deal you come up with on Ukraine, if the alternative of Russia taking over the entire country is not on the table, and if it's not on the table that you kick Russia out of all of Ukraine, even though I would like to see that and restore their sovereignty, whatever deal you come up with that ends this crazy, horrible war, you're going to have to deter people from breaking it. And that requires the United States getting our act together, which is what the president is trying to do. But once you've lost deterrence, which I think we did in some respects, and I think that's why Biden lost the election in part, was they saw it, particularly in Afghanistan and Iran, is you have to restore deterrence, but deterrence has to be a two-way street. The idea, for example, that I'm going to finish on this, that NATO has plans to invade Russia. I look at military budgets in detail. I don't know how many of you have ever done. There are thousands of what are called program elements. It's the only budget in the United States that has this. All others are broad categories. If you look at the Navy, the Marines, US Air Force, Army, general stuff, which is under the Office of Secretary of Defense, like missile defense, it's not a service thing, it's central. And then you look at every element, PEs, down to the nickel. There is no money to put forces in NATO that would be able to invade Russia. And my question is, if we invaded Russia, what the hell would we do with it? Because how much would you take? I mean, what do you do? Get to Moscow and take over the Kremlin? And what do you do then? I mean, it's absurd to think that the Baltics, when you look at their capability, it's totally defensive. You look at Hungary, you look at Poland. Do they have missile defenses, which even Gorbachev said were offensive? Missile defenses in Poland cannot shoot down a Russian ICBM going over the pole to America. It's a tail chase. And the ICBM goes 15,000 miles an hour. And the THAAD or Patriot or Aegis interceptor goes less than the speed of sound. Okay, so less than 600 kilometers an hour. So there's no way with a Russian ICBM going over the pole towards North Dakota could be caught by a interceptor in Poland, Romania, the Baltic Sea, doesn't matter where it is. Now, could it stop an interceptor coming from Russia towards Berlin? Yes, if the logistics are right. So I would say that I understand being as nice as I can to our friends in the Kremlin. Okay, I understand you don't want American nuclear weapons in Ukraine or Poland. Understood. We don't have them there. We have no plans to put them there. There's no money in the budget to do that, okay? If we do have cruise missiles aboard subs, they'll be in the Baltic or the Mediterranean. And they're to basically counter Russia's 2,000, 4,000 theater nuclear weapons they already have, okay? And they are in Russia, but Russia's also said they moved some to Belarus. How true that is, I don't know. But Russia's theater weapons can reach all of Europe. Our theater weapons have to fly from Britain or Aviano or someplace many minutes, half an hour, whatever the numbers are classified, I don't know what they are. But it takes a long time for a fighter plane. Plus, I've got to go through air defenses and I got to go through Russian Air Force to get there. Now, is it a deterrent? Minimal. Does it need to be enhanced? I believe yes. But what that does is it just says on both sides, let's not talk about the use of nuclear weapons. Let's not talk about escalating to that level. Let's find a way we can, however you want to settle this, end this war. Now, my colleagues to my right here and myself would like to see Ukraine's sovereignty restored. But even if it is restored fully, you still got to come up with a deal that says, okay, what's the future? And that, I hope, is what the conference here can discuss, which is what would a future deal look like that protected the sovereignty and the security interests of all the parties involved. And that includes Russia, and that includes Belarus, it includes the Baltics, it includes Ukraine. But I see a very bad future if this war goes on for another 3.5, 4 years. Because the only place it's going to get demolished is more and more apartment buildings and whatever is getting blown up in Ukraine. And some of Russia will get hit because the Ukrainians are going into Russia proper. But the war is primarily killing Ukrainians. Russian soldiers, yes, but it's Ukraine, the country, physically, which is getting destroyed in more and more. And I think, in my view, I don't think Russia's going to win the war. And I don't think Ukraine, and I hate to say this, I'm not sure Ukraine can kick Russia out of all of Ukraine. But the question then is, whatever option we can come up with, you have to enforce it and you have to deter anybody from breaking it. And the question is, that's where I am, although as my friend Steve Blank has been talking about, he believes that there is a way to completely restore Ukraine's sovereignty as declared. And I hope they're right, because I think in the balance of things, the world order we should talk about is protecting and saying, yeah, your sovereignty as a country is inviolate, even if inside your country you're doing bad things. We don't have very good mechanisms to deal with that. We have the UN, we have the World Court, we have bilateral relations, we have aid, we have trade, we have sanctions. They're not all good because everybody talks about the United States being the sole superpower. Baloney. We can't get North Korea to do what we want them to do. We can't get Iran to do what we want them to do. Be nice, but this is a tough business we're in because there are some, George Bush said, there's some bad hombres out there. So anyway, I want to thank Deputy. Thank you, dear, for being able to come and talk to us here today.
Thank you, sir. Very much. I have to say it's been quite illuminating, and
Pardon?
It's been very illuminating, and I think we will dissect what you said on realistic terms. What I'll do, I'll be putting on Google Earth, and we'll be looking at the actual threat in the Baltic areas. You know, something that is actually happening right now. And please, could you help us talk through some of the points, military points that you said? Yeah. Just keep bearing. In the meantime, if you want to carry on with some questions for Mr. Peter, please do. Yeah.
You know that people have a very bad reputation of being impolite, and unfortunately, I think this is not going to go better. Anyway, so basically, I've been really appreciating the joke regarding the chipset with some malware exploding Nord Stream 2. I will report this to the CEO of Technique. I'm sure that this is going to amuse you. Anyway, regarding deterrence, first of all, the Oreshnik missile has a capacity that is very particular, that it seems that people haven't been understanding. That is based on MHD technology developed by Jean-Pierre Petit, with whom I was dining something like 3 weeks ago. One of my neighbors. This is a missile that can change direction anytime. It can change altitude. Therefore, you cannot predict where it's going to go, how it's going to go. So to deter this kind of missile, that is going to be kind of a challenge. Now, regarding deterrence, does the United States plan, in fact, to deter Poland, Hungary, and Romania, regarding the fact that they are planning to acquire, or they are already doing it, especially Poland that is buying, in fact, all the lands of Volhynia and Galicia, distributing Polish passport to the people they are buying the lands from. In Transcarpathia, Hungary is doing exactly the same thing. And actually, there was a declaration of one of the deputies of Romania claiming that the region of Chernivtsi is belonging to Romania. So basically, it seems to me that a lot of people in Europe are planning, in fact, to Balkanize completely Ukraine. And I'm just wondering, who is going to stop them to do so? It's a question.
No, thank you for that. Mr. Peter, would you like to take the question? No.
Well, there's a map here of Ukraine, of Romania.
Yeah.
Where is it going to invade Russia?
You see
right there.
The sort of V that is determined. This is the region of Chernivtsi that I know very well because I have a very good friend of mine.
What you're saying is some people in Romania are talking about grabbing some parts of what looks to be like Moldova and parts of Ukraine.
This is coming from a Romanian deputy.
Yeah, but how does that harm Russia?
But who cares about Russia? I'm talking about, in fact, the annexation of a region of Ukraine by Romania. Just answer the question. Are you going to deter them with nuclear weapons or sanction or whatever? It's a question.
I would seriously doubt Romania has any serious
I will send you the
plans of
article.
going. I know
will send you
I've seen the
video.
I've seen the rhetoric. I've seen I've seen the op-eds and so forth. I've heard that Romania wants to grab some Ukraine, that Poland wants to grab some of Ukraine, that Belarus wants to grab some of Ukraine, and Russia already did. So now we're meant to what?
No, I'm just asking you, what would you be doing?
We would do deterrence. We would do deterrence like we do
So-
deterrence with other countries.
So basically, the gist of Mr. Peter's talk was establishing deterrence.
Yes, it's about
Right?
deterrence.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is, if Mr. Peter was, you were talking about the time.
Well, what the
timeline.
gentleman is saying is that Romania needs to be deterred from grabbing parts of Ukraine, and my answer would be, yeah, okay, add that to the list.
Not for grabbing.
But it doesn't
from
mean deterrence is not needed.
From preventing the grabbing. And actually, Poland is already doing this. This is a European deputy, Mr. Hervé Juvin, that has been reporting me this fact because he was in the region and he saw what Poland is doing within Galicia and Volhynia. They are buying the lands, they are distributing passports. So basically, what are the intention of Poland is to grab this part of Ukraine. What are you doing? In fact, to deter this, are you going to apply sanctions to Poland? It's a question.
You'd have to ask the administration.
Yeah, well,
I think it's perfectly reasonable to say you should do everything possible to prevent them from
Yeah, but,
grabbing. But, sir, why are you upset about Poland and Romania grabbing Ukraine when you're not upset about Russia?
No, I am not obsessed. I'm sorry. I'm just asking you
That's
a
a genuine
question.
question,
It's a
sir.
simple one.
Yeah, and North Korea may want to grab part of South Korea. That doesn't mean you take deterrence off the table.
Well, it's already happening.
No, what you're saying is that
This has been reported to me
it's a
by
very
European
complicated,
deputy.
it's very complicated, and there are a lot of countries that need to be deterred. Agreed. No problem. But that tells me I need to strengthen deterrence, not weaken it.
Yes, the point of the talk was actually deterrence. You were saying that if you establish credible deterrence, then there is no, people don't, they'll think twice.
And you could do it economically, politically, diplomatically, militarily. It's not like we don't have tools available to deal with Romania and Poland because they are part of NATO. And under NATO rules, they don't have the right to grab anybody.
You talk about Poland, Romania. We can talk also about the Golan Heights that has been
The what?
seized by
Golan Heights.
the
Oh,
Golan
okay.
Heights
Oh,
that have been
Jesus.
seized by Israel. We can talk about the integrity.
It always
of
comes
the
back
Syrian-
to
we
always
can
comes
talk
back to the
about
Jews did it.
integrity of the Syrian territory that has been completely torn
Okay,
apart.
okay, wait.
There is a lot of examples.
Terry, we will get there.
My
We
goodness.
will get there. It's quite complicated, and this is a testimony how complicated it is. Yes.
I'm just
But
putting
we're
pressure
doing
on
it
the
slice
table,
by slice. Okay, slice by slice. Look, the gist of Mr. Peters' talk was like, okay, if we have credible deterrence. Oh well, now we have moved a little bit more. Sorry for the resolution. I haven't been able to put Google Earth on. That would be much better, actually.
Provinces.
It's still working.
Jesus, I didn't know there were that many.
So, Ms.
Yeah, plus what,
Mr.
1,300
Peter.
different languages or something? Or 700
Mr.
or,
Peter, a question for you.
well, that's enough.
So here we've got the Baltics, and that's the Nordic, contact line with Russian Federation. So one of the solutions could be that, okay, there is, what you're saying is we've got manning of this contact line, is it?
Whatever deal you come up with Ukraine
Is it?
is going to involve a whole lot of other countries.
So,
And they're all going to have to agree, here are the terms now,
yes,
and if there's disengagement, here's the other. And in the future, who gets what? Are they part of NATO? Are they not? What kind of military assistance can they have? How detailed it gets depends on what's needed, I suppose. But unless it's abided by, it's going to, can you imagine if it happens again? Whoever it is, whatever it is, if Poland grabs certain parts of, or Romania, or Russia does it again. The question is, the whole point is conventional wars can lead to nuclear wars, although they haven't yet. The question then is, our nuclear deterrent is designed to stop conventional wars, because that's where you could escalate to the nuclear. I don't think you're going to have a nuclear war start like that. Someone's going to, but it could grow out of, as Admiral Meese points out, it can grow out of conventional war, which is the whole point of extended deterrence, which is why when Mr. Biden was thinking about no first use, all our European allies and Japan and Korea said, no, 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 don't go there, because your whole extended deterrent is you may need to use nuclear force in response to a conventional attack. Now, it may be theater nuclear weapons, but nonetheless, you have that escalatory ability, which is part and parcel of extended deterrence. Now, there are people who think that that's iffy, but without it, remember, between 1914 and 1945, 93 million people died in conventional war.
Yes, I mean, look.
And the number per year compared then to since 1945 is 200 times less,
So basically,
which is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
If you've seen, there is a chart that the Navy did years ago where they had the number of battle deaths per million people. And the number from 1914 to 1945 was huge. And it was, as I said, 93 million people died. Now, true, a lot of those, most of them were, I think, civilians, were caught up in the crossfire. But, so deterrence has worked since 1945. The question is, it's delicate and it needs to be strengthened.
So my question, yeah, please.
There's absolutely something that needs to be added. It's just not the deterrence that has worked after 45 years, it's absence of threat. Finland's.
But that's the whole point of deterrence. The whole point of deterrence is to tell people who want to do bad things, don't even try, don't even put your forces on the table, because it won't work.
We did not have that. We had nothing of that. We completely capitulated.
Yes, but in Europe, across the Fulda Gap, we had the Warsaw Pact. That was a huge threat.
That's a different issue. You are missing now the point that there is a difference between alliances or blocs and countries. What is the whole, like even our leaders, Finnish leaders are completely missing the Finnish example of how to solve the Ukrainian crisis. It's there. It's not true force. Russia will not allow it. It's a fairy tale that you can take any land back from what Russia has taken now. It's gone now. It's gone. Like our land was gone. We have to accept the reality and neutralize.
Well, as I said, any agreement, even if that's the agreement, has to be kept. Even if you say no land will exchange hands, it's the status quo.
Yeah, but we didn't have any of those.
I think the problem for Ukraine at the moment is the longer the war goes on, the more they lose there.
Yes,
Business, your
that's
first
very-
loss is always your best loss,
Exactly.
and we didn't take the first loss. We could have taken that 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I mean, that is a consistent concern from both sides, that, okay, the
Well,
longer
after
this-
2014, if we'd said, okay, we accept this and don't do anything more, you still would have had to enforce that.
Absolutely.
And there's no guarantee that it would have been enforced. Who
A
knows?
question about the Orezhnik. Do we have a counter to the Orezhnik missile? And isn't that blur the lines between nuclear and conventional
What?
weapons, given its kinetic energy?
The the theater nuclear forces are under no controls. There's no treaty, never has been. There's been a treaty on INF missiles, but it wasn't on what's on top of the missile, which is nuclear. It was the missile itself at a certain range. And that range was below strategic, but above a lot of small conventional weapons. And that got rid of them all. But that's because we knew where they were. But there's no controls over theater nuclear weapons now.
And that's what the Orezhnik missile is classed as.
Well, that's what the Russians have. As I said, DIA says 1,900 to 2,000. Other experts think it's Russians had tens and tens of thousands of this stuff. And the thing is, they don't give us an inventory. But Russian officials have said, we cut them 40%, or we cut them 70%. When Putin was asked, how many theater nuclear weapons do you have? And he said, I have what they told me I had when I became president. Which was like, well, okay, what'd they tell you? Well, he's not saying. So
Well, what he's saying is he's claiming he has to add it to.
you pick a number and then you tell me where they are, which again is, who knows? But they're close enough to most of Europe that they are, we don't call them strategic, but they can hit every country in Europe, including Great Britain.
Yes.
And the Oreshnik is also supersonic, and they're dual capable.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're dual capable. So you may look at something and say, well, that's a conventional weapon. And then turn around and say, well, it's configured. Our weapons in America are not dual capable. You can't take a B-52 that's not nuclear capable and say, hey, Louis, put a nuke on it. No way. You got to go through a whole redoing. Same thing with the Joint Strike Fighters. Some are nuclear capable, but most are not.
So
And that is because...
when the Russians ring us up and say, we're just flying an Oreshnik, you're all right, it's not got a nuclear warhead. We just have to take
What?
their word for it.
Yeah.
Do you believe them?
Yes.
If you believe them.
No, so may I just make a
If we
type?
don't
Yes.
believe them, what are we going to do?
You know, Andrew, that's a very important point, because that's when the telephones are very important. You know, actually, you are talking, and you know exactly what you're dealing with. But let's get back to your thing. So basically, would you like to illustrate it with this, essentially, you know, in terms of...
No, I mean,
what
it's very well done when you do that. You get that yellow line
Yeah.
from the top of Finland all the way down is...
Well, basically, you've got
You
that
don't
range
have-
there, and then you've got...
You don't have countries that are necessarily physically adjacent to Russia, where they could say, look, we're next to each other, let's trade, let's have an economic zone, and let's have a demilitarized zone 100 miles on each side of the border, and we'll work together. We may not like each other, but you have a different system, but that's okay. You can't do that when you're not physically proximate to Russia. You have to do this long range. And the question then is, Russia's not going to invade Germany with land forces, but they do have missile capabilities. They can hit every single country in Europe with thousands of short-range, medium theater nuclear weapons. And the question is, that's a threat because Russia may say, oh, we'll never use them against you. Don't worry about it. And the question is, okay, you have a change in leadership, a change in doctrine, a change in strategy. All of a sudden, oops. So countries want to feel comfortable. So that's why we did the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty in 1987, I believe it was, where both the Warsaw Pact and NATO hugely dismantled tanks, artillery, airplanes, just way, way, way down. It was mutual, okay? But how does Russia do that? Would have to do that again with all of NATO, which is a possibility, but I don't see any interest in Moscow at all, in any arms control at all.
Well, that's a second...
Because we put it on the table,
Yeah, but that's a
and they have
second
basically
step.
said, no, not today.
And let's focus on the defense aspect, essentially. So the United States, one option could be that we park, you know, deterrence along that border, right? How quickly would you be able to do that?
Do what?
Establish the situation.
Oh, it depends on what you want to put there.
I don't.
I mean, if you put tank armies and artillery, which have an offensive capability versus missile defenses
We're looking at
or air defenses,
defense side, yes.
that's what Iron Dome is designed to do.
So essentially...
But all an Golden Dome, what Golden Dome is designed to do is prevent an offense from one country, doesn't have any offensive capability. Our goal is over 5 years to extend that defense to our allies and to America. They're two different things. Doing theater defenses is much easier than...
But my question would be that even if it is defensive, right? And if you park it, let's just just for hypothetical situation, let's say we park it on this border. Now, how anti-missile defense systems work is you do have a projectile and it will enter the borders of Russian Federation. So how does...
Well, you could do this between 6 months. You could give them THAAD batteries or Patriot.
Okay.
You can put an Aegis ashore in their country. Would take a couple years. But if you added air defense and missile defense, as the gentleman pointed out, if you have a subsonic cruise missile that's very low to the ground, we do not now yet have a defense against that, particularly given if it's high speed, because like coming from Kaliningrad, you won't see it in time. So again, that's part of what Golden Dome is designed to do. Is that's your toughest problem, is a cruise missile off a ship, or a cruise missile can come off land, or it can come off an airplane. The question is, they're getting more and more sophisticated and faster. But that's the idea of, if you can blunt an attack, you tell the bad guy, you may get a couple through, but you won't be able to complete your strategy, which is you want to go after all our military capability. Because if you leave some, we're going to come back at you. And that was the whole point. Make it so difficult that when they do the computer analysis, they come up and say, not today, comrade, as Paul Nietzsche used to say.
I thought that was the basis of the reasoning behind our submarine launched missile response, but it's much harder to...
Well, thank God no one's been able to find our submarines at sea yet. No, I mean, you read the news articles, that's the thing China's working on more than anybody. But the problem is finding the submarine, you may be able to locate it. The problem is how to go after it, because it's very deep and very silent and can move quite quickly. So thank God we have that.
So, from where I can see it is that, let's say, NATO parks any form of anti-missile defense systems, anything, again, then the ball is in Russia's court, and they will come back and say, how do we know what you're parking there? But at least
Well, let Russia can come in and inspect them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's an open park.
But it's easy.
It's an open park.
Yeah.
Where you say, okay, we are going to do this, you're welcome to do this, but at least it starts a dialogue. You understand?
Well, missile defenses and air defenses are pretty open book.
And
You
also-
can read the congressional record and it'll tell you exactly what we're building.
Well, there is a precept that is completely forgotten. Sorry. To do so, you need to reestablish trust.
Yeah, I was coming.
What was he
yeah,
saying?
I was just coming to that. I was just coming to that.
What is he saying? I
The,
didn't.
the trust aspect. Now, the thing
If
is,
they want to come and inspect them, let them come and
thing
inspect
is,
them.
The war needs to pause for a bit. And
I feel
when-
we are in a sort of a DEFCON system, and every party is raising the DEFCON from a point to another one to the point of non-return.
No.
This is what we are talking about here.
The thing is,
When we need to withdraw.
yes, look, right
Missile
now,
defenses don't have a DEFCON.
we're looking at what the US is saying. We're not looking at the general thing. We're looking at what the US is saying, like, look, guys, we need a credible deterrence. That's their position. We can't
The
tell them
thing,
what
Debbie,
we
is
think, right?
with missile defenses, what's fascinating is they're 100% alert all the time, and you don't have to go to a DEFCON higher level to look like you're going to an escalation. It's during peacetime, daytime, day-to-day, they're exactly the same as they were. Now they're mobile, so you can move them to a country where you need them, but you can advertise that, which is a good deterrent. Say, look, we can shoot down your missiles that you're going to send in. Now, what's interesting, what was the major weapon the Israelis used against drones? A gunship, a C-130 gunship with a Gatling gun, which was not what it was designed to do, but they put it up in the air, and I don't know if you know what a Gatling gun is.
Yeah, the warfare is changing. It's
Gatling gun is about 8 feet in diameter, and it's like a beehive of bullets are like that. These are huge weapons. But they found they just saturate an area with the Gatling gun, and it wiped out all the drones. And it wasn't designed to do that, because to go after each individual drone with an interceptor, the interceptor costs a lot more than the drone by factors of 1,000. So your inventory gets used up very quickly, plus it's very expensive. But you could give those countries in that part of the world airships. They're C-130s, so they have no defense. They have no, they're slow.
The only thing I'd say is when you're trying to hit those drones, that ammunition is going to land somewhere.
Yes,
Someone's
but
going to get a big surprise when
that's the
those munitions.
Yes.
The other thing is, to the extent that you can do lasers, the issue is dwell time. How long does that laser go on the body of the missile to burn it? And if you can't, if the missile's going very fast, to dwell on it, and the Israelis basically did a ground-based system that they originally opposed. They told us years and years ago, no, that doesn't work. But now they found that the system they have in northern Israel can go after Hezbollah rockets, and the dwell time was sufficient that they did in this war recently. They did knock down a lot. The laser's getting a lot better. The idea would be put them in space, or you could get a rocket going through space, which is a lot slower, particularly after the warhead leaves. That's a possibility, but some of my missile defense friends think it's too difficult to hit something going very fast with a laser, because you got to keep the laser on it. Now, at some point, when a rocket's coming up off the ground, I don't know if you've ever seen a Minuteman launch or a Peacekeeper launch, it looks slower than molasses, which it is. And then you can dwell time, but you have to be fairly close to where the rocket launch is to see it go up, because it's about 3.5, 4 minutes before the warhead separates, and then it's very fast. But there are a lot of different ways you can do, and my view is that the wars now are going to be drone, and remember the war of the missiles between Iran and Iraq? And they just launched rockets at each of the cities, and totally inaccurate. They just went wherever they're going to go. Now you're going to see this with drones, and they're not unmanned, they're remotely manned. Now, I know some people think they'll just send them up and they'll go wherever the hell they want to go, but my view is if you look at Ukraine, that's the future of a lot of warfare.
Can the extent or the spread of the laser beam be expanded?
You can, but you got to follow the rocket.
Right. But
And the question then is, doing it from space is better because I can get the rocket as soon as it launches. But once the drones and other missiles are coming across, they don't have to be that fast. A laser is only in a certain, the beam is only a certain level. And so if you expand it, you diffuse it because it's got to go through the atmosphere. And then it isn't as strong. Now, if you're above the atmosphere, then you don't have that problem. The beam can be much more, but it is like so much of missile defense and air defense. On the one hand, you can say this is really good. On the other hand, you go, well, it has these problems. My view is you have a multiplicity of defenses. I would give the entire line there, those defenses. It tells the bad guy, yeah, you can hit us. A couple will get through, but you won't have the offensive capability to use this in a campaign in which you are trying to take territory.
I think
It won't stop the terrorist attack. You may shoot down 10 missiles out of 20 or 15. Israel shot down about 94% of 35,000 missiles and rockets were launched at Israel in 7 months.
So like for instance,
And they shot down 94%. And still they did. The question is, well, what if you didn't have that defense? How many people would have died, and how many billions because earlier in the 2015 period, when they shot down like 97% of the Hezbollah rockets, their GDP fell by 2/3. I can say that now, but at the time, the Israelis didn't want to say that, is that they almost lost their country because the fear was such, everybody went to the shelters and just stopped working. So that was part of what Hezbollah was trying to do. But when it became obvious Israel was able to defend itself, which was a remarkable achievement, was 97, 98% of what came out them they shot down, they were able to regenerate their economy. But again, missile defense, air defense, in my mind, are totally defensive. They're not offensive in capability.
In that, actually, the drone wall that has been proposed by the Baltics is quite important.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make one other point in this. Peter is talking about deterrence in Europe and in the United States by means of missile defense. I would argue, and nobody else is responsible for this, but I would argue that what we need in Europe as well is that a credible conventional defense from the Arctic to the Black Sea against Russia, which means a substantially increased defense spending, which is now beginning to happen, and an integrated defense plan by NATO for conventional deterrence. Because credible, and it's got to be credible conventional deterrence of Russia will prevent a Russian attack because it dominates the escalation chain at the lowest level of escalation. Because if Russia can't win conventionally, it will not start.
Well, there is a caveat to that, which is if the Russians, in all the war games we've done, if the bad guys go up the ladder to nuke, there's a phrase the military use. They say nothing holds, meaning it's over. Our conventional capability looks good on paper. The computer says we're won, but once nuclear weapons are introduced to the theater, nothing holds. So it's to throw the dice. So the question then is, you also need to have a very strong theater and strategic nuclear deterrent so that escalation doesn't happen.
I thought
And
you were talking about that at the beginning.
that's deterrence. And of course you need a strong, and the thing about deterrence in Europe is none of it's going to be offensive. You don't give a country, they don't need a capability offensively to grab land over in Russia, go in. But you can basically have a defense where it's so complicated for an offense to come in. Now, you've got a problem with the Baltics. There's a very small territory, and it can happen in lightning speed. The question is, how much complication can you give a Russian planner so that when they look at the computer and they do all the numbers, they come in and say, no, this is not worth it. We can't do it. So again, that's tougher given the fact you have such a small territory. You don't have a lot of in-depth capability.
But that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed.
No, it hasn't changed at all.
From when the Baltic states joined NATO.
No, I agree.
I mean, that was the baggage that came with it. Sure.
No, the whole idea was if they got invaded, we would come to their defense with our forces. But that basically means you're going to use your airplanes, your bombers, and you're going to go after Russia proper. You're not going to blow everything up on the border.
Yeah.
You're going to go punish Russia proper, and then they will say enough, no mas, and withdraw their forces. But in the meantime, a lot of the Baltics could be crushed.
What is the assumption that you are taking that Russia would like, in fact, to attack the three countries in the Baltic?
Because they've said they would.
Here is a total nonsense. Today, after 3 years and a half of conflict, Russia is still in the Donbass, cleaning, in fact, the guys that are doing a bad job for the last 10 years. And they haven't been moving forward to go to Lithuania or Estonia or whatsoever. If they want to take those countries, they can do it internally. There is
Okay, I have a proposal.
600,000 Russians living in Lithuania.
Okay,
Meaning this is 50% of the population. If they want to take this country, they do it internally.
Okay,
It's
let me
very
give you a proposal. Let's take you at your word.
Huh?
Let's say Russia has no designs on any country currently a member of NATO.
Okay.
So dissolve NATO and disarm your military. Just get rid of them because you trust Moscow. Go to the countries, to their prime ministers, their presidents, their kings, whatever, and say, I have a great idea. You'll save tons of money. You'll be considered, the UN will love you. get rid of NATO and get rid of your military because Russia has no designs on your territory. Do you trust me?
Why don't we go and talk a little more about business, not like Trump is doing actually? Perhaps that there will be not so much weapon on the table, and we wouldn't live in a place where the tension are such that this can drift to something unthinkable. Don't you think so?
I would love to do an economic deal like
Okay,
what he's
so
doing with.
In this case, for example, the first thing that we should have been doing is respecting, in fact, the Minsk agreement. Number two, why Poroshenko did not apply, in fact, this agreement? Because he didn't want to.
Okay,
Stephen will answer that question.
whatever Poroshenko did, it did not, Mr. Putin did not honor any of the Minsk agreements. If you look at the record, the Russians never fulfilled their part of the bargain.
Oh,
Do you have Diet Coke or Coke?
No, Russia never
Okay.
fulfilled any of the conditions in the Minsk agreement.
You know,
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Poroshenko
That's
saying,
Gary,
I want
I'm
the kids
answering your
in
question.
Donbass to die in their basement.
Poroshenko could say what he wants. I'm answering your question. The Russians never fulfilled any of that. It's a matter of historical record. Many of the sources on Russia and Ukraine say it outright, and the Russians never fulfilled the Minsk agreement. Now, second, they seized Crimea in defiance of several international agreements, including Russian treaties and agreements guaranteeing the sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine. That's before 2022. So the Donbass, the Russians came in to support their people also in violation of those agreements. This is what is called in the textbooks aggression. In plain English.
Do you know?
Yes.
Do you know why would they not come even if the NATO would decide? Why?
My friend, NATO has no designs on Ukraine. It has never wanted Ukraine in there. If you were to go to capitals in Europe, even now,
I'm
and say,
asking you a question.
yes, I'm answering. NATO never had, and still doesn't have, any interest in taking Ukraine on.
Rishi Sunak said
One person.
Ukraine's place is in Ukraine.
I can't give three people at once.
Well, Rishi Sunak, the then Prime Minister of the UK,
Yes.
said in a statement 18 months ago that Ukraine's place was definitely in NATO.
Was Rishi Sunak Prime Minister when he said that?
Yes.
Good. And 31 other members of NATO said no.
France wanted to.
No.
Macron has been
When the-
explicitly saying that he wanted Ukraine inside of NATO.
We had the Danish.
My friend, Macron could say he wants Ukraine in NATO all day, all night, and all year. Until 32 states agree Ukraine cannot be a member of NATO, and they haven't been, and they aren't, and whether I like it or not, or whether you like it or not, they are not going to be a member of Ukraine anytime soon.
And the Baltics are members of NATO. Are they a greater threat to Russia than they were 10 years ago? No. They never have been, never will be, as far as I can. I mean, given their manpower, how do you have three countries of which are what, 4 million people invade a country that's 145 million? It's crazy. NATO's not a threat to Russia.
50 million Russian heads, about 5 or 6 million Ukrainians have moved that direction.
No, I understand.
I'm going to ask again, why would not Russia invade Europe even if NATO would be disarmed?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Why would not Russia invade Europe even if NATO would be gone? I give you a reason.
I think, sorry, we will have to stop it here because the battery closes and I think we all, you know, have to, yes,
Yes.
we have to
Okay.
eat.
And where is the
something
battery?
Downstairs.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad that we managed to avoid
Okay, we wait 2 minutes.
Yeah. Huh?
I don't know. Okay, hang on. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks.
And these anecdotes was debatable.
I've heard some of them, but long time ago. All this is like coming back.
So here's another one. This is play.
So, are we ready to
Wake
go?
up, Peter.
But you think it was written by William Shakespeare, don't you?
Well,
I do,
Written
but
by-
you probably tell
It
me
was written by a
what.
man called Christopher Marlowe, who faked his own death.
He takes his own death.
Faked his own death because he'd upset the religious police and had to get out of the country, went to France, wrote all those plays, had to have someone to front them because he was dead, couldn't put them in his own name. It was William Shakespeare, whose daughter, when he died, was illiterate. Now, do you think if you were William Shakespeare, you wrote all those shows, would your daughter be illiterate?
I'm not an expert on
And he died
Shakespeare.
penniless because he didn't write any of the plays. It was all, they were all written by Christopher
Well,
Marlowe.
I'm not an expert on Shakespeare. In play
That was
his life.
That's just a little lie
I
you've
just
been
like the
told.
plays.
let's begin with this. So yes, Claire, please introduce yourself. And,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Bish, so much, and our hosts here at Fitzsimmons for a wonderful job hosting us. It's been very nice so far, and we're looking forward to the rest of today and tomorrow. So, to begin, a little bit about myself. My entire career has been in national security since graduate school. I went to the Maxwell School of Syracuse University in New York State in upper Northeast United States. And my master's degree was international relations, but with a sub-focus on Russia, Soviet Union at the time. It was a long time ago. And so our small group, sort of subset of the master's degree overall, international relations, focused on Russia. And that's where I really got my first introduction in the reading of Russian literature, Chekhov and Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and eventually Solzhenitsyn, and began my study of Russian, but I never got terribly far. I was telling Steve I might have gotten up to a 1+ or so, not very far. But in any case, that was my first introduction to Russian studies. And from there, I went on to 20 years in Russia division of the CIA, served all over the world, except I have to say I never got to Russia itself, but served everywhere else in the world, Africa, Central America, South America, Balkans. And after that, I went into the private sector, working for a number of federal contractor companies in and around Washington, D.C., did a lot of teaching and training with those companies, and then sort of gravitated to the think tank world in Washington, D.C., where after 9/11, this is now, I really began to focus on the Middle East and a study of Islam. And Iran in particular, began my study of Farsi, which I'm still working on. My teacher tells me I'm now about in 4th grade. It's only been 20 years. But that was my focus on Iran. That's where that began. And of course, a study of Islam itself. A study of course, read the Quran and the Hadiths and the Sirah and the Sharia and all of the rest of it, the tafsirs. And from there, I have now been independent for about the last 5 years. And if you would like, I have cards in that little case over there on the table with all of my contact information on the cards. So please help yourself if you would like to. And Lopez Liberty, LLC, I'm incorporated in my state where I live, Virginia. I live a little bit to the south of Washington, D.C. And for my independent work, still focused on national security, I still do a lot of teaching and training. I do a tremendous amount of media and some writing for publication as well. I have a Newsmax blog site of my own at the Newsmax outlet. And I appear regularly on Newsmax TV, also One America News, sometimes on EWTN, which is the Catholic news channel on TV, rarely, but sometimes. And some of the Middle East media like Sky News out of Abu Dhabi and a few others out of the Middle East. So that's me, that's my background, that's what I have done and what I am doing currently. What I'd like to do today for us is a bit of a tour d'horizon. And I want to begin with an overview, very quickly though, of recent developments and how recent events, especially from June of this year, 2025, in the Middle East have affected Russia in particular, but other policies too. So I'll begin with that. Then I want to move to what has been the result of basically for Russia, the loss of one of its partners, which is the Islamic Republic of Iran, which can no longer support it in the way that it had before. Then I will go to sort of a background on sort of motivations. What motivates the Russian regime to behave and act in the way it does? Where does that motivation come from? So I'll talk a little bit about that. Let's see. There's much too much here. I know that we're behind schedule, so I'll skip through some of this and just touch the high points on other things. Then what I want to do is turn to a look at how the evolving war of Russia against Ukraine is now having its impact here in Europe, in the UK, certainly, but also the threat to other places in Europe. Certainly, I'll touch on NATO, obviously, but also the Baltics. I'm sorry our Baltic friends aren't with us anymore, but perhaps they can see it later if they watch on the video. But I will touch on Lithuania, Estonia, and then also some of the other European countries, what's been the effect on them and what's their response. Oops, there's a page here that didn't come out right, but oh well. What I will finish then is with the rest of Europe and the effect of what is developing in the war for the rest of Europe, and conclude with some final thoughts. So that's what I'm going to do here for us today. So The Middle East, let's start there. In this past June, the Israelis kicked off with Operation Rising Lion, and they struck most of Iran's remaining air defenses. Others had been taken out earlier, back in April and again in October of 2024, but they took out the remaining air defense systems, ballistic missile sites, launchers, missiles themselves. Then also they struck, that is the Israelis, struck the nuclear sites at Natanz, which is a enrichment site with buried halls underground, deeply buried with centrifuges. Isfahan, a conversion site, that's where the raw uranium ore is taken to be converted in a chemical process to uranium hexafluoride, which is the gas that is then taken to Natanz to be spun up in the centrifuges to make enriched uranium. And then finally, Fardo, which again is another underground, deeply buried site that also had many thousands of centrifuges, which are now thought to be probably all destroyed. And then also the Israelis in Operation Rising Lion struck at the top leadership of the defenders, you might say, of the regime. In particular, leadership of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or Pasdaran, and also the Quds Force. They also struck at top leadership of the regular army, the Artesh, and took out those top leadership figures, including, the head of the Bakhri, the chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces. And then finally, the United States followed up the Iranian Operation Rising Lion about a week later with our operation called Midnight Hammer, Operation Midnight Hammer. And the United States flew more than 125 aircraft, including B-2 bombers out of Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, accompanied by many F-35 fighter jets, and also KC-135 aerial refueling aircraft, and dropped what we call bunker buster bombs, the GBU-57s, again on those three places in particular, Fardo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Although the BDAs, that is battle damage assessments, probably even still now coming in, it's understood that from commercially available, satellite imagery, that there was at least very significant damage to all three of these sites, as well as Iran's, as we said, ballistic missile sites, and to its top leadership. I neglected to mention that others of the targeted senior figures of the regime were the scientists, the senior scientists, in other words, the knowledge bank of the Iranian regime for development of nuclear weapons. At least, I've heard numbers ranging from 15, 17, maybe even a few more than that, nuclear scientists taken out. And the amazing precision with which these people were taken out is incredible. I mean, missiles went literally through the bedroom windows to take out specific people, and the entire rest of the apartment building untouched. It was amazing. What it speaks to, I think, is an amazing network of Mossad assets inside of Iran that helped with all of this. This didn't happen overnight. This took years to prepare. But that network, the regime knows that network is still inside of Iran, most of it. Maybe they've taken some of them out, but they know that that network is inside their system. It's inside their nuclear weapons program. And that, I hope that does, put a little bit of fear into them. All right, what Iran has lost and what its partners, its rogue partners, I called them clinks yesterday, right? I'm sorry, crinks. That is CRINKS. That's the alliance of rogues, the alliance of aggressors in the world. The letters stand for China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, crinks, if you will. What has that network lost? What is that alliance, that axis lost? Well, The Iranian supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, hid out in a bunker for most of the assault by both Israel and the United States. He emerged sort of kind of afterwards with a couple of, pro forma statements in front of a in front of a camera. But obviously, what happened seriously shook that Iranian regime to its core. And it has impact on the rest of the crinks. And we're going to get to Russia, what Russia has lost by that series of attacks. The Iranian regime has lost the very top levels of its entire command and control over Islamic jihadi proxies, for example, meaning Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and to some extent, at least, the Houthis in Yemen. They've lost that. They don't have the Quds Force command and control anymore. They're, of course, trying to replace it with people moving up the ranks to new positions. I mean, how would you like to be? Hey, your commander and his entire top chief of staff, command has been wiped out. We're going to promote you now. Would you like to begin your post tomorrow? What are they going to say? And that many of the secondary, the ones appointed to replace, taken out within a day or two. It's quite amazing. All right, so what I'm getting at here in terms of Russia is that Iran can no longer be counted on as a strong and reliable leg of that axis of aggression. Iran and everything that it may have provided previously cannot do so anymore. And so even though, the Islamic Republic of Iran has cast itself since the revolution of '79 as the vanguard of global resistance to Western dominance, that image of strategic resilience is now shattered. And its Middle East terror network, certainly across the Middle East, Gaza, Iraq, Lebanon, Judea and Samaria, what used to be called Syria. There's no Syria anymore either, and the Russians lost that as well. Yemen, they're no more. Iran is no more the cornerstone of Russia's strategic posture in the Middle East. It lost that. It doesn't have that. They had bases in what used to be called Syria, Latakia, and Tartus, Air Force and naval bases. They're gone. And the assets that were there for Russia are gone. They don't have that anymore. Those who took over in Damascus, Ahmed al-Shara, the jihadi who used to work with Al-Qaeda, worked with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in what was then called ISIS, Islamic State in Iraq and Al-Sham. Currently, of course, since 2014, it's just been simply IS, Islamic State, Daulat-e-Islamiyya, and that's his background. And he took over with the assistance of Turkey in December, lightning fast offensive in December of last year, 2024. He is not overly welcoming, shall we say, to the Russians anymore, certainly not to the Iranian regime and its proxies, to include, of course, in that region, Hezbollah. So Russia has lost all of that. And also now the other thing that Russia has lost in terms of the Middle East, the Iranian regime was a critical strategic asset for both Beijing and for Moscow by helping them, for example, with things like sanctions evasion. By dominating the Middle East through Iran and some of these other places, like Lebanon, like Syria, Iran provided a kind of a geographic and a logistical depth to that Crinks axis, especially for Russia to project into the Middle East. It can't do that anymore, at least right now, to expand its own influence from Eurasia to the Middle East. It can't do that anymore. These were energy corridors. These were strategic choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb. Disruption to those now, of course, would disrupt worldwide energy supplies, although the Houthis still are, causing plenty of trouble in the Bab el-Mandeb, which of course, as you know, goes from the Arabian Sea up on into the Red Sea and finally to the Suez and out into the Mediterranean. China only hopes that Iran can and will continue to provide exporting oil to it. We shall see. President Trump just very recently has announced that within 10 to 12 days, dating from yesterday, that if Russia does not come to the table with a credible plan for a ceasefire in its war of aggression against Ukraine, then the United States will impose secondary sanctions on any other party that does business with Russia. And that means China. It means other places too that, you know, maybe we wouldn't necessarily pick out otherwise, India, for example, but certainly it will have an effect on China and many other places. China, by the way, is very much invested in a Russian success in Ukraine. Because why? Because that involvement there ties up a lot of assets that otherwise, the United States included, could be focused, shifted, as some in our Pentagon, you know, Elbridge Colby, for example, would like to shift that attention and those assets eastward to China, to the Communist Party regime in Beijing. But as long as Russia ties us up in Ukraine and the rest of Europe too, that capability is split in a way and cannot be focused or shifted completely over to the Far East to China. And so this is part of why, at least part of why, China continues to support Russia so strongly in so many different ways. For example, out of Iran, Russia knows it's not going to have any more Iranian drones or parts or the drone technology, at least for now. Long term, we'll see later if they can reconstitute that, but for the moment. Okay, let me skip on here. Russia's own domestic defense industrial complex has struggled to produce effective, for example, long-range drones or UAVs, right? It was very much dependent on Iran for the design and key components, for example, of the Shahed 136 system. That's lost to it, at least for right now. And we talked about the former Syria. Okay, let me skip on then. Let's go to the motivation. Let's skip to that part because I know we're running way behind time, so I'll cut this short. So in terms of what drives, you know, Putin and you know, the rest of the regime in the Kremlin, Lavrov, Medvedev, Dugin's not in the Kremlin, but Dugin too. And I will begin with an article that was written by Alexander Dugin. This is incredibly influential, I think, for that top leadership in Moscow. In 1997, Dugin published a paper called The Foundations of Geopolitics, the Geopolitical Future of Russia. Alexander Dugin again. This was his idea of a grand strategy for Russian foreign policy for the next 2+ decades after 1997 when it was published. The idea was, and he, Dugin, very much a Russian populist, a proponent of Russian imperialism, to reclaim what he would talk about and call lost Slavic lands, and influence, reestablish influence at least over the entirety of the former Warsaw Pact, inevitably, in Dugin's opinion at least, leading to war with with Europe, with NATO, and of course with the United States. So these are Dugin's ideas. Now, to the extent that he influences Putin, some of these ideas are transferred, as well as to these other leadership figures we named within the Russian leadership. What the idea of Dugin is a kind of a Eurasianist national Bolshevism. It's blood and soil kind of patriotism that emphasizes family, rural life, religious faith. Of course, that's from the Moscow Patriarchate, not Kiev. And his idea, Dugin again, that Russia can never, ever be a democracy. He thinks that Gorbachev and Yeltsin were disastrous for Russia. Dugin thinks that capitalist materialism is parasitic and it has to be replaced with genuine Bolshevik ideals. The only acceptable outcome, Dugin thinks, for Russia's war with Ukraine, quote, is a race of degenerates. In other words, literal extinction of the Ukrainian nation and of the Ukrainian people, literally through genocide. And of course, according to Dugin again, Ukraine is only the first step, the Baltics, Poland, Europe, all next. Remember, it was never just about Sudetenland, was it? Okay, then I will skip to a 2021 article published by Vladimir Putin, president of the Russian Federation now, on the historical unity of Russians and Ukrainians is its title. You can find it in English, it's online. It's very reflective of Dugin's influence. That essay is of Putin's. Then we can see the influence on others. For example, just this past June, 2025 again, Dmitry Medvedev, the deputy chairman of the Security Council in Russia, said, quote, "The Kremlin remains dedicated to the complete destruction of the neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine," end quote. That's Medvedev. The continuing demands when they talk about the root causes, they want Ukraine to be demilitarized, that is, down to a very small number of soldiers, tanks, artillery, and so forth. Now, any proposals for ceasefire from President Trump, from others, have been disregarded, pushed aside. That's not happening right now. And our President Trump has, as you probably saw on TV yesterday, the announcement that whereas President Trump formerly had given Russia a 50-day deadline to come up with a executable ceasefire plan, now, as of yesterday, shortened that to 10 to 12 days from yesterday. So before, much longer time period, now 10 to 12 days. And if there is not that viable ceasefire plan from Russia after 10 to 12 days, Trump has promised to impose sweeping secondary sanctions on any party, again, that does business with Russia. That means oil, that means gas, that means anything else that any other country would buy from Russia. That would be subject to secondary sanctions, 100% secondary sanctions. There was a forum held in June this year again, 2025, just a couple months ago, not much more than that. It was called Forum of the Future, and it was held in Moscow, and it was intended to project Russia's neo-imperialist vision for its future. Attending were the following, among others, of course, many. Alex Jones, you know, the whack job from the United States. George Galloway, Errol Musk, that is Elon Musk's, I'm not quite finished with the list yet. Errol Musk, who is Elon Musk's father, Jeffrey Sachs attended, and our own former CIA and Department of State analyst named Larry Johnson, and of course Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, attended. Alexander Dugin really coordinated this entire forum, and of course he was there too. And the topics included some things like this, quote, "A multipolar world of the 21st century," or "Greater Eurasia 2050." The forum was organized by something called the Tsargrad Institute, and its report of that institute, released in February of 2022, right, after the invasion, said in the report that the Russian invasion of Ukraine marked, quote, "a new era of regional world order," end quote. The forum, or I should say the document from the Tsargrad Institute, again, it's in English, it's online, explicitly states that Russia must be an autocracy if it is to succeed, no democracy. the interpretation of the reigns of Ivan the Terrible, Peter the Great, and Joseph Stalin. This is what the Tsargrad report says, quote unquote. And also then, in the report, it says that Russia's distinct civilization it has been entrusted by God with spiritual and historical, a spiritual and historical mission, and that the geopolitical ambitions of Russia must be to control all of what they call, quote unquote, Russian world. Again, this comes from the Tsargrad Institute. And quote, it is a collection of historically Russian lands, including Ukraine, quote unquote, Tsargrad Institute paper. Quote, a greater Slavic state, quote unquote, in the report as well. These were all featured at the forum in Moscow, and stating that Russia has the right and the duty to expand into territories with Slavic people where they reside and to subsume them. This is in the report from Tsargrad Institute. All right. There are a few more comments that I'll skip over just in the interest of time here. But also, of course, there was another economic forum held in St. Petersburg, also in June. It was a busy month for the Russians. And there, Putin spoke himself, and he said that he considers Russia and the Ukrainian people one people in reality, quote unquote. And also, quote, the whole of Ukraine is Russia's, quote unquote, Vladimir Putin. He also asserted that Russia will achieve the goals thus through protracted war in Ukraine and will not negotiate in good faith. Putin asserted at this forum that Russia will be able to achieve its goals through a protracted war in Ukraine, as I said, and that Ukraine must recognize, quote unquote, realities on the ground. And then another quote from Vladimir Putin, quote, where the foot of a Russian soldier steps, that is Russia's, quote unquote, Vladimir Putin. All right, so obviously the territorial ambitions of Russia, of Putin, extend far beyond the oblasts of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, or any of the others. All right, let me skip on now. Let me move to Europe and the effects on Europe and how Europe is responding to all of this. We'll start with Britain, with the United Kingdom here. In April of this year, a couple months ago, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, met with the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, to discuss the future of British and European defense and security, and to reiterate, to emphasize that UK remains a strong NATO ally and is going to remain so into the future. The British troops, actually, in May, May of this year, so again, just a couple months ago, 350 British troops, artillery units, Apache attack helicopters, participated in a joint exercise with both Finnish and Swedish troops. And then in June, again, a little more than a month, maybe almost a little more than that ago, again, but June 2025, the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, announced a $2 billion, which would be about 1.5 billion pounds, I think, if I've translated that right, a plan to build at least 6 new weapons and explosives factories here in Britain, quote unquote from Prime Minister Starmer, that this would be a message to Moscow. I'm sorry, that is a quote from the Defense Minister, John Healey. A message to Moscow. UK's Defense Minister said that. And they may as well want to purchase US-made fighter jets capable of firing tactical nuclear weapons. I don't think that's a solid commitment yet, but I guess people are talking about it, or at least thinking about it. Defense spending for Britain is pledged to increase to 2.5% of GDP by 2027 and 3% eventually over the longer term. So this is, let's see, I think this was the Prime Minister, again, Keir Starmer, quote, "We are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, so we must be ready to fight and win." I'm not sure if that was Starmer, if I've got that right, or if that was the Defense Minister Healy, one or the other. Anyway, writing that in The Sun on Sunday newspaper just a short while ago. All right, let's see. The 2025 British National Security Strategy document prepared by the Cabinet Office said that the UK must actively prepare for a war on its home territory, that there was, quote, "a direct threat to the UK. Russia and Iran already are carrying out what you might talk about, you might say, in the gray zone or hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, sabotage that directly threaten the UK." They said in this strategy document that enemies, quote, "are laying foundations for future conflict," end quote, and putting themselves in position to, quote, "cause major disruption to our energy and or supply chains," end quote. Another quote from the security strategy document, quote, "For the first time in many years, we have to actively prepare for the possibility of the UK homeland coming under direct threat, potentially in a wartime scenario," end quote. Among other threats cited again in the strategy document, the nuclear threat was cited and, quote, "new chemical and biological weapons," end quote, plus hypersonic missiles, AI-enhanced weapons systems, and more. All right. Further threats, not just to the UK, but to other parts of Europe, to NATO, and more, where United States' continued posture of support is absolutely critical. European governments at this point seriously fear Russian military incursions into the Baltics, to Poland, maybe even Germany, but a lot of that may hinge on how the war in Ukraine goes. Sweden and Finland, of course, are absolutely in the Kremlin crosshairs because, of course, they joined NATO, back in the 22-23 timeframe. Medvedev, this is Dmitry Medvedev speaking, he said, quote, "They are part of a hostile bloc to us, which means they," again, we're talking about Sweden and Finland, "which means they have automatically become targets for our armed forces, even a nuclear component," quote unquote, Dmitry Medvedev. All right, let me skip a few more things here because we could go on into quite a bit more detail. But I want to move on to, let me move on to some of the other countries that have been explicitly threatened by the Russian regime. We'll start with Lithuania, which is fortifying its borders. They've got a 1,000-kilometer border with Belarus and Kaliningrad, which is Russia, connected by the very short and vulnerable Suwalski Gap, which runs from Belarus to Kaliningrad. In 2015, so 10 years ago already, in Lithuania, male conscription to the armed forces resumed. The active military for Lithuania is only about 28,000 personnel, and reserves include perhaps 104,000 more in the Lithuanian National Defense Volunteer Forces. This is a paramilitary Lithuanian riflemen's unit is what they call it. In February of 2024, year and a bit ago, Lithuania sealed off 2 out of 6 checkpoints, I think it's more now, with Belarus. As of March, as of March of last year, and I don't have more recent, but 4 out of the total border crossings are closed. And Lithuania has established these great, set these great big triangular concrete blocks called Dragon's Teeth over the bridge called the Queen Louise Bridge that runs between Kaliningrad and, between Russia and, must be Kaliningrad. In any case, this is to prevent the tanks from crossing over to get past those. Okay, Estonia, let's talk about Estonia. In May of 2025, the foreign minister of Estonia, his name is Margus Sakana, told Fox News, was here in the United States on a speaking tour and appeared on Fox News where he said, quote, Putin has a plan to restore the Soviet Empire, quote unquote, the Estonian foreign minister. They are not expecting a full-scale military aggression versus NATO, but he, the foreign minister again, still thinks that Russia is preparing forces in a way that would ready it for a large-scale war in Europe within the next 5 years if Russia perceives NATO to be vulnerable, to be weak. In Estonia, defense spending is going to be boosted to 5%, and all energy imports from Russia were cut off last year, being in 2024. This again is Estonia. Estonia has bought 6 HIMARS. These are the high altitude, help me. HIMARS stands for high altitude. Anyway, it's an artillery system. Okay. And they have bought 6 of those air defense systems from the United States. And Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are all now connected to the European power grid to avoid the Russian threat that could be if they were still connected to Russia. However, Baltic Sea underwater cables have been cut. This falls into the area of the gray zone or hybrid warfare, and that is the concern for Estonia too. All right, let's move to some other European countries, and I'll just kind of zip through this because there's a lot. Mid-May of this year, again, just about a couple months ago, Russia began revamping its defense infrastructure along the 830-mile border that it shares with Finland. Over 300 troops, signal intelligence specialists were posted there, air bases, army camps, storage facilities, all with an incremental buildup that is on the border of Russia with Finland. Satellite imagery, again, commercially available, shows an increase in Russian military activity near the Finnish, Norwegian, Swedish borders, the Baltics too. And certainly they are obviously beefing up their troop presence on NATO's Eastern Front. All right, let me skip on. The European Union in May of this year approved a $170 billion, that's in dollars, defense financing program. It's called Security for Action in Europe. You can find that online if you'd like to read it through it. And that, of course, includes the United Kingdom, too. In May, again, this year, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz announced that there would be no more range restrictions on weapons supplied to Ukraine by Germany and other allies. Germany is the second largest supplier of military assistance to Ukraine after the United States. Also committed to another 5% GDP spent on defense and building the German army up, which had been allowed to lapse for some time. Okay, let me finish up here. Other countries in the European Union, including probably about half of all the European Union countries, and I won't list them all, but they've agreed to increase their defense capabilities to one percentage or another. Just earlier this month of July 2025, Romania finalized a deal with Israel's Rafael advanced defense systems to purchase advanced Israeli short-range air defense systems. This is Romania. Poland, Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced military training requirement for all men in Poland. They are currently planning to spend 4.7% economic output on defense this year, 2025, and increase after that to 5%. Leaders in Poland, Germany, and others have all floated the idea of getting nuclear weapons of their own, which they don't have now, but they're talking about it, they're thinking about it. And the US and Britain are weighing the merits of increasing the number of their own deployed nuclear weapons to strengthen deterrence, as Peter was talking about. Is this a return to the policy of MAD, mutual assured destruction? Question mark. Okay, let me conclude here, and we can wrap up, and I'll take any questions you may have. Russia's and Putin's neo-imperial ambitions extend well beyond Ukraine. It may seem that there is a stalemate along the front lines there now, but obviously from the statements that we just quoted and others, the Kremlin intends to keep chipping away. We talked about the 100% threat of secondary tariffs by President Trump. And again, that began with a 50-day time limit, but now it's been shortened to 10 or 12 days as of yesterday. It seems that our President Trump is finally, getting some good briefings or realizing who and what Putin and Russia actually are. Because after a 4th of July phone call that President Trump had with President Putin, Trump said, quote, he's disappointed but not done with Vladimir Putin. And that's just after he announced plans to send more weapons to Ukraine, and then, of course, the sanctions and the tariffs threat. Commanding General, U.S. General of the U.S. Army in Europe and Africa, General Christopher Donahue, spoke to the Royal United Services Institute at Church House in Westminster, UK here, on June 18th. And he said that NATO, quote, has the ability to, quote, take down Kaliningrad, which is true, but a bit of a surprising statement to come from him. The focus, again, as I said, on the Suwalski Gap that runs between Belarus and Kaliningrad. That statement from our commanding general alarmed the Kremlin, obviously, and the parliamentarian whose name is Leonid Slutsky said that NATO, quote, poses a threat to global security and stability. Can you imagine? How horrible. Okay, finally, if President Putin, Russia, succeed in achieving a ceasefire, which is apparently what they're aiming for right now with the United States, with President Trump's plan statement, and our envoy, Steve Witkoff, and also General Keith Kellogg, who is actually the envoy of the United States responsible for Ukraine. But according to them, if Vladimir Putin succeeds in achieving a ceasefire, even a temporary armistice would be like an Islamic hudna, if you know what that is. It means a temporary, stoppage to hostilities, but it's only meant to be able to use the time to build yourself back up again, rearm, retrain, reorganize, whatever, to then continue the fight, just as in under Islamic law, a hudna. The intent would be continuing efforts, of course, to destabilize the internal situation in Ukraine through hybrid warfare, even in the interim of a hot, kinetic war ceasefire. Rather, in my opinion, Putin must be brought to understand that continuing the war is a threat to his own regime that's now trapped, really, in a stalemate. But Putin sees losing in Ukraine as an end to his own regime. And I think that is probably an accurate assessment on his part. If and when the war eventually ends, the United States, Europe, NATO, we're all going to need a strategy to confront certain continuing Russian threats to Ukraine's sovereignty and the national sovereignty of other countries in Europe, including NATO. Ukraine must be integrated into Western institutions like the European Union, and, in my opinion, should be fast-tracked to membership in NATO as well. We should provide, in the meantime, real, meaningful security guarantees, and must not miss the message that Russia sent back in 2008 when it invaded Georgia, when we did not realize that that invasion was part of a larger Russian campaign to dismantle the entire post-Cold War world order. We must not miss this time. Putin will not stop until stopped. Thank you very much, and any questions you might have, be glad to talk about them.
Yes, a lot. Actually, at the CIA, they should learn how to make a resume in the way that we don't get all those details. It will spare us kind of a lot of time.
I'm sorry, say again, what? I didn't quite catch that.
Basically, I've been noticing some of the points, and I'm very surprised by some declaration. The one, for example, that China has a big interest of continuing this conflict.
You'll note, of course, that everything I gave to you was within quotation marks by the leadership figures of Russia itself. These were all quotes.
It seems that you don't understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly. These were direct quotes.
You don't understand the economy of Ukraine, and I'm going to give you some facts.
Well, I don't really need to hear all of that, but if you have a question, please let me know, so that anybody else who has a question can... No, this was... Terry, this was my presentation. If you want to make a presentation, you'll have your chance, but not today. If you have a question, please ask me the question.
I have a question. So
quickly, the very question, alone.
Where are you knowing that China is collaborating with a company called CMSCGM that is very close to my place, actually. I know the CEO. And they are operating...
I'll tell you that everything that I've told you here is completely open source reporting. No, I'm answering your question. Terry, wait. Stop. Terry, can we cut his mic? Listen, what I'm trying to tell you... No, listen. I will answer the question you asked. Everything that I'm telling you... No, Terry, I don't want to be told anything. I want to answer you. Okay? Everything I've told you today is from open sources. I gave you quote unquote citations from open sources.
Because they want to continue their operation.
You're going to have to do your own homework. I'm sorry. Okay, Terry, this is not your presentation. This is my presentation.
You have your time.
You're going to have time tomorrow.
This is just unbelievable. What I've been hearing is just unbelievable.
Everything I just told you is from open sources.
A lack of knowledge of the
and you're going to have to do, Terry, you're going to have to do your own homework. I cannot do your homework for you. All right, does anyone else have a question?
I have a two-finger.
Please, Steve.
Terry, the foreign minister of China told the foreign ministers of the EU, China cannot afford to have Russia lose the war. Pure and simple. That's a quotation.
Yes.
Not me. And it's all over the newspapers. That was about 10 days ago.
It wasn't a secret.
Yeah. Open source,
China
like I
is
said.
the primary supporter and financier in testimony to the U.S. Let me finish. Testimony to the U.S.-China Commission in February underscored the fact that China is the primary supporter of computerized and other components to the Russian war economy. It is the primary financier of Russia in this war. China is in this war to see Russia win. Period. Those are hard facts. Now, if you have facts to dispute that, fine. But polemics is not the answer.
China has got a very big problem in the port of Odessa because all the operations have been disrupted by the bombing, and they want this to stop. And they want to continue their operation to open the channel Central Europe from Kiev to not Munich.
Does anyone else have a question?
Perez.
Any more questions?
The capital of
Bisht, what is, you wanted to ask a question?
Is
Yeah.
not financing this.
And actually, I have been participating to a bunch of meetings within Vienna, within the OSCE. We were discussing this matter. China was there, and they were telling us that they wanted, in fact, to stop this war.
Yes,
to
yes,
continue
you
the
should be next.
operation on a logistic point of view, and this was
Andrew, did he have his hand up?
operation in
Oh,
Europe.
okay,
Okay.
okay. All right, Andrew, did you have,
Picked up the telephone and told Vladimir Putin, stop the war, or we stop financing you and
Yeah.
stop supplying you, that might happen. Otherwise, no.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up. This is, you can check it for yourself. US-China Commission, uscc.gov. Testimony in February of this year by Elena Dibakova, very extensive. And the statement by Wang Yi to European foreign ministers is all over the media
Yeah.
10 days ago.
Yeah.
So it's not me speaking, it's them speaking and doing. And if they're telling you that they're worried about the logistics to the port of Odessa, they're lying.
Andrew, did you have your hand up? Did we see your hand up?
I just, you know, in the sort of spirit of fairness and English British fair play, I mean, we have to. I mean, if our American colleagues are saying that, you know, China's backing Russia to win it, are you backing Ukraine to lose it?
What?
Are America backing Ukraine to lose the war?
No,
Why would we do
Well,
that?
What's the difference between what you're doing and what China are doing?
We'd like to have a ceasefire.
because Russia committed an act
Of aggression.
And if you look at what Russia has been doing in Ukraine, and what Russian spokesmen are saying, and what the International Criminal Court has said about it, the Russian war and genocide, and I have an article coming out about this, is the
Do you
war,
want to know the
Russian,
truth? Do you want to know the truth
let
about
me
the
finish.
indictment?
Andrew, I'm still speaking. The war in Ukraine is a Russian orchestrated genocide, and I do not use that word lightly. I know what genocide is.
Yeah.
And if you look at the original definition by Raphael Lemkin, which is in the UN Declaration of 1948, as to what genocide is, the
Yeah.
Russian war in Ukraine is an act of genocide. And it is committed with full reference to wars and of genocides that Russia has committed either in Ukraine or against other peoples living in Eurasia over the centuries.
Yeah.
This is a pattern that goes back to 1478 when they took over Novgorod, kicked out everybody, moved in Russian citizens. They have deported thousands of children to Russia.
Yeah.
The International Criminal Court has indicted Vladimir Putin and the minister Maria Lvovna, who is in charge of children's affairs
Yeah.
in the Russian Federation. Again, you can read the indictment. I didn't make this up. This is a pure fact.
Yeah.
Putin has said Russia is Ukraine.
It seems
All right,
that you are forgetting completely what this Ukrainian PM has been saying this morning. You completely avoid it, you deny it. We're telling you that this is a Ukrainian that has been perpetrating major genocide in the Donbass, everywhere in Ukraine, actually, everywhere, during 10 years, and you are just blind, you don't want to open your eyes, you don't want to see it, you don't want to recognize it. This is just absolutely disgusting.
Now, I have watched this war for 10 years. Nobody until today told me that Ukraine is
how many
committing
years have they
genocide.
been-
Never,
Ukraine?
never,
How many
no
years have
accusation.
you been living in Ukraine?
Yeah, never.
I don't live in Ukraine. I live
Oh, I did, 10 years. Who knows better than you? Me.
All right, I think Bisht has a question here too.
No,
Right.
sorry.
Okay, look, hang on.
No respect, no.
She's
I think
unbelievable.
this is really seriously about actually understanding where we are today. And the truth is, yes, there is a threat from Russia and there's a threat from NATO. That's the honest answer to it. Okay? That's the finite thing, and that's why these countries are preparing for war, and they are, you know, there is a threat. You can't deny that. However, what I wanted to ask Claire was, you know, could you elaborate from your understanding, essentially, with this working gap, essentially, how that gameplay.
Right, so I don't know if it's so clear there. Maybe I can hold up this little map. Yeah, let's do this one. which comes, from the internet. Where'd I get this? I don't know, someplace online. The colors help to show, I think, very clearly what the geography is there. And what we're talking about is this little line, if you will. If you can see this right here, this small line that runs from Belarus, that's Belarus over there. This says Russia, it means Kaliningrad. And that little line is called the Suwalski Gap.
I think you better move this man.
Okay, let's go with
Can
that
you
one
see
then.
that? Can you
Okay.
see I'm holding it up?
Okay.
I know where it is.
And what it is a very short dividing line that were Belarus, backed by, urged by Russia, to drive through across and take command of the Suwalski Gap, which connects then to Kaliningrad, which is Russia. The Baltics, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, would be cut off, land-wise in any case. That is the question that you're asking, I think there, Bish. Why that is so important. Again, that is the borderline between Poland and Lithuania. If that were cut, or not cut, but if it were commandeered, maybe you say, by Belarusian forces, maybe meeting up with, coordinating with Russian forces out of Kaliningrad, it would cut the Baltics off. Of course, it would be an act of war, and that could be one of the scenarios.
So if let's say that happens, what would the response of NATO be?
Well, because that is NATO territory on either side, Poland on one, Lithuania on the other. Huh?
You can sit down and we can talk.
Okay, sure.
What kind of land is it? Mountainous, plain?
I think it's plains. It's pretty flat. Yeah.
Heavily forested,
Yes. So,
heavily forested and
waterlogged.
waterlogged.
What kind of forces could you put there?
Ground forces.
No, you can't. The tanks, no,
I don't
you
think-
can't.
Not, I said ground forces, I didn't say.
Yes.
I don't think you can, it's
Not
good tank
not good
hunting,
for
it's
tanks,
infantry.
but
No,
yeah.
I'm curious, what would Belarus and Russia use as a force to cut it off if they wanted to?
Infantry, tanks, know that you would have motorized, you can use
Armored personnel carriers.
armored personnel,
Yeah.
motorized infantry forces.
Is it?
Yeah.
So is it forested but with roads through the forest?
There are, I believe,
For
roads.
you to hold the territory?
I believe there are roads.
Yeah.
So if
There
you-
are.
if you go, yes, please, can you check
I've
somewhere?
driven through it twice, so it's just,
You can see it on the map.
with the Augustov, it goes from here and then it goes to Krakow. All this is basically a very good tank country when you get to Poland. Fields.
Poland.
Once you get
Poland.
through, once
Poland.
you get through the Suwalki
Yeah.
Gap. But the gap itself is forest.
Yeah.
So my question would be, let's game plan this. This is what we are doing here. I mean, okay, historical stuff goes with it, but let's assume there is some sort of an event around that area. What would NATO's response? Would NATO realistically respond?
I think they'd have to. There's no question.
All countries. So
Poland, Lithuania,
What are the complexities in terms of Article 5 being triggered?
in terms of Article 5, did you say?
Yes.
What complexities? If this is an armed assault, it's Article 5. It's not complex at all.
Let's dissect it in terms of there is division within NATO in terms of how it would respond. And
Article 5 is Article 5. If it's violated, that's it. There's no complexity to this. It's very simple.
But the actual wording is
If you're
just, we don't
serious
know
about
what they will
Yeah.
provide.
Because what I'm thinking is that, look, it won't be like.
The reason I asked the question is, from what I understand, is air power could eliminate the armored personnel carriers and inventory.
Yeah.
And even if they had tanks are relatively slow moving compared to air power. So unless the Russians and Belarus also had air cover, it would be something that NATO could relatively easily counter.
Another possibility is that hypothetically, if the Russian army advanced into the Suwalki Gap, which as I said is forested country, under an air defense cover, NATO air power would have to shatter that air or gain supremacy over those air defenses to take out the infantry forces. And of course, Polish and Lithuanian infantry forces or NATO forces stationed in Lithuania would be first defenders, but NATO under Article 5 would then send more forces. So it's probably an air-ground operation.
Yes, and you would be able to pick that
No,
up.
by NATO too. Okay, in defense.
You would be able to pick that up through satellite data anyway.
Oh, yes.
So it won't be like it's done and it's
Oh,
done,
no.
right?
Undoubtedly.
It would be known.
Yes, so basically, what I'm getting at is there's no surprise element to it. If it's going to be happening, then people will know about it.
There
Well-
could be surprise. Even if you have satellite data, it's not enough to have data. Data has to be acted on.
No. How soon could they do that?
Well, but I mean, if they saw a buildup of forces, they could take certain assessments from that, is in preparation. But if those forces were actually launched, that could be a surprise as to timing.
Yes, so the build-up in itself.
The buildup itself, like along the Finnish border, that is visible, it's known, it's happening, everybody knows it. But if they actually give the launch order, and that could be a surprise.
Completely different.
Yeah, the timing of that. But there again, I mean, it's about intelligence, isn't it?
Who's going to talk next? Because I have a lot of stuff contradicting what. I forgot the name. So, what is your yeah? Let's just
Andrew, now it's basically this lot, essentially. So Andrew will be presenting British national security issues, essentially how it's been, how this war is impacting us.
Okay.
And from his point of view, and then Thierry and you can, let's
It's just to.
We're going to be here a while. We're not going to get out on time. But that's okay. That's what we're here for. Thursday sometime. I have to check what time.
used to that.
Okay. My name's Andrew Bridgen, and from 2010 to 2024, I was a 14-year, 4-term Member of Parliament for North West Leicestershire under the Conservative government. And I took an interest in defence matters. I have served briefly in the armed forces in the UK as an officer, and I've got a lot of contacts in the MOD. It's fair to say that the UK has overspent the peace dividend. And we've overspent the peace dividend from 91. Personally, I think we could have been treated the Russians rather better, and we would have got a different outcome. I think it's a great shame that NATO foreign policy has forced the largest country in the world with the most resources into an unholy alliance with China, who is the country with the biggest manufacturing capacity in the world. That is not playing good politics. That's pretty poor, really. We might be a waning military power, even though we've said we're going to increase our defence spending. It won't be anywhere near the percentage of GDP it was during the Cold War, and the numbers in our military, although we're probably the number 2 power in Europe, we've only got half the number of personnel that the French have got. I think that does probably leaves the UK well positioned for spending on a lot of money on drones, which we are doing. We're doing joint ventures with the Ukrainians on drone development, and clearly that's where a lot of defence thinking is going to exploit that new avenue. I have to square with you. In 2013, I stopped you invading Syria. I led an 82 MP revolt against David Cameron in 2013. We'd made such a brilliant job of Libya. I mean, we really sorted that country out. It was fantastic. So the next one was straight into Syria to destroy the Assad regime. They brought in a load of jihadis and said that these are the good guys. They were all jihadis. We were going to be supporting jihadis and getting rid of Assad for some reason. I didn't think there was any good guys in Syria, and so did 81 of my Conservative colleagues. I said to the Prime Minister, David Cameron, at the time, not only will you not get this war through Parliament after the last very successful war in Libya, you won't even get it through the Conservative government. He told me at the time it didn't matter because Obama was going in anyway, but he didn't. But they got Assad in the end, and exactly what has happened. We've got a bunch of jihadis now, and it was always going to be very bad news for the Christians, the Alawites, and the Druze, who have been thousands and thousands have been massacred. But you never see about it on the mainstream media. The military-industrial complex is a big beast, and it has to be fed. It has to be fed. There's no doubt about it. In 2018, I asked Boris Johnson, when he was Foreign Secretary under Theresa May, or Treason May as I would call her, over the conflict in Ukraine, that in the UK, as I remember the question from 6-7 years ago, in the UK we have a saying that pride comes before a fall. In Russia they say that if you have no pride you will fall. And I wondered, given the complete difference of psyche between the British and the Russians, whether we had people in our Foreign Office who actively understood enough of how the Russian mentality is completely different to ours. And I'm asking myself, having looked at all these experts here today, Russia is a country where people don't live, they survive. They're used to wars of attrition. How we've ended up getting a country with 44 million people into a war of attrition against Russia. Are we going to fight to the last Ukrainian? Because we're very close now. We're very close to the last Ukrainian. We've put our own missiles into Ukraine. We've put our Storm Shadows, the French our French colleagues, put the Scalps in there, and the Americans. You've put the Attackams in there. It's our technicians firing and aiming all those weapons, and we're firing them deep into Russia. And we all sit here and say we're not at war with Russia. Well, if Russia were arming Scotland against us, and their technicians were firing over the border from Scotland into England, or if they moved in, had a deal with Mexico and we're just firing them into Texas, would you think we'd be at war with Russia, or would they be at war with you? I think they probably would. And as far as Mr. Putin has shown quite a bit of restraint, really. So far, rather less restraint than America showed in the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the whole world supported you then, that you didn't want those horrible Soviets putting missiles in some country 90 miles off the Floridan coast. Well, I don't think Mr. Putin has made it clear for the last decade he did not want, he was not going to let NATO take over Ukraine and put missiles on his border with Ukraine. That's particularly how it is. In the UK, we had Rishi Sunak was the Prime Minister. My moles in the Ministry of Defence told me that Rishi didn't want to be a wartime Prime Minister. He told the generals, the air vice marshals, and the admirals, and the MOD, he didn't want to be a wartime Prime Minister. He's sort of more like a vaccine investor, in and out of the market and get away with your profits. That's more where he is. Well, he's gone now. He called a snap generation because he didn't want to be a wartime Prime Minister. We've got Keir Starmer now, a man who's never been anywhere near the military but loves to get his combat fatigues on. It is absolutely unbelievable. And we've had a seamless transition of policy. All the moment that we put the Storm Shadows in and we're firing them ourselves at Russia, every civil servant in the government, they just knew we're going to war. We are going to war unless some sensible heads get round the table and stop us going to war. And you're the Americans, you're a lot further away than we are, and you're an interested party, but in Europe we're committed, because we'll be where the Orezhnik missiles are dropping, and no one will get hammered more than the UK, because we, although we're a smaller military power than we've ever been, we are number one in the world for soft power. We always have been. That's called propaganda. That's the propaganda we're pumping out over Finland, Sweden and Norway and the Baltic. That's our area of major interest. And that is where we have major wins by getting Sweden and Finland to join NATO. We have sent really mixed messages out there on defence. We've cut our conventional defences far too much. We've ended up with 2 aircraft carriers we couldn't afford. I remember when I got into government, the Labour government had left us with a contract to build 2 massive aircraft carriers in Scotland. just happened to be just down the road from where the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown's constituency was. And if we cancelled one of them, we had to pay more than if we took two. Now, that is not a real commercial deal. So we've ended up with 2 aircraft carriers that have sucked a lot of our defence budget. But it's all right anyway, because the plan always was that we were going to go into a European Defence and Securities Union. So Starmer set that process off a few months ago, but it didn't matter because all the political parties had agreed to it, but never told the people. So we're giving away full control of the UK Army, Navy, Air Force, MI5, MI6, GCHQ, our share of the nuclear deterrent with your veto, and our local police force. But we have left the European Union, apparently. We're going to give that away to Ursula von der Leyen, someone who's not elected. She's appointed, and we don't even have any say in that because we're not in the European Union. But also it's about one source procurement for Europe, and at the same time to make sure we're totally dependent on the EU for our weaponry. The Labour government, at a time of heightened tension, and they're telling us we're going to be at war with Russia within 5 years, possibly with China as well, and they shut all our steelworks on environmental grounds, so we can't make weapons-grade steel in the UK, which is a silly thing to do if you think we might need some weapons. But they knew they were going to take us into the European Defence and Securities Union, so our weapons will be made by the EU, certainly won't be made by our defence industry, and that's where we are. And I don't think that's really what the Americans wanted as their partner. We'll be able to buy our weapons from you instead, which probably be a lot cheaper than running our own. Say how we've got Ukraine into a war of attrition, which was obvious several years ago that Ukraine was in a situation it's just going to run out of people. And that's a war that Russia have played so many times over hundreds of years. I mean, it's not a surprise. They did it to what did they lose? 26 million in the Second World War and kept going. If we end up in a fighting war with Russia, there's no way that Russia, with a population of 150 million, is going to attack NATO. We've got 973 million. To be insanity, absolute insanity for them to. They're already the biggest country in the world. And they've got $75 trillion of confirmed natural resources, mostly petrochemicals. Now, I can't think of any reason why, and Starmer will keep saying, oh, we'll end up fighting. The only war we're going to have in UK is going to be a civil war. And they're pushing the public, due to the migrant crisis, to civil disobedience and civil disorder probably before Christmas, probably this autumn. They're preparing for it now. That's the war we're going to have in this country. It's not going to be Russia invading us. And I'm delighted that there's so many Finland and Norway and Sweden for them to get through before they get to us. We've always been rather good in Britain. We always like to fight our wars in somebody else's country. We've been very good at it. We've done it lots and lots and lots. I don't think there's going to be much of Ukraine left. Their population's already down by about 20 odd million. It's been years. Those people have got nothing to go back to. I don't think many of those Ukrainians, if we stopped the war tomorrow, are going home in any meaningful time. I think what we've seen is the end of the Ukrainian as a country. And no wonder people are thinking, well, we can snip a bit off for ourselves. It is very valuable. And the fact it's not been lost on the public in the UK that a third of all the farmland, some of the most productive farmland in the world, has been acquired by companies owned by BlackRock. And the strategy, I think, was, which you can see, is that the strategy was that we were going to use the Ukrainians to bleed out the Russians and weaken them. And what I think we've actually done is we've put Russia onto a war footing where they've upped all their military production. And because we keep such a small amount of weapon stocks, we've bled our own stocks out if we're not careful. And it's those stocks which, if we did get into a conventional war, buy us the time not to go nuclear. The less conventional stocks of weapons and ammunition we have, the sooner we hit the line where we have to go nuclear. And that is a problem. We talked about Putin and Medvedev. It does come out with some pretty extreme stuff, but that is his job, to put the frighteners on. And there's a lot of propaganda on both sides. But when you've got people like Kaja Kallas, the vice president of the EU, saying openly on television that Russia's got to lose this war because Russia's too big and it's got to be broken up. presumably presumably she thinks that the EU isn't too big and we can just incorporate various oblasts as we wish, as we did with the breakup of Yugoslavia some years ago. We talk about democracy. You know, democracy is from the old Greek. Demos is the people, and kratos is the power. Well, we're supposed to live in a democracy in the UK, but no, the people don't feel very powerful. We've got a Labour government that got in with 32% support from a 60% turnout vote. So about 19% of the population originally supported him. He's lost half of that, but unfortunately, by the quirks of our electoral system, he's got 65% of all the MPs and an overwhelming majority. This is democracy, Claire. I spoke to a Labour MP, rang me almost in tears on the phone a week last Thursday. I've known him for 15 years. He always wanted to be in government. And he told me that it was so bad, they all knew that they were all going to lose their seats at the next election. You know, in 1 year in government, for 14 years, he craved to be on the government benches and have power. And they know that they'll all be gone. And I said, well, did you vote for that appalling, democracy, the appalling decriminalisation of abortion to birth in the UK a few weeks ago? And he said, I don't know, I just vote with the government. So he did. That was overwhelmingly went through our parliament when it wouldn't get 3% support from the public to approve legalised abortion to birth. Wouldn't get 3%. That's the democracy we're living in. And he said, to be honest, Andrew, it's that bad. This is a 15-year, 5-term MP, Labour. He said, it's that bad, I don't even look at the order paper now because I don't want to know what we're voting for. That's the state of our democracy at the moment. And it isn't going to get any better over the next 4 years, unfortunately. I mean, the democracy in the US, I mean, what we're hearing, you've had your elections fixed in 2020. Votes coming in from China and all over the place. And 10 years ago, the BBC were making documentaries about Nazism in Ukraine. We sent these sort of urban hero former soap opera guys going in and getting undercover with the Azov Brigade and filming all the Nazi ceremonies and everything. But I mean, obviously, it never happened. The reason it's a special military operation is, as you all know, at the end of the Second World War, the treaty was signed so that any of the Allied powers could go in on a special military operation to sort out any hangovers of Nazism. And that's why Putin hasn't called it a war. That's why it's a special military operation, because that was in the deal that we did with them. That is what is going on. I don't know. We are... The propaganda that's been pushed out is very, very strong to the public, but some of them are waking up. And if any mitigation to my former colleagues in the House of Commons, the propaganda that's pushed out to MPs is immense, absolutely immense. And there's no way, whatever the public think at the moment, that if there's a vote for whether we go to war with Russia, it'll go through the UK Parliament without a thought. Without a thought. I mean, Starmer actually went out to Ukraine and signed up a deal on behalf of the UK with Ukraine to give them £3 billion a year for the next 100 years. I mean, this is a long war we're heading for. I think if Kamala Harris had got in, thank God she didn't last autumn, I think we would have been at war with Russia by Christmas. I think that was the plan. And I'm hoping that Donald Trump has got the sense to avoid pulling us all into it. But I think many of the European leaders, especially Macron and Starmer, they're looking to build up our military, and they see a war with Russia as an inevitability. And we've trained a lot of Ukrainian soldiers in the UK, probably 70,000. And I'm very, very disappointed that, from speaking to insiders, we've, telling Ukrainian recruits that it's all right to do whatever you want to do to the Russians because they're not really human. And once you get to that stage, what are we doing? I mean, I just hope that the Russians love their children too. And quite honestly, one or two of the comments that I heard, I wondered if people have got any children or hope to have any grandchildren, because it won't be good if we have a war against Russia, and there's absolutely no way that they're going to want to have a war against us, because they know they can't win. But that doesn't mean they won't fight, and they will fight to the end, and it'll be damn bloody. That's where I am, and that's the threat, I think, that the UK, and we're further away than anybody else. But we are up to our necks in it, and it's time that some sensible heads got round the table and stop waving our genitals at each other. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I want to add something out of what...
Thierry, you always want to add something, that's the problem.
Oh, it's going to be very short.
No. I really loved your comment of getting us on board.
Yeah, but I want to say...
Get through us before, but you're absolutely correct about it.
You know, it's very easy to have an aggressive policy when you are living 8,000 kilometers away. When you are living something like 100 kilometers away, it's another story.
Well, that is actually mirrored in what Donald Trump said, that the situation for these countries is extremely different, and for us, slightly different, and for the US, it's very, very different.
Well, I know that there are former special services personnel who are on the reserve list, only finished last 2 years. They were brought forward for a medical this time last year, and they were told, we expect to be at war with Russia by Christmas. That's Christmas gone. That is Christmas gone. So we're doing pretty well, really.
The one thing I have a question for you is that, look, like it or not, currently the situation, the national security situation of Britain is that it's at high alert, and we are having incidences domestically. Why? I mean, is that not something of concern for them?
Well, our infrastructure is desperate. Our electricity infrastructure. You talked about nearly having power cuts in Finland. I mean, you said you were short of peat. I'm absolutely shocked that, you know, with all the environmental impacts, that you're burning peat. Probably, you know, the Germans are burning brown coal. We can't even burn anthracite in the UK. We're an island sitting on a mountain of coal surrounded by a sea of oil and gas, and we've got the most expensive energy in the world, relying on wind power and solar, which, you know, on those very short, dark days in the winter when it's very cold and there's no wind, we haven't got anything. I mean, we're heading for blackouts this winter, whether we have any and of course it can all be blamed on, it's those Russians, they're disrupting our energy infrastructure. No, it's the governments that are disrupting our energy infrastructure.
Can I give you a short comment on peat? It's an excellent food for a general
Yes.
system, because you can burn it so hot.
Excellent. I'm not. A,
All the experts on both sides, Russian side and on NATO side, they do think there will be a war between the two of them. So
well, the EU are selling war bonds. They've been selling war bonds for 18 months. Then it means you owe somebody a war, don't you, when you've sold the bonds?
No, there could be a war, not would be. There's a difference. There could be.
there could be.
That's a fundamental difference.
There could be, yes.
Well, that's not what the UK civil servants think. They think there's going to be a war.
That's not what anybody else has said, and that's not what your intelligence services said about the threat about the UK. So I'm sorry, but that's the facts. And the facts, Mr. Cook, both Nikita Khrushchev and John Adams are stubborn things.
Well, you know, there is a sort of escalation that is happening, quoting Donahue, as Clark was stipulating. Imagine you are Russia and you have a general of the United States saying, we are going to invade a city of Russia. How would you react yourself?
Well, he didn't actually say that.
No, you said it.
No, I quoted
He
him
said it
directly.
would be easy. It would be easy, in fact, to take
He did
Kaliningrad.
not say would.
If I am
He
Karaganov,
said capable of, he did not say will.
well, but you know, with
It's
the
a
word,
quote,
we need to be very
unquote.
careful, especially in this kind of context.
You have to make
That's
the
fundamental
quotation
deterrence.
correctly.
We had
Kaliningrad to attack.
Look at the tension that is going on right now.
Yes, and I would refer you to all the stuff that you see every night on Russian TV, and to all the statements by Mr. Medvedev, which are blood-curdling. Now, since Mr. Medvedev is Putin's attack dog and is not respected by his own people, we know what they're worth. But go on Russian TV, you live in Ukraine.
I am on Russian TV every week.
All right,
So that's why.
so listen to
Exactly.
Nikolai
My wife is
Solovyov.
Russian.
That's the answer.
I don't have a I don't have a TV. I threw mine out years ago.
Listen to Mr. Solovyov, you know,
But-
London will be cinders. I mean, we're going to destroy the United States.
We had the Danish Prime Minister, who are normally a very sensible
But you know,
country,
I'm going
saying
to
that
tell
the
you something.
peace in Ukraine is more dangerous than war.
I've been twice
I mean, how can we have peace?
in the office of a minister of Vladimir Putin. At no one moment I heard, in fact, the kind of statement that are given to Vladimir Putin. At no one moment this guy wanted, in fact, to invade Europe. And look at what has been happening during the Second World War.
You haven't finished your homework, have you?
In Germany, were constituted an army of 5.3 million people to invade Europe. How many people are in Ukraine? 500,000. At the end of the war, World War II, the German army was 11.2 or 3 million people. Yes, it was.
In 1945?
No, 44. 11.4 million people. And you are telling me that with 500,000 guys, they are going to invade Europe? Oh, come on. Let's be
It
serious.
doesn't happen in one go.
First
It
of
has
all,
been 4 years they are in the Donbass, they don't move.
first of all, the nature of the character of war has changed. We all know that there has been an amazing technological progress. This is incontrovertible since 1945, and that we have cyber war now. We have precision guided strike weapons. Where AI is coming into play a role. To be honest, I don't understand AI, but it could play a major role in contemporary and future war. And there's satellites in space. All this was fantasy in 1945. None of it had been invented.
Sure, I understand that.
So,
But when you want
this
to go on the
substitutes for
ground,
manpower. That's the point. We can do things today that we couldn't dream of doing 80 years ago. If you were to bring back Zhukov and Patton and Eisenhower and the German generals, Rommel and von Rundstedt and so, their mouths would water at this equipment. Because
you think that with 500,000 guys, you can take a city like Kiev? Not even in a dream. Kiev, it's 6 to 7 million people. I've been living in
you
Kiev
can
for
destroy
6
Kiev with
years.
the Russian Air Force. It's systematic bombing. The problem
No,
with
they are
systematic bombing is it
they are
doesn't work.
targeting only military targets. If they want to really wipe out Kiev, they put one Oreshnik inside of Kraychatik.
Jackie,
There
don't
is
insult our
nothing
intelligence.
else.
Don't insult our intelligence.
Okay, let's
My
just-
friends
No, I
in
don't.
Ukraine,
Back to you.
their apartment houses are bombed, their hospitals are bombed. This is a fact. Please.
No, this is called propaganda, and
No.
actually, you should look at what has been happening in the center of Donbass, in the center of Donetsk, in
Let's get
2015,
back. We'll get back.
when they
This
were
is
sending
when you walk
Su-24 and
It's your
25
time now.
to bomb the entire city.
Andrew, my question to you. Okay, anti-Russian propaganda in Britain is a fact, okay? 100% fact.
Yep.
However, the reality is that they are, like I said, they're layers. So you've got the layer that's made a decision or it's aware of something.
Yeah, the people. I mean, obviously, we've now subcontracted our conscription to the EU, which is 16 to 35-year-olds, which is why Starmer's just announced, he hadn't told the people this one either, that 16-year-olds are going to get the vote at the next election because you can't ask them to die for their country if they can't have a vote. So they're all cheerful. They've got a vote at the next election, but that's that when you're in that as well. It'll be your 16-year-olds as well. Don't think it's just us because you're in the EU. Yeah? And what was I just going to say? Yeah,
What's Starmer's response? Please.
Andrew, I have some questions.
yeah.
First of all, I would dispute many of the facts that you proclaim to be, or arguments that you proclaim. First of all, there is no agreement after 1945 allowing any of the big three to go in and intervene in other countries to suppress Nazism. None. And I've studied the diplomacy of the period quite thoroughly. Second, just 2020 US elections. Now, you may not have liked the outcome, but they were not fixed. And we didn't have thousands of votes coming in from China. No, whatever your politics may be, the elections were certified.
Hang on. You have about 20. You're about 26 bellwether counties, and Trump won 25 of them and lost the election. It's never happened in history.
No, Trump lost the election honestly. Whether you like it or not, I happen to like it. Claire doesn't. It doesn't matter. The elections were certified as legal by the U.S. Congress, and there was no dispute. Donald Trump can say what he likes because he doesn't want to ever.
Where did those 12 million Biden voters go?
I'm speaking now. Let me finish. Donald Trump can say what he likes, but the election was legal. Putin showed more restraint than we did in the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis cannot be compared to an act of aggression. Whatever you want to say about the Cuban Missile Crisis, it was not an act of aggression on Khrushchev's part, and it was not an act of genocide on his part, as I have said. And nobody here has answered the question of why about the genocide.
What was the Bay of Pigs then?
The Bay of Pigs was a stupid invasion by the CIA, which failed.
Yeah.
It failed.
Yeah.
And it was
CIA
dumb.
has been invading foreign territory.
Right. But the question is not what did we do in 1960.
Okay.
The question is not what you did in 1960. I could talk about the British invading Suez, which we all know was a fiasco.
Thanks to your intervention, yes, we were all right until that happened.
Oh, you weren't all right in '56. And the fact that our intervention got you out of there, whether it's wise or not, is not because we're not here to argue about ancient or
No, we're not here to fight the last war. We're here to fight the next
we
one.
are not drifting to war unless some intelligent person stops this drift, because we're likely to become a primary target of Russia. So we are not drifting to war. It is the Russian government that attacked a country in violation of 8 international treaties, and I can list them if you would like, saying that it recognizes the borders and sovereignty of Ukraine.
Do you think Ukraine were dealing with a sizable minority or majority in the Donbass of ethnic Russians fairly? Because I've got video of the then Ukrainian president saying that we're going to stop them going to school, we're going to stop no one will be able to read Russian books, nobody will be able to print Russian newspapers, we're going to ban the language, they're going to be second-class citizens in Ukraine.
The Ukrainian government fell in February 2014. A new president came in and they were proposing a legislation. Now, whether you like the legislation or not, the fact that Russians might have been facing ethnic discrimination or not is not a casus belli in plain English. Second, the argument that Russia has a right to intervene to protect the rights of Russians who may be at risk in some where they speak Russian means that my hometown of Brooklyn, New York, can be invaded by Russia anytime you like, because we have a sizable population of Russians 2 miles from where I grew up in Brighton Beach. And I can take you there if you ever come to New York. This is an argument that goes back to Peter the Great, maybe to his father, and so on. It is the standard argument that Peter, Catherine, Stalin used in 1939, and so on. And in the case of Ukraine, it's garbage. There is no discrimination there. That is a right to be, that is a justice for casus belli. There is no right to have seized Crimea by international law. Unfortunately, we did nothing about it.
Well, in this case, you're going to explain me how you are going to justify what is happening in the oblast of Brezovica for the Serbian within the Kosovo, which is not a country, and in which you're going to see the Albanian flag flying everywhere. You don't even have one flag from Kosovo. The Kosovan flag does not exist. You're just saying the Albanian flag. It is called, in fact, the takeover of a piece of a country. And on top of it, within this piece of country, you can see a number of crimes that are perpetrated by the Albanians that are absolutely disgusting toward the Serbian population.
Thierry's right, and I was the chair of the all-party parliamentary group for Serbia as well for about 7 years.
Organ trafficking, prostitution, drug, arms, and so on.
Okay.
This is exactly the same
Yes,
thing.
If you want to talk about Kosovo, I'm happy to.
No, let's.
what NATO country is bombing Kosovo right now?
What NATO company has
what
been bombing
military-
in Serbia? Serbia.
Well,
No,
Belgrade. We
base
bombed
there,
it for how many days was
There's
it?
a base there
80?
with 8 different countries, and the only US people
Did
there are.
NATO get a mandate from the UN
We didn't.
to bomb Serbia? No.
No.
Why
I agree.
not?
The reason
Just
they went
like,
in
oh,
is
we
because
Okay.
we believe
We
there
are the
was a.
strongest.
Gentlemen,
We believe
gentlemen.
there was a humanitarian catastrophe about to happen, Serbia is all. Now, we can argue about the Serbian case.
We can argue
all
about
we
that.
like.
Let's
The
not.
problem is, we're discussing Ukraine.
Exactly. And we can argue about how the war was caused. We are where we are. I'm more interested from here how this comes to a conclusion and how we get out of this situation.
Andrew, you noted that there are some folks in Britain who want to have a war with Russia. But is this a war just between Ukraine and Russia, and will feed it
Well,
to the people?
Boris Johnson.
You don't
Boris,
mean-
Boris Johnson admitted that we're in a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, but Britain's not going to send its own armed forces into Russia.
Are you think that they are not there? You
They're
think they
there.
are not in Kursk?
I said into
Do
Russia.
you think they were not in Kursk?
My friend, yeah,
No, I know there are technicians who are.
Technician, you're right.
reconnaissance
50%
and
of the guy that
intelligence.
has been killed in Kursk, they were mercenary coming from all over the world, and especially from UK, USA, France, Colombia,
Yes.
and so on.
But they're
Come
not,
on.
they're not American or British or airplanes and strategic bombers.
No, but the people firing the people firing the Storm Shadows and the Attackums and the Scalps were in NATO military only a few months ago. These people
Who
are
is
completely
operating the Storm Shadow? You think this is Ukraine?
Not
They
a
don't
chance.
have capacity.
who operated North Vietnam's air defenses 60
Or
years
wasn't
ago?
there? So
yeah. We are where we are.
Okay,
How-
that you don't have to answer. That was the Russians. Those were Soviet
Yes.
technicians in North Vietnam shooting down our planes. Now, whether or not the United States was right to go into North Vietnam, into South Vietnam, we can argue that another time. The point is, this is not a casus belli,
No.
in plain English.
Well, the
Let's
genocide of the population in Donbass is not a genocide.
Who committed genocide in Donbass? Tell me. Where's the written evidence? Where's
There's
the
plenty of it. There's
indictment
plenty of it.
from the
There's plenty
This
of
is
it.
what we're gonna do. I am going to pay for your ticket to go to Donbass with me. Let's go.
I intend to go to
Let's
Donbass.
go.
time out right now.
That
Let's have a
it's
time
impossible for me to do it.
I think we need a timeout.
Give me the written
I get you a
document.
voucher in the way that the government of Russia will help you in fact to come there.
I'm an old professor, then show me the evidence.
Okay, time out now, please.
Yes.
One question.
Do I have no-
Now, I want to ask your colleague a question. Over what period did as you say, the genocide in Donbass?
Do smoke?
I think so, after that.
2015.
Would you like that?
2014,
Yeah.
2020. It's all.
What's the British
I can even
Parliament
show you
debate, but they're
the
brilliant
first
in
victim.
the best case. In the worst case,
This is appalling. You ought to watch. You can go on YouTube. A Bridgen, YouTube. Andrew Bridgen. You'll see a load of messages from him. You'll see them running out of the chamber as well, trying to get away. They're all running away. They can go there.
What you don't want to integrate
No,
is
I
that,
wanted to lay out the facts.
is that
That was the period.
what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, it is a social disaster. Because in Russia, as in Ukraine, each party has got family in the other.
I agree. Understood.
This is where is the problem. And this is a human disaster within families.
Well, I have to say, you all will be very happy to see a cake, beautiful cake outside.
I'm off of desserts, so you guys can have it for me. I think Jackie and I are off of desserts. You have to leave it.
Do you realize that I had friends that
Oh, yeah, I read that, yeah.
No better time to give up smoking.
Yeah.
My turn.
You know what they arrested him on?
He's an honest
Yeah,
man.
the business with
Okay.
Turkey and all that.
Yeah, but what was he getting from Turkey?
Ready?
He was getting campaign donations.
No, he's getting first-class airline tickets to go visit Turkey.
Yeah.
Come on, if you're gonna steal money, you might as well steal big.
Let's go.
What are the airline
It's
tickets?
a huge place to visit.
I know.
I could never go back there because I'll never come home.
Okay. Starting. Before the break, Andrew, you were talking, summarizing the British situation, right? The current situation, regardless of the history, is actually there is a heightened state, security threat status here at the moment. And I've illustrated here 3 of the cases, which is undersea cable threats, cyber threats, and of course targeted attacks like the ones that we had on Starmer's, Prime Minister Starmer's assets.
Oh, you mean the Ukrainian rentals?
Yes, how do you, how,
What do I think? Well, I mean, I think it's very dangerous having a prime minister who's got so many injunctions out. He's got a lot of baggage, and he's very blackmailable, isn't he? Unfortunately, Mr. Starmer.
No,
That's the problem.
You're sure?
no, I'm not sure. That's the point.
no, okay, so realistically, if this goes ahead, there is...
Well, we are an island, and we're going to have to import a lot of our food, a lot of our energy, and government policy has exacerbated that problem, hasn't it?
All right, any more questions for Andrew? Because, no? Andrew's questions? No. Okay, Terry.
Well, I was underlining, you were underlining the losses of our freedom of speech in Europe. And this is concretized by what is happening within the European Union with the DSI. We have to be extremely vigilant regarding what those cases are putting together as a law, as legislation, because if it continues like this, we will not have even the right to say hello to somebody in the street.
What is DSI?
DSI, this is a set of laws, in fact, to control the information that needs to go on internet or any kind of social media. And actually, Thierry Breton, one of the commissioners, has been writing a letter to Elon Musk, in fact, to refrain him of publishing any kind of information that was coming from the user. And at the end of the story, he was expelled of the European Commission because it was going against the law of the United States. This has been occurring right before the US election.
Dr. Tom, Professor Tom, I'll let you get on with your team, but in the meantime, I think, what's the time? Would you like to?
Just how long do you want?
We've got time.
I've got time? Okay, thank you. Dr. Bishta asked me to speak about the nuclear threats arising out of the war in Ukraine. I've written the draft paper. I can send it to you, but it cannot be made public because it's going to be converted into a final version for an article for publication. So if you get it, there's going to be a disclaimer on there. You can use it for your personal benefit. Just put that here.
It's okay.
Right there. Okay, I'm loud enough. Yeah, I've never been not loud enough, even as an infant. Okay, you can use it for your personal information, but you cannot make it public. Now, all the assertions here, by the way, are also buttressed by evidence. I didn't put footnotes in because this is not a scholarly paper yet, but it will be. Second, my background. I have a PhD in Russian history from the University of Chicago. I was a professor of Russian history at the University of California in Riverside, which is 60 miles east of Los Angeles, and then at the University of Texas in San Antonio. After that, I moved to be a professor of Russian national security studies, first of all at the U.S. Air War College, which is in Montgomery, Alabama, and then to the Army War College, which is in Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. I was there for 24 years till 2013, and then I moved to Washington and became an independent consultant, which is what I am today. And I'm a senior, today I'm also a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, which is based in Philadelphia, publishes the journal Orbis, which you may be familiar with. And although I live in Silver Spring, Maryland, just outside Washington, I am a senior fellow there. So With that in mind, the Russian aggression against Ukraine embodies a series of assaults on international security, if not the very concept of world order, and that includes the international nuclear order. So it has also aggravated existing crises in world politics and, of course, contributed to new crises as well by virtue of this invasion, which undermines the concept of the sanctity of borders and of the sanctity of treaties. Treaties must be obeyed, pacta sunt servanda in Latin. It has also called into question the validity of the Cold War paradigm of mutual assured destruction, MAD for short, and the question of strategic stability as barriers to great power war. It has also brought back, with a vengeance, the famous stability and instability paradox. That's a theory regarding nuclear weapons that the deadlock, if you like, between, at the time, US and Soviet nuclear capability, although it prevented nuclear war, it allowed for greater instability at lower levels of conventional strife, particularly in the third world. In the 1960s, when this theory was formulated, Vietnam being perhaps the greatest example. There was no barrier to US intervention in Vietnam. The Soviets intervened in the 60s and 70s in the third world, and later in Afghanistan. And as a result, you had this situation during the Cold War that led to the stability-instability paradox, and now it has become even more critical. Furthermore, the war has called into question many elements of non-proliferation, not only in Europe. We see France and Great Britain now talking seriously about sharing nuclear weapons. Germany has stated it wants a voice. I don't know what that means. Nobody really does. Poland, leadership of Poland has stated that they're interested in a nuclear weapon. We know that Turkey is, and Turkey is a European power, as well as a Middle Eastern power. We also see more proliferation in the Middle East. Iran, as an example, Israel has probably had nuclear weapons for at least 50 years. Saudi Arabia has stated that if Iran goes nuclear, it will go nuclear, and it has sponsorship already from Pakistan and nuclear, and Pakistan and India are nuclear powers, and a particularly dangerous dyad. I mean, to give you an example, in the last crisis in April, Pakistani sources confessed, and this is a matter of public record, that when Indian missiles were coming in, I think it was a BrahMos missile, they had 30 to 45 seconds to decide whether or not it was nuclear. That's not enough time. That's an unacceptable situation, and you all understand the danger involved here. Furthermore, we also have nuclear states once again engaging in not only proxy wars, but sponsorship of state terrorist actors. Russia has sponsored Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The evidence, again, is incontrovertible. China has supported the Houthis. It has given them missiles, and it has agreed to give them intelligence and missiles on ships going through the Red Sea, and giving them a capability to build their own missiles. Again, all this is documented. I can tell you about the Houthis in detail. I published an article about this several months ago, and it's all there in black and white. The North Korean situation, again, I think is pretty well known to everybody. But to give you an example of just how much dependence Russia is on North Korea, an article came out about a week or two ago stating that 40% of Russian ammunition used in the war against Ukraine, and I imagine that's conventional ammunition, comes from North Korea because the Russians cannot produce it. So that gives you a sense of just how dependent the Russians are on North Korea. North Korea has contributed thousands of men to the war. More are coming. We don't know how many. We also know that Russia has given its satellite technology support. There are constant reports of discussions about conventional weapons and missile technology support for North Korea from Russia. We also know that Russia and China helped North Korea put together its nuclear weapons back in the day, and that there may be more coming. North Korea, of course, is trying to develop a nuclear triad. Again, there's abundant evidence for this. They're working on a nuclear submarine. They have, of course, land-based ICBMs. They're working on trying to have a missile that can strike CONUS, continental U.S., and so on. So we see major threats proliferating in a series of dimensions, and that is not even taking into account the transformation and the character of war. I say the character rather than the nature because I'm a Clausewitzian. I believe that the nature of war is fixed according to Clausewitz's definition, but the character is changing by virtue of these new technologies, many of which we do not understand perfectly, like AI, and we do not, or 3D printing, or so on. We do not know what the final conclusion of these weapons will be on the character of war and how they can be used. We are now seeing, for example, that the development of remotely manned, which is the actual precise description of UAVs or drones, is affecting war. And the new technologies are also making the defense stronger because the battlefield is now becoming transparent. So we can see anything that's moving on. There are also environmental changes that are affecting the course of war. For example, to give one, the climate change in the Arctic, which is happening at a faster rate than anywhere else in the world, is creating a situation where, according to Russian analysts, it may no longer be possible for Russia to maintain its bastion strategy of deploying its strategic submarines with the strategic launch ballistic missiles, as boomers in American parlance, SLBMs, and so on, because of the retreat of the ice. So that these bases now become visible to space-based intelligence as the ice recedes from cover. Now, whether or not that's true or not, I'm not going to argue here. It's beyond our vet, but it's, again, a sign of the times. Furthermore, if you study Russian doctrine, what you see is that all these sort of gray zone activities, I don't like the term hybrid war. I know it's a state-of-art term. I think it's a terrible term. But all these gray zone activities are multiplying, and in part because Russia is using its nuclear deterrent to say, well, too bad, we can do this. The Economist last week published an article stating that the number of incidents in Europe since 2023 has quadrupled. This means assassinations, sabotage, cyber intrusions, information warfare, subversion, energy blackmail, etc. And if you look at Russian doctrine, these are all part of Russian strategy linked to the use of nuclear weapons. Furthermore, in Russian military thinking, there is increasingly a prominent school of thinkers, both civilian and military, some of whom you may have heard, like Karaganov and Trenin, who have, as civilians, other military writers writing in Russian military literature, have discussed options for using what they call tactical nuclear weapons, or they call it non-strategic, we call it tactical, nuclear weapons in limited strikes in order to achieve a quick victory, and they're holding back the major nuclear weapons as a deterrent to any NATO follow-on or response. Furthermore, we have abundant evidence that Russia is using chemical warfare more intensely in Ukraine than before. Again, there are plenty of reports of this in the media, and it's not me just saying this. So we have evidence here of proliferation. We have evidence of the creation of new weapons. We talked about the Oreshnik, hazelnut in English, missile, which is MIRVed. It is hypersonic. It is dual capable, which means that you cannot know in advance whether or not it is nuclear or conventional. And the target, therefore, is laboring under the same dilemma I outlined just a minute ago for the Pakistanis. And again, that's a terrible quandary for strategic planners in the target state, because the difference is between conventional and nuclear war, and we all understand the concept of the fire break, as Americans have called it, between conventional and nuclear. If that fire break is no longer discernible because the weapons are dual capable, that makes decision-making much more dangerous. And again, that's true on both sides of the equation. It's not just, but Russian missiles, because they cannot afford to build two sets of missiles, are dual capable. And that creates a deterrence dilemma of utmost gravity. And as I said, arms control we might as well forget about. The START treaty expires in about 8 months, I think. There is no sign that the Russians are willing to negotiate. President Trump again has talked about this. The Trump administration will insist that China take part. The Russians refuse to do so. One reason is because since 2013, when China cracked the whip, Russia has backed down from insisting that China take part in any future arms control. Lavrov said this in the wake of the signing of the agreements in Prague, the Treaty of Prague in 2010, that the next treaty needs China, and that Russia supported this. The Chinese said, hell no. And what's more, so the Russians have backed off. This is an example of, again, the Chinese being able to compel Russia to abandon certain political positions. Adding to the dilemmas I have outlined, apart from the proliferation, apart from the new technologies, apart from the fact that we have nuclear powers using terrorism and proxy wars as shields for terrorism, and that was also the Iranian strategy, which was to create terrorist attacks on Israel on 7 fronts in order that Iran could race to finishing its nuclear weapon. That was the reason for the war in the last couple of months. We now have a situation where we have what you might call, people have called the axis of upheaval. I call it the axis of revisionists. Whatever name you give it, it's Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. The Russians and Chinese are giving aid to both North Korea and Iran. I talked about Russia giving assistance to North Korea, weapons. They are giving them the technology for the Shahed drone. That's again in public, revealed in public a few weeks ago. The Chinese are giving the Iranians chemical propellants that could be used in missiles, and again, arming the Houthis. The Russians have armed the Houthis. They will arm them again, probably, and it would not be surprising to see them arm Hezbollah and Hamas, if Hamas survives. And they are both supplying North Korea. There's a lot of literature in the diplomatic reporting that the Chinese were uncomfortable with the Russo-North Korean alliance, which is, by the way, a full-fledged alliance, mutual defense, although there is an escape clause saying that we have to decide this by means of our national legislatures. So the Russians have an out if they don't want to go to war over there. Nevertheless, it is a classic mutual defense treaty, and they are supplying North Korea with technology and probably weapons. The Chinese have resumed supplying North Korea with large-scale food and economic aid, whatever they may think privately about this alliance and whatever reservations they have bit the bullet, so to speak, and are doing that. So in other words, we have multiple threats, not only in Ukraine and not only to the European security order, but to the global order in the Middle East and in East Asia. And of course, we have the Indo-Pakistani dyad in and of itself, which is a danger because India gets an enormous amount of military support from Russia and France, Israel, and the United States, and Great Britain, and I think Sweden also in some cases, whereas Pakistan is getting enormous amount of military aid from China, which is not going to let Pakistan lose to India, which emboldens the Pakistanis to use terrorism, as they did in April, to attack Indians, and then say, well, we've got nuclear weapons. If come along and come ahead and try and attack us, and you'll see what happens. So I'm summarizing the paper. As I said, if you wish to read it, send me an email. I'll be happy to send it to you with the proviso I just outlined. But that's basically the substance of this paper. And much of this is traceable to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Not all of it. Some of these conditions existed before, but Russia's actions in Ukraine and its threat to use nuclear weapons, which is broadcast nightly on Russian TV and in Putin's speeches and in Medvedev's statements and some other people's as well, plus the discussions about limited nuclear war, aggravates all of this. I'm ready for your questions.
Yes, I am going to complement what you were saying a while ago. Do you know what happens in 2016 within the military complex of Uzhmash and Uzhmoy? Igor Kolomoisky, Ukrainian oligarch, decided in fact to contact North Korea to provide for them on the black market all the technology necessary to build their ICBMs. Because as there was a split between Uzma-Shushnoi and the Russian army, these two companies were just lending 4,600 people without job. So basically Kolomoisky went to North Korea and sell, in fact, all the technology necessary, which means in other terms that your allies, the Ukrainians, they are the biggest traitor in terms of security for the United States. And I've been escalating this fact to General Valery, who went to Washington, D.C. and talked to Trump about it. And this is the reason why Donald Trump was not speaking with Poroshenko anymore.
Okay. Can you send me the evidence? I'm not aware of this.
The New York Times has been coming out with a big article right after that. You know? So other things.
If I may say so, David Sanger of the New York Times never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Exactly.
I know David very well.
Well, it has been verified, and it seems
Well,
that I was right.
I just said, I'm not aware of this, so I would appreciate it if you send me the evidence. I can incorporate it into the paper. If the evidence is valid, I'd be happy to do so. I just don't know.
Other things, who has been financing ISIS in Libya? The Clintons.
Iran.
And who was escalating this information? General Valery, because in Benghazi, Jean-Christophe Stevens, the ambassador, has been finding the evidence that the Clintons were financing ISIS there. And this is the reason
When you
why
mean the
he was
Clintons?
murdered.
Do you mean the Clinton administration or the Clinton
No, the
Foundation?
Clinton,
Foundation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clinton Foundation was subsidizing ISIS in Libya?
Yes.
There was no ISIS in Libya.
Information coming from General Valery in a private conversation.
Again,
I'm just telling you what he has been telling me.
well, I need written evidence, okay?
Go for
I'm
it.
happy to incorporate it. If the evidence stands up, I'll put it in there, but I need the evidence.
Your colleague knows him. You have his phone number. I can give it to you.
Thierry, you're the one who made the statement. Please send me the evidence. I'll give you a card. You can send me an email.
Okay.
Yeah, please send Stephen what General Vallely took, because General Vallely and I are dear friends. I've worked with him for decades.
Yeah.
And we emailed about this conference. So I'd be delighted to get Stephen that information from the general.
Yeah.
Right, do you,
Because he's a straight shooter.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
yeah,
is.
It just wasn't there.
okay,
Sweetheart,
thank you, I missed Dr. Bang.
Al-Qaeda was there.
I'm sorry I missed some of your talk.
that's okay.
I hope it's been recorded.
It's, I believe it has been all recorded, right? Got it all?
Yes,
You
that's-
have the paper.
Yeah, they got it.
Yes,
I just
have to-
summarized it.
I have to tell you that there were excellent comments on it and, reviews, and there are some comments which we
Okay.
can discuss later.
Okay, fine.
Can I ask how, obviously it is in the interests of our enemies to try and put strain on clause 5 and
On course 5,
Yeah.
the NATO.
okay.
Clause
Article
5.
5.
Article
Oh,
5.
Article 5. Oh.
Article 5. And because there is leeway in Article 5 if you want to read it that way, that it's to respond. But I mean, what's a response? I mean, how strong do you think it is? And if Europe ended up in a conflict which we started with Russia, how confident would you be that the Americans would have an appetite to come and help us?
I can't speak for hypotheticals, okay? I doubt that if NATO initiated a war with Russia, that all 32 members of NATO would stand up and support it, okay? I do know this. The only time that Article 5 has ever been employed is when we were attacked in 2001. As you know, 9/11. I also assume, and I hope, that if there is an attack by Russia or by somebody else on a NATO member, that the rest of the members will stand up and exercise their treaty obligations. but I cannot speak to hypotheticals.
There's
Nobody can.
There's no guarantee. The
I-
media often talk about it being automatic.
There
It's
is no
consistent-
guarantee. It's no.
Consistent with your constitutional processes.
Right.
Which means Congress would probably have to vote, or
Right.
Parliament, or the Bundestag. So there's nothing automatic about it, although there's a tendency by, as I said, the media to think, oh, because it's Article 5, you invoke it, it's guaranteed. There's no guarantee.
And also,
You know,
Can I sort of comment that this is great that we probably have this on tape, because in Finland there is this very stubborn misconception that Article 5 covers everything. It does not.
no, it doesn't,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, no, but I know that, but.
Also, the responses of various nations could be different
Yeah,
kinds.
yeah, it's just.
So, I mean, it doesn't mean that every nation is obliged to send, military.
No, it depends, it says in the treaty, consistent with your constitutional process.
That's what I was, that's about what I was going to say.
Yes.
One,
It's like the Russo-North Korean treaty. Again, people are writing that it's a mutual alliance treaty. Yes, but that's also true about the Russian-Chinese treaty
As
of
David Cameron
2001.
would say, there is some wriggle room in there.
Okay.
That's what he would always
Well,
say.
well, Cameron,
It was one of the biggest wrigglers we ever had.
I understand, but but again, you look at the text of the Russo-North Korean treaty. It's out there. You can easily get it, and the Russo-Chinese treaty of 2001. They both have escape clauses, because nobody is going to give himself up that way and commit himself irretrievably to a third party.
Which is why our friends in Korea and Japan and some in Europe are worried about how serious are you with your extended deterrent, because you might say no.
Right.
And that's the way it is. It's somewhat of a roll of the dice.
Right. Every administration since these treaties were created, that means since the Eisenhower administration and up, has had as a primary function of its policy to reassure allies
We mean it.
that we mean it. This is like the question of, will you still love me in the morning?
Yes, I promise.
Yeah.
well, in this case, I have a
Okay.
tricky question. Imagining that there is a conflict between Greece and Turkey, both members of NATO, what do you do?
To be honest, as I said, I cannot speculate about hypotheticals, but I can tell you this, that we have, since 1964, when you had the Greek attempt to overthrow Cyprus, and then the Turkish reaction and so forth, that every administration in the United States, when it deals with Greece and Turkey, has done its utmost to prevent this animosity from getting out of control and trying to mediate or tamper down this problem. Now, since then, there has been no Greco-Turkish conflict, but we have incidences of high-handed behavior. For example, Turkey, 5 or 6 years ago, interposed its navy in Cyprus's waters to explore for gas because they wanted to stop the Greece-Cyprus-Israel tandem from exploring for gas in the Mediterranean. Israel already has found gas in its national waters,
And bring it to Europe.
and build a pipeline, if that's feasible, to Europe. So they wanted to block Cyprus from doing this. They can't stop Greece from exploring in its national waters. That's an act of war, but they did it to Cyprus. And they're still there, and they're still exploring, whatever the results may be. So that is a high-handed action. The Greeks, of course, protested. The Cypriots went ballistic. The Israelis were unhappy. And it was a major issue in American foreign policy in the first Trump administration with Pompeo, and I assume President Trump, trying to organize an international association of Mediterranean gas producers, Greece, Cyprus, Egypt, which also has sizable
To build the
deposits,
pipeline and get it going.
to explore for gas and bring that. Little known fact, that the major stockholder in the Israeli gas company finds, of the original finds, I think it's the Tamar gas field, I think it's called, was Egyptian intelligence agency. which, you think about that. When I was a child, if you'd said something like this, you would have said, you're absolutely crazy. But that gives you an idea of the way that Middle Eastern tensions could be ameliorated, and that certainly Greco-Turkish relations could also be placed on a more even keel. That has not happened, but it is not, again, it's possible. But I cannot speak to you what would happen if Greece and Turkey went at each other. What I can tell you is that the Russians would benefit immensely. We all know that the Russians have sponsored attempts at coups in the Balkans. Again, this is incontrovertible. In Montenegro and in the technical name now is Northern Republic of Northern Macedonia. Yeah. So and they have influence in Greece, and they certainly have a large connection to Turkey, even though the Turks and the Ukrainians have excellent relations as well. So NATO is doing everything it can to prevent this particular conflict from getting out of control.
Could I just ask you, obviously there is the inference that NATO have tried to destabilise Putin to the point where there would be a change at the top. How do you estimate the risks that we'd end up with someone worse than Putin, more of a hawk, if he were to be destabilised?
First of all, I dispute your question. There is no evidence that NATO has tried to destabilize Russian politics. None. None in the public record. What goes on in the intelligence world, I can't speak to.
Yes.
But in the public record, none. The Russian threat assessment is that NATO is coming for us and so on, and that Russian civilization and the Russian state are at risk and so forth. The fact of the matter is, and here I'm going to quote one of the leading theorists of the European right, Carl Schmitt. Russian politics begins with what Schmitt calls the presupposition of conflict, that we are at war with Europe, or that rather Europe is at war with us. The fact of the matter is that Russia is at war with Europe. I have statements by then Minister of Defense Sergei Ivanov, Putin's statements at the Munich conference, and others going back 18, 20 years after the failed attempt at a coup in Ukraine in 2004, stating we are at war with Europe. And you notice the expansion of this whole gray zone or proxy war phenomenon immediately afterwards.
Sorry, can I comment on that? There's George Robertson, right?
Yes.
The former Labour.
Lord Robertson.
Yeah.
Lord Robertson. He was conservative.
Yeah.
He was Tory, right?
Labour.
In 2000, in an interview in 2021, he stated they, meaning Russia, wanted to be part of the secure, stable, prosperous Western Europe that Russia was out at the time. This was his statement.
Yes.
And I have a link
They did.
here.
I can tell you another statement by George Robinson also.
Can I just intervene right now, because I have got you to speak as well, and then we can start.
I'll answer.
Yeah.
Putin complained to George Robinson that NATO is against us and this and that and so on. And Lord Robertson said to him, Mr. President, if you want to join NATO, submit an application. This is, again, after 9/11, when there was a honeymoon. If you want to join NATO, submit the application, and we will consider it in good faith. If you don't, let's talk about how we can cooperate against terrorism. End of quote.
Well, that doesn't absolutely prove anything, but
I think it does.
No, that
What did
does,
Putin
it does
respond?
only to explain that there is some.
Listen, I know that the Russians have been complaining about NATO from the beginning and enlargement and so on.
But the point being, where I'm going here, if I can start now, is that I don't think they, for reasons I don't disclose here, I have direct contacts to ordinary Russians now, and I have been asking what is the mood there for about 2 years now. And about a year ago, that's the spring 24, the message was that the general populace of Russia wants the war to end quickly.
Yes.
And hereafter, there have been a kind of troubling trend. This is a direct quote from one of the ordinary Russians who has operated in militia for some time, or the police militia. Maybe we need to fight one more war. And this is a direct result of the anti-Russian politics and propaganda pushed in the West. The Russians I know who live in Finland, young people, generally 30s, 40s, 20s, they, first of all, they tend to consider Vladimir Putin as something of a civil servant, not an authoritarian leader. And the other thing is that they say that it will take about 2 generations before Russians are ready for a democratic rule. This is what they want. But they consider that they have freedom as long as you don't, set up a party that will go against Putin. Then there's a high risk that you will get shot near Kremlin or you fall out of the window. That's how it goes. But they have.
It's probably safer than being close to the Clintons, though, isn't it?
Well, I will not comment that, but yeah, probably. So, but the point being here is that there was and this is documented in many places, that Russia wanted to integrate into the West, into Europe in the early 2000s. And you hear this from everywhere, that Russians really, like, do you know the 2 main triggers why Soviet Union broke out? Why it broke out? The main reason was that the economic model really failed, but there were 2 triggers.
Well, the fact that the mortality rates for children, mothers in Russia were seeing more of their children die before the age of 11, and they weren't going to stand it anymore.
Well, these are from Finnish people who lived in the Soviet Union in the 1980s. First is that, the Afghan war, complete failure. But the second one, which not many know, is that in the 1980s, Soviet Union opened Soviet citizens could go to visit Israel. And they went there and saw markets full of goods. And they came back and said, what is wrong with, what was wrong in here? We were told, we had been lied to, that it's same thing everywhere. And that led to the kind of this inner mutiny, which eventually toppled the Soviet system. Russian leadership is not immune to the view of the populace. And I would say that you mentioned yesterday that Russia should be broken up. Well, if that would have been the policy, then the right policy action would have been to integrate Russia into Europe, because then it may have even happened internally, slowly. But when you push Russians against the wall, they unite under the leader. And this is what I'm seeing both in my contacts in Russia and the Russians living in Finland. If you want to break up Russia, this is an utter failure.
You've got to kill them with kindness.
Failure. Yeah, this will not work. This will lead to just deeper escalation. The point when the Russian people really start to think, okay, let's fight another war, then we are screwed. I mean everywhere, because that gives Kremlin, President Putin, free hands. And this has been a cataclysmic failure, unless, the anti-Russian propaganda has been a cataclysmic failure, unless war is the aim. So I, hence, as an academic, as an unyielding empiricist, conclude that because people making these decisions are not stupid. So the aim has been a war against Russia for at least 3 years. That's the only conclusion I can make as an unyielding empiricist. Okay, but few comments about Finland. NATO is currently rapidly expanding bases in Finland, concentrating in the Rovaniemi, where is our Northern Air Force is located, and Jyväskylä, where is the Central Finland Air Force is located. They are expanding really rapidly, and without any explicit reason given. We just see these barracks going on, landing ways expanded and all that. And there's a lot of rumors of NATO troops build up in these 15 bases we gave to United States when we signed the DCA. And there was not a single comment on the DCA, and it went through our parliament without a single opposition voice. It's unbelievable. It has never happened. So Finnish parliament allowed foreign troops to come into our soil. First time since 1949 when we relinquished where we got the Porkal back, which were held by Soviet forces, and there was no opposition. And one American researcher told me some time ago that this is how it goes. When you are being slowly invaded, and the DCA works like that, if you have foreign troops in your country, the foreign policy of that country, where the troops are originally, becomes your domestic policy. And this is slowly happening in Finland. And we are honestly being geared up for a war, constant war propaganda. And they are even expanding our reserve, which is now about 325,000 men, to 1 million in 5 years. Why would you increase your reserve if you are not preparing for a war? I have difficult times of concluding anything else than that Finland is being prepped for war, and it started after we joined NATO. This is the only conclusion I can make.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Where in the budgets of NATO, including the United States defense budget, are there weapons that would be used for an invasion of Russia?
Probably nowhere.
Nowhere.
This is just an observation from one country.
I understand. There is, as I said earlier, I study defense budgets in great detail because that tells you about capability. There is no offensive capability for NATO in Europe to invade the Russians. And for us to get to Europe, it would be the only way to get into Russia, is we don't have the airlift, we don't have the tank armies, we don't have the wherewithal to do that.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And we're not putting it in the budget.
Yeah. So what,
Missile defenses don't help you invade anybody.
I completely hear you, and I believe you. So, but this is a massive controversy. So we need to ask what is happening. Why is Finland being geared up for a war, but there is no funds?
And so's Poland.
Russia.
So's Poland as well, though.
No, we don't.
Poland's going for a massive increase in its military.
Oh, excuse me.
Poland is going for a massive increase
Well,
in its
I will
military.
answer this question during my talk.
Okay. Well, but I'm done.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah, they know that they're next.
No, we don't.
Sweden, Finland.
We don't know. No.
Oh, absolutely, everybody knows that.
Thomas, at least 5 heads of intelligence or of defense in Europe, there may be more, have stated that the Russians will be ready for an offensive against Europe or parts thereof within the next 2 to 10 years, depending on the individual speaker.
I agree.
Right? One of the Baltics, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, England. Others may agree, I mean, and now the Netherlands, 6. Rutte said it also. 6. Okay. No, he's the head of NATO. Okay.
Rutte.
Given that abundance of evidence, and we have plenty of evidence that they are building up troops on the Finnish border and in the Baltic. Perhaps they believe that NATO is planning to attack them, but they're building up troops as well. On what basis should Finland not build up its defenses?
Because we did not do it in 40 years when there were massive concentration of Soviet troops in our border.
I'm sorry, but that's not the case.
No, but that was the case.
You had strong Finnish defenses all along within the border of Finland. It was permitted. There was no blockade of no obstacle in the Russo-Finnish treaty that Finland could defend itself.
There's a story. Let me tell this. My uncle and his cousin, they were in a lake in '68 in the night fishing when there was the Czechoslovakian crisis. And Soviet Union fired up their tanks all through the border. And you know how Soviet tanks are. There are no suppressors of noise.
Yeah.
So they were sitting there, and suddenly there is tank all the line, and they were right next to no man's land, so they hear everything. There was massive concentration of troops, and if they would have wanted, they would have come. But the point was that we were under the Soviet threat for at least 40 years. There's massive concentration of the troops, and we just hold our line and told them that if you come, there will be a bloody conflict.
Well, that's what I said. They built up their own defenses within
but-
the borders
yeah.
as stipulated
But
by the
last-
treaty.
the last
They were allowed to do that.
Last time we had the reserve of 1 million men was in 1944.
But in '68, nobody believed that the Soviet Union was going to invade Europe. There were a lot of people who suspected that they might try to suppress the Prague Spring.
Yeah, but they hold most of the Eastern Europe by then.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
But that's not an invasion of Germany or of the rest of Europe. And there was no point. I mean, if they wanted to go to war with Europe, I mean, Finland was not going to threat because of the Russo-Finnish Treaty, and Finland was not in NATO. So, but Finland had vigorous defenses of Finnish territory, as allowed by the Finno-Russian Treaty of 1947, and that was it.
We have it still.
Yeah.
The only thing that has changed is that we are in NATO now.
Well, that's a big change.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say that was extremely fascinating, really fascinating. Thank you. Thierry, your turn.
Yeah. So let me introduce myself. But before, I need to tell you that I've been writing a book regarding the crisis in Ukraine, and with a very specific chapter regarding the bioweapons that has been developed on the soil of Ukraine. I have been asking my editor, who is an American citizen, located in Las Vegas, to distribute the book to Kash Patel from FBI and Tulsi Gabbard from National Security. Because there are facts inside the book that has been verified by my lawyer, so certified, that are disturbing. So, as Stephen likes to see some evidence, I've been preparing some document here. Unfortunately, I cannot go live. 1 second, in fact. Unfortunately, I cannot go live. I would have been showing, in fact, all the records that I have been finding on the US procurement database, stipulating all the facts that I am going to announce. Anyway, before to go there, what I would like to say is solving a crisis is about to recognize its source. The world security is at stake due to power and domination, grid led by groups and organizations using all means and governmental infrastructure. Those who do not recognize the world have changed dramatically. Those changes have been induced and boosted by the will of total domination for resources and population control. For each action, there is a reaction. This is a basic principle of physics, and it applies also to geopolitics. Major mistakes were made during the last 4 decades, and the last and definitive one, and major one actually, is Ukraine. That was called once upon a time by the CIA and Kissinger, the red lines of the red lines. Unfortunately, it has been crossed. And this move has been triggered a major side effect, putting the world in an extremely dangerous position that can lead us to the unthinkable. A major shift of power occurred due to the alignments of the BRICS and associates countries to Russia after assets confiscation and swift cut. Actually, a small anecdote. In 2019, I was invited in the Yalta Economic Forum, and I was in a room with a lot of representatives of South America, of Africa, and Middle East. And everybody was discussing the de-dollarization. I was thinking at that time that it was a sort of stunt and it was just wishful thinking. But taking distance out of the event that has been occurring for the last 3 years, I understood the reason why Vladimir Putin did not interfere before. Because if that was occurring, meaning the cut of the SWIFT, you can imagine, in fact, the consequences on an economical point of view. So basically, within Crimea, they were implementing a system that was called ESPS. It was allowing the Crimean people to operate a credit card. And they have been generalizing this mechanism in the way that they can operate business with China. And actually, the synergy that is set up between China and Russia is extremely powerful because one is producing all the natural resources in the way that the second one can produce all the goods that are going to be consumed in Russia. And of course, in Europe and in United States. Today, the exchange between China and Russia are evaluated at something like almost $720 billion a year, which is significant. Russia, since then, went from the 15th spot to the number 4 on the GDP ranking point of view. You can imagine that, in fact, the story of putting Russia on the knees, like Mr. Bruno Le Maire, the Minister of Economy, was saying, hasn't been occurring. At the opposite, it has been strengthening the position of Russia because the population in Russia has been understanding it was time, in fact, to awake and to make sure they will be completely independent of the West. And this has been occurring, and I have been observing, in fact, the way that the Russian society has been restructuring itself, and it's extremely dynamic. They are developing their industry, they are developing their agriculture, they have been getting rid of the agricultural products that were produced in France. They are making their own wine, their cheese, all their vegetables necessary, in fact, for their consumption. So basically, who has been winning in this story? It's not certainly the agriculture in France. The same thing in Moldavia, because Moldavia, the first customer of Moldavia was Russia, and especially for the cider and the apple consumption. Maya Sandu has been asking, in fact, to cut off the ties between Russia and Moldavia. Since then, the farmers in Moldavia are drowning into poverty. So basically, the consequences out of all this story is that the confidence in the financial architecture built after the Second World War is gone totally. Asia, Africa, South America understood their existence were at a Western stake. And in a cause-to-effect relationship, US is losing its hegemony position and the dollar is losing its attractivity, leaving the status of the US debt in limbo. What we have been observing the last few months. Bressent, the Secretary of Treasury in the US, have been asking Japan how much debt they wanted to buy. And the Japanese has been answering none. For one reason, no confidence, and on top of it, they are not able, in fact, to raise debt for themselves, which make us understanding that the worldwide economy is at stake and a very, very fragile situation. China is doing the same thing. At the beginning of the conflict, they have been getting rid of $860 billion in T-bonds. And today, what is happening is that China does not renew all the debts that are coming to maturity. What does it mean? It means that for America to raise the debt, knowing that you have $9 trillion in rollout in the next 6 to 18 months, I don't know how you're going to do that. That's the first point. The second point, what China is doing is very, very smart. They are emitting Chinese bonds in dollar. That is kind of surprising because we can expect that if they are selling the bonds of the United States, this is because they want to get rid of the dollar to raise their currency. And the demand for the Chinese bonds is 40 times higher than for the US bonds. What they do with it? So basically, this is withdrawing a source of finance from the United States because people prefer, in fact, China. Surprising. And what they do with those dollars, they are distributing them, between quotes, to all the countries that are crossed by the Belt and Road Initiative. And what they do, they are asking those countries to reimburse China, not in dollar, not in renminbi, but in natural resources. So basically, those countries, they are receiving the dollar, they are sending back to the IFM. They are not paying the interest. So basically, they are getting rid of the debt. They are cleaning their assets. And after that, China is just money laundering the debt in the way that they can source, in fact, all the natural resources. And actually what they are going to do through the BRICS, and this is becoming extremely dangerous for you guys and for us, because who owns the biggest amount of debt of America? Europe, 28.8%. So basically, the BRICS, they decided, in fact, to build a platform to trade the commodities. They are using their own system called MIR, and they are about to think about to emit an electronic token. They are still in the way to think about it because they have a lot of problems, in fact, to synchronize themselves, which is kind of understandable because who will be the garant of the emission of the currency? It's not that easy, but they are thinking about to do it. It is a massive way of pressure in regard of any kind of geopolitical negotiation. So you imagine the impact that this can have on the global economy. So basically, when you have a set of countries that has a massive buying power because they have all the natural resources and they have the money for it, how do you want to fight this war? Either you go against it or you go with it. And it's up to the United States, in fact, to make the decision. And it's not a joke, because in regard of the stage of the economy in the US, and I will expose this tomorrow, you will understand that your situation is at a very high risk. I have been discussing the last 2 to 3 months with the biggest fund manager in the world, Richard Wolff, Peter Schiff, Mark Faber, and the last one, Ray Dalio. Sometimes I had the guy, sometimes I was discussing with the head management. All of them have been coming out with the conclusion that if United States is not solving its problem of debt, this is going to be very ugly in the next 6 months. So having a leverage of negotiation in the stage of your economy, good luck. Now, hypocrisy and delusional behavior leads to a total destruction of credibility. This is the story that Jean de La Fontaine in the 16th century was calling the frog that wanted to be bigger than the bull. And at the end of the story, what happens? The frog explodes and dies. So the Western governments, the mainstream media, the institution have lost trust globally, and like a beast dying, they try to maintain their power by force, information restriction, this is what we were discussing with the DSI, coercions, assassination, and biologic warfare. So I am going to open a small parenthesis regarding the biologic warfare due to the fact that in Ukraine were developed 40 labs, illegal, not under the scrutiny of the global organizations. So basically, the company called Black & Veatch has been receiving from the US government $1.4 billion, in fact, to proceed so and install of those labs. And they were using a company called Labyrinth Global Earth, which has a shack inside of the city of St. Petersburg in Florida in a residential area. So basically, I give you the how they call this, the GSA record of the company and the Google pictures describing, in fact, this company that is supposed to operate in Africa, essentially, and in Ukraine. I have been digging into this information for years. What we have been discovering is that this is in Georgia, not the state of Georgia, but the country, Georgia, where we are finding the biggest lab of bioweapons in Europe. Hundreds of citizens of Georgia has been dying because Gilead was testing vaccines that were not kind of operative in regard of the results. Actually, on the front page website of the Meshnikov Institute, we're seeing the information that you will be discovering here. saying that Mr. George Soros is financing the test of vaccine for emerging viruses. On the website of the US Embassy in Ukraine, we are seeing that United States is financing the funding of biolabs level 2 to test viruses like CCHF. You know what is CCHF? Crimea, Congo, hemorrhagic fever. You get this stuff, you die in 2 days. And this kind of viruses, it's category 4, meaning that you need to have a high level security in the way that you can treat this kind of viruses. So, I have been sending somebody within the Meshnikov Institute in Odessa. You can enter this laboratory as if it is a supermarket. It is inside the city, there is no fence, there is no dog, there is no gardener, there is nothing. Which means that those who have been igniting this kind of research have been putting the humanity as very high risk. And what I have been discovering within the governmental database of the United States is that the COVID-19 was tested within this lab right before the pandemic, meaning October, November 2019. Who has been bringing the COVID-19 into this lab? I have a question, and I have no answer. The CEO of Labyrinth Global Earth is called Karen Saylor. I've been getting in touch with her on LinkedIn, and as soon as I have been asking some deranging question, I got cut off from the platform when I was one of the first users of LinkedIn. I even have a breakfast with Reid Hoffman. And I would like some answers. So, to come back to the situation of France, I want to refer to what is happening, in particular in my country, in regard of, for example, the Brigitte affair, during which certain numbers of journalists are getting killed. Why? If you have nothing to hide, why you are killing journalists? The French deputy Molex, who was found suicided, he has been writing a book regarding the Alstom story and all the forgery that Macron has been putting together when he was working for Rothschild. We talk about 220 companies that has been sold that were structurally extremely important for our industrial security. He was found hanging into his office when he had a lot of projects. He was going on TV. The guy was always joyful. It is not the kind of guy that is committing suicide. But we have been understanding that 2 months after, there was a book that was supposed to come out. And the book is going to disappear. That is for sure. So we have also the Bercy affair. We have 20 of our administrative within the Ministry of Economy and Finance that has been found suicided. 20 when this happened in the US? Never. Okay? One of my colleagues, friends, and contacts, Eric Denessé, former DGSE, Secret Services of France, and intel of our Navy, has been found killed into his car, and they were concluding to a suicide. The problem is that right before to go to Russia 2 months ago, I was discussing with him on the phone for 1.5 hours. We have been deciding to meet with each other, to have lunch, and to set up a TV show in the way that we can expose what was the real situation in Ukraine. Eric has been coming out with a certain numbers of TV shows, pointing out the responsibility of the neo-Nazi in Ukraine that has been perpetrating a gigantic amount of murders, and on top of it, that we are the guys that would be a major problem in the resolution of this conflict. Unfortunately, on the gun that has been killing him, we never found any footprint, and he was not wearing any gloves. The director of the DGSC has been coming out on TV saying he was not believing a second that his guy has been killing himself. So what we are observing here in France, a democracy, is that we have a power that is trying to eliminate any kind of threat, because we know that Macron, when he is going to come out of office, he will have to face loads of lawsuits that are going to be very ugly and nasty. What we're observing here is just a part of the iceberg that is apparent. And we are measuring right now the effect of the policies this guy has been putting together for the last 7 years. The country is completely ruined. The debt represents 118% of the GDP. If we are integrating the part that is non-provisional, we go to 220%. What does it mean? It means that, one, we cannot face our schools, we cannot finance our schools, we cannot finance our healthcare system. We have people most of the time that are dying inside the hospital before a doctor is seeing them. And during this time, we are not able, in fact, to sustain the function of the state, but we are sending $35 billion to support the war in Ukraine, in the way that this government in Kiev is pumping all the resources. And we have a list of assets that Zelensky has been acquiring during the last 3 years, and his bank account has been completely brewing, okay? So what are we going to do about that? And trust me, if you go in the street in France and you discuss with the population, you will see a level of anger that I have never been measuring before. I was in front of the Minister of Foreign Affairs something like 1 month ago, and I have been pointing out the story of Nazi. It has been taken by all the medias, and all the politicians has been interviewing me. 3 million people has been seeing all the videos. And I have been reading the comments. It was loads of comments, hundreds of thousands of comments. You will see the way that the minister was insulted. It gives you a great idea of what is cooking in the pot. We have a political landfill right now that is completely destroyed because Macron has been pumping one time on the right, one time on the left. And he is using all the politicians like sponge to clean the table and then after to throw them into the trash. So therefore, right now, there is no party but 2 extreme and 1 big center, which is kind of composite, because if you look at the profile of the guys, how they can speak with each other, I have absolutely no idea. So basically, the plan of Macron right now is to make sure that as the budget hasn't been voted for the last year, in September or October, he will be dissolving again the parliament and trigger, in fact, a new election. And when he's gonna see that this is impossible to constitute a government because he has been pumping so much that there is no people available right now, he is going to trigger the Article 16, which is allowing himself, in fact, to take all the power possible and imaginable to take any kind of decision. And I see him doing the following. What he wants to do, and this is the trend that has been established in Europe for the last 2 years. England, Germany, France, they are all discussing together because what is their plan is to federalize all the countries to make it one big nation called Europe. That doesn't make any sense. But it might make sense to those who have been living, in fact, the Cold War. It was called USSR. Everybody knows how it has been ending into an enormous collapse. And if you look at the structure of the European Union now and what has been built during the USSR, on every point of view, it's completely equal. And this is going to collapse because those guys, instead of focusing on the well-being of their citizens, what they are putting together is a mechanism, in fact, to pump a maximum of money. And trust me, there is a lot of things, a lot of funds that has been disappearing. Later on, we have been hearing that $172 billion has been disappearing from the account of the European Union. How can you lose this kind of money? It's impossible. Sorry, when was that?
Let me try.
The European Union has been announcing that they have been losing this money. They don't know where it has been going. And last year it was $32 billion, and the year before it was $16 billion. You imagine what you can do with about $300 billion? This is just unbelievable.
It'd be a good weekend in France.
Yeah, we go.
Where's the data coming from that much amount of money has been
I think
lost?
that's what the accounting office.
Yeah.
They came public with that they're not happy.
Yeah. So let me finish. I have been discovering that the only fiscal haven that hasn't been stick on the blacklist of the European Union is the Cayman Islands and the Bermuda. And when you look at the financial aspect of those two countries, between quote, which is belonging to the UK, you realize that for each citizen in the Cayman Islands, they have been able, in fact, to buy for $4.6 million of the T-bonds in the US. How a small island like this can afford, in fact, to buy this kind of debt in the United States? It is absolutely impossible. So basically, my conclusion in this story is that the European Union and the Commission has been becoming a rogue organization, a mafia, to pump all the money necessary. And actually, this money might not have been disappearing for everybody. And I do believe that this is like a big fund that has been set up on the side in the way that they will be building this famous army, in fact, to attack Russia. So the pretext of saying Russia is the enemy would be, in fact, helping them to justify the federalization of Europe. And this is something that any patriot movement in Europe do not want to see happening, the way that it has been happening with the election of Donald Trump. Well, this is where we are in Europe. Now, how did we end into such a critical situation? Yeah, I have 5 lines. So basically, all those people, they have been denying Russia's capacity in terms of economy, financial security, and military determinations. The corruption in the EU elite is refusing to understand the consequences of US action in regard of our economy. Because don't forget one thing, the destruction of the Nord Stream 2, this is not like because of malware into a chipset. And actually, the consequences out of this is that a maximum of funds that were on the European market has been shifting to the United States. The companies that are energy consuming, they went, in fact, to United States, they went to China, and our economical tissue is completely destroyed. Look at the debt of every country in Europe. Look at the GDP of Europe. It's a disaster. So basically, there were a lot of tactics that has been implemented on the military point of view that were major mistakes that has been bringing us to a point that today Russia has been deciding of its own fate and do not care about who said whatsoever. They want to securize their territory. They want to block the access to the Black Sea of Ukraine in the way that Crimea will be completely secured. And they will be achieving their goal because whoever say whatsoever, they don't care. This is where we have been ending. Because I remember what Jacques Chirac was saying regarding diplomacy. He was saying, diplomacy is about to wear the shoes of your opponent and to walk the entire day in the way that you understand how we think. When is the last time we have been doing this? It has been 10 years right now. This did not happen. And this is the reason why we are in the situation where we are. And honestly speaking, at night, I have a lot of difficulties, in fact, to sleep properly because I'm just wondering what is going to be the next move.
It shows.
Look, I think we've done in all different categories. We just need to summarize main things. There are lots of common points and actually which we can
You like?
think about. And then we're
Was
done
good?
with today's session. It's not going forward. Okay, so look, Ukraine war, we'll probably go point-wise, okay? We had Russia in the morning, which was with Finland, Ukraine. The thing that probably everybody understands here is on the corruption side. I'm staying with the focus on the war. I don't want to deviate because
Yes, but
that
they need the war to cover up the corruption.
yeah, we begin from that. We begin from that. So okay, there's whole amount of corruption. Thing is, you know, the whole story about whether how Ukraine can win this war or whatever is happening. What is the end game essentially? That is all linked, essentially. You know, the structure, the stratigraphy inside what is inside Ukraine what is happening. The funds are coming from the US or wherever. Let's say West is giving the funds to Ukraine, and what is actually happening there? Because let's say, you know, Peter, Mr. Peter, you yourself, I mean, you're of the idea that
I like this book.
they're not going to win the war. It's impossible to get the territories that they have, that Russia has taken, to actually win them back.
That's not possible.
It's not, and I know we
Not
have,
without NATO boots on the ground.
yeah,
Possible at
I
all.
mean, that is so that
It's
is
not
one
at all
very
impossible.
point
No.
that we are divided in this because I believe that from our, and we can be all have our own perception on this. I mean, on the ground, it doesn't look like it's going to be possible
Sure it is.
with Ukraine. So we would like to understand how.
Enough aid, enough stock of weapons on time, as quickly as possible,
But there is
as many
enough-
as possible,
But again, Tech,
and severe restrictions against Russia. Secondary sanctions will
Yeah,
help.
but
All the other sanctions being enforced strictly will help.
but you
It's
see,
not impossible at all.
at the end, you need men and women to fight that war. And
Well,
there
and
aren't many
drones
men
and
women.
AI and everything else like satellites, yeah.
It is necessary that Ukraine mobilizes its population, its population of military age to fight the war. That's what Ukraine has to do. What the West has to do is
Can you detail a little bit, how many more people does Ukraine need to bring to the fight?
The Ukrainian army needs to double, probably.
You've got to train
Just how many people?
I don't have it on hand.
No, I'm just
I
curious
could look it up and give it to you, but I don't have it
Do
in there.
they have the people?
Yes, they do.
But you realize what you're saying?
They have to train, look, wait,
Okay, and then what do they do?
let me finish. They have to double you have to double the population of people fighting, which means protracted training, okay. But in the meantime, there has to be a consistent, uninterrupted flow of Western weapons, financing,
Okay, what weapons?
air
To
defense,
begin, yeah.
air and missile defense,
Okay,
long-range strike,
offensive long-range strike.
offensive long-range strike, precision convention. Okay?
We're saying it right.
Right, well, just to be absolutely precise.
Okay.
Conventional, third, excuse me. Severe sanctions on both Russia and secondary sanctions on consumers of Russian energy, including European states.
We can do that, that's a given.
Now, that may happen. I mean, it looks like Trump is moving in that direction.
That's your only choice.
That's right.
He
And-
does that or does
So
not.
that's China and India then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
India,
Absolutely.
China, and let's face it, Europe, because we know.
China may try to get around it.
Well, they might. But Europe, Andrew, it was reported not long ago that Europe actually spent more money buying Russian gas, probably LNG, in 22, 23, and 24 than it did in helping Ukraine. You have to stop that. Now, you have to get other supplies in there, whether it's American, Qatar, American, Qatar, whoever, but you have to get other supplies in there. Who it is, I mean, it's beyond. It's a different question. But that's,
Assume would work.
Yeah,
right.
but there's no need to
And,
be
and
pessimistic.
substantial diplomatic, economic, and military pressure on Russia with a strategy, which has not been there, to bring about an end to Russian aggression. That way Ukraine wins. And afterwards, Ukraine is taken into EU and NATO. Because there is no alternative now.
Well, that's part of the settlement, that's not
That's
part
the
of.
settlement.
That's not
I
part
mean,
of winning the war.
Right, but that's afterwards, but that has to be the Western strategy, because it is no longer possible for Ukraine to be neutral.
Okay, so, okay, look.
You haven't been understanding anything.
That may be true. I've been called
Zero.
worse.
You know what is going to happen with such a policy?
Thierry, please let me
Ukraine is going to be
Please let me
finito.
Thierry, let me say this.
I remember the line that Britain will have its neck wrung like a chicken.
Hitler.
Hitler.
When we have our essentially two
Some
schools of
chicken,
thoughts where we
some
think
neck.
that a
Churchill's
military
address to the
victory in
Congress.
Ukraine-
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Stephen and Claire. Long-range offensive strike to hit what? I'm not being facetious. It's often said they need long-range offensive strike to hit targets in Russia. But
Which
then-
target?
But then the commentary stops. And the question in my mind has always been,
Well, just like in Iran.
nobody would
You
say,
hit the missile bases, you hit the ballistic missile
no, no, no,
production
no.
sites, you hit the chemical, you hit the
well, okay,
the
you
weapons
hit their
depots,
offensive
you hit the oil
capability.
and the gas depots,
Okay, well, that's.
all of that.
Gas depots are, I would agree with you, 'cause, boy, that would hurt them, because it'd take their money away.
Yeah.
So, but I'm off, the reason I'm asking for it is I think our host here would like to list in the report the offensive strategy that, because if you pick up the New York Times, Washington Post, Foreign Affairs, and they go, when they talk about we need to give Ukraine the right kind of weapons to hit the right kind of targets, period. And
You
it's
pay
like-
for it?
Well, this
And then
isn't
it's a question of,
difficult.
would you guys keep going so we can figure this out? Because if in 3.5 years, we haven't given them the weapons they
I will.
need and haven't hit the targets they need to hit, what's the problem? I can understand people saying, well, you're really escalating and
Yeah.
Putin will really get pissed and he'll nuke Aviano or something.
Are you paying
That
for
I
it?
understand why the Biden people thought that. I think it was wrong. I think it, as I gave in my report, you ceded the escalation ladder to Putin. But I think it's really, really important that if the choice is between some kind of ceasefire versus kicking Russia out of the territory it grabbed, then let's lay that on the land very clearly. That's the choice we have to make. But I think we have to be very specific about what
I'm sure the
offensive
Pentagon
capability
has
so
we're
got a
let-
talking
complete
about.
strike package, this isn't difficult.
Right, so let me answer the question as far to the best of my ability. Air and missile bases, military infrastructure, command and control infrastructure, including in Moscow.
You're saying it includes the Kremlin.
No,
Okay.
Ministry of Defense wouldn't be a nice target, but you don't have to do that either. But
Well, wherever you think the orders are going out of.
But the command,
or the
you could
technology.
do local command and control infrastructure also, regional, in Russia, over the border. The point is, you do that, you cripple the Russian military, and you make it clear to them that that they are not going to be able to move forward or bomb Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. And by the way, the strategic operation to destroy critical infrastructure targets, SADCIT, as an abbreviation, is a listed Russian mission for both conventional and nuclear armament.
Okay, when you're talking about infrastructure.
Command and
help
control
our
headquarters.
host understand, are you talking?
Energy
about
deposits,
energy
I mean, energy refining centers,
Production?
That's
Do you-
already
Production?
happening.
Yes.
That's already happening.
air bases, it's not happening.
Do you
minor.
people know
Very much
that
empty. It's very
Putin
minor.
ran 2 nuclear bombing simulation runs in Stockholm? In 2000.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, okay.
I know.
And what do you think is the message of those? The other one was 50 kilometers in the, within Swedish territorial waters. What do you think was the?
Well, I'll answer you. Because not only did he run those simulations in 2013, what you don't know, and what many people don't know, and although I published it, is that at the end of 21 and the beginning of 22, the entire Russian Navy in the Northern Fleet and the Black Sea Fleet mobilized to do exercises to strike at NATO if NATO retaliated for the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
First strike.
You know what was the plan behind it?
That was the plan. That's
No, that was the plan. That was to show that there were two runs, 2013 and 2000.
wait a minute. Let me finish my answer. I was talking about 21. 13 and 14 is to show that if you threaten us, we can retaliate with nuclear weapons. This has been the line all along. But he knows very well. He knows very well that if he uses nuclear weapons against a NATO state, that means Article 5 will come into play. Any idiot can tell you that. Yes, Thomas, let me finish. Second, they threatened nuclear action and missiles in 21, 22. If you remember, they had this whole incident with the Irish fishermen in the Northern Sea and so on. That was all to prevent NATO from responding to the Ukraine war in 21, 22. It did not at all. And it did not get any publicity because NATO didn't believe he was going to attack. And so they misread the whole thing. The point is, what we have seen is the systematic threat by Russia. I have a huge paper, I have a series of articles on Russian nuclear behavior and thinking in this period. I'll be happy to send it to you. They have consistently sent out the message that if NATO retaliates, we have nuclear weapons. And you have guys like, Medvedev screaming about this and others, and, Karaganov in training and so on. And nuclear writers talking about limited first strike nuclear. They know full well what happens if they use nuclear weapons. And they don't get any advantage militarily from using tactical nukes. So this is all an attempt to intimidate. This is what strategic. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish, for God's sake. I'm not finished.
You are the only guy that is speaking,
If you read the Russian definition of what strategic deterrence is, this is what they are doing. They are intimidating NATO with the threat.
We heard that already. Can I now make a reply? Okay, so the first thing is that Russian nuclear deterrence policy. There is no first attack there. There's only
you're wrong.
What? Are you crazy?
Please, I will give you the literature. You send me an email, I'll give you the email, I'll send you all the sources.
I have been reading the modification of the Karaganov.
The second point was that 70% of our imports and exports go by sea. If you nuke Stockholm, take Gotland, you decapitate whole Baltic Sea. It was a gameplay to show what happens in the Nordics and in the Baltics if we go to a nuclear exchange. You decapitate Finland with 12 Oresniks or tactical nukes, and we're done. There is no. We are done.
And do you think it's over? That NATO's just going to say, okay?
No, the point, now coming back to Ukraine, if Ukraine would do those crazy stunts you propose, the country would be over in a matter of 24 hours. They would strike everywhere because they would have the Russian population's backing for it.
But Ukraine has already done that.
They would use nukes,
Please,
and NATO could not do anything.
Thomas, Ukraine has already done this. They struck Operation Spiderweb.
I am going to give you an insight. No, sorry. You have been
just a moment.
You have been speaking away too much. I am going to answer now.
You're telling me I'm speaking too much?
Yes. In 11 minutes, listen to me, because you haven't been understanding what Oresnik means. In 11 minutes, there is no life in Europe. 11 minutes. We will not have even the time to say hello. It will be finished.
I know.
Voilà. So, and you want to go crazy and giving, in fact, the guys of Azov,
wait a minute.
And you want to give to Azov missile to hit inside of Moscow?
I didn't say a missile in Moscow.
You said it.
Wait a minute. What you're saying is not that Ukraine couldn't carry out more serious attacks, because physically they could. No, just please. What you're saying is don't do that because then Russia will really take things seriously.
Hey, you know, you
And
are living
respond-
8,000 kilometers from the place. We are living very close to it. You don't care because if you're in New York and we are hit, then you are not having any problem of sunscreen, you know?
I guess we got it wrong, guys.
No,
Yeah.
I'm trying to clarify. What you're saying is, if Ukraine carries out certain offensive capabilities, which it could do.
No, they cannot.
No, could, mean has a technical capability. You're saying
Not without our
Russia will
technical
take
support.
this so seriously that they will initiate the use of nuclear weapons against whomever they want in NATO and end the war that way. Is that correct?
You know, I have been discussing with Artamanov, but this is to answer the question. And he said this is very simple. If there is a mean to use weapons that cannot be operated and hit a strategic target in Russia, there will be retaliation, first. Second, if Macron, in his craziness, decide to send a troop of NATO between Russia and Ukraine, there will be a hit. You have to understand those guys, they have been running out of patience. Vladimir Putin has been keeping the foot on the brakes for a very long time. But this is over due to the story of the spider net. You have to understand that. It was a major mistake. You have been breaking the starter agreement, and they are not going to forget about it.
I'm trying to get something straight with what I hear you saying is that Ukraine could escalate on their part with our weapons or Europe's weapons.
Who is going to operate the weapons?
No. Let's say we have NATO troops in Ukraine operating the weapons. Understood. What you're saying to me is what I'm hearing, and I want to make it clear that I'm right. What I hear you saying is that Russia will take this so seriously
Oh, yes.
that they will escalate to the nuclear business in tactical nuclear weapons, and NATO's finished.
Well, we've got
And
our
you don't
troops,
wanna-
our
and you
troops
don't wanna risk
firing
that.
missiles into Russia.
No,
What's to stop Russia firing missiles into our countries?
I'm just.
Hey, this is a casus belli.
I'm
You
not
understand that?
disagreeing with you that may be what Russia does, but I want to be clear that you fear that escalation, and therefore your recommendation is don't go there, Ukraine.
I don't think Ukraine
Show
can win any- I
restraint.
don't think it's sustainable. And I think the longer that Ukraine fight on, the worse deal they're going to get.
Understood.
And the bigger risk we will have to be drawn in.
Understood. That's exactly what the Biden administration was about for 4 years, which was don't go there because your escalation fears are too serious.
No, you don't
And
understand.
we're gonna
It's a
end up
casus.
dead.
It is a casus belli, meaning it's a declaration of
Understood.
war.
I just want to make clear that when she does the report, that is one view. That's not the view of Claire, not the view of myself or Stephen.
Let me answer your question as well. Everything I suggested Ukraine has done, Operation Spiderweb. They've also bombed with the drones the base at Olenia, the Arctic Air Base. They've hit St. Petersburg targets. They've hit targets in Moscow. And they have hit civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure all over Russia. And there was no escalation at the nuclear level. There was conventional escalation using the Oreshnik to bomb Kiev, and now the attack on civilians.
You don't understand the strategy that is
Look,
behind.
Terry, I'm tired of being told I don't understand when I'm in the middle of speaking. Okay? And the Russian response has been what we might call the terror bombing of Kiev and other targets in Ukraine. Civilian infrastructure, churches, hospitals, apartment
This
buildings,
is
etc.
propaganda. I am sorry.
I'm sorry. Look, that's bullshit. Excuse my English. No, that's not propaganda.
I have journalists
friends who
I
talk
have
about your
journalists
friends.
on the spot. They are reporting to me whatsoever is happening every day
Which
because
I
they are on the
have friends
spot.
who live in these apartment houses, who live there. So please don't tell me it's
So let's cut off.
Enough for one day.
lies.
What you are telling us is you want to take the risk, in fact, for nuclear retaliation. It's out of question. And actually, I'm going to tell you something. The General-in-Chief, Pierre de Villiers, has been saying publicly, I will use all the means necessary in the way that we will not drift to this level.
Understood, but that's your position.
Ukraine is done.
No, this is a position of Pierre de Villiers.